we were out here filming
Yeah.
The Bigfoot project.
Right.
I don't remember much activity that weekend. Am I wrong? Did anything happen?
We had a few things. Heather and I heard something like a little howl that come from back over there. Other than that, I don't remember for as much. I think we heard the drum or the metal sound a couple times.
Okay.
Then there was Adam. Adam and I were back here, and he said something seemed to rush down
He's
through.
taking a leak, wasn't he?
Yeah. I was standing just like right behind my truck, and he was on up, and he said something rushed down through the woods.
Yeah.
He heard sticks breaking, and he come running down toward that way.
Oh, shit. That's from the hill over there.
On the other side?
I would say that's over there. That's the hill. I don't know how far away that was. It didn't echo at all. I just got a tree knock.
I don't know, maybe if it was wind blowing a tree, you know how when they rub together? Yeah.
So what I thought I saw run behind you was light in color.
I don't remember where he went from there, but I'm pretty sure that's when we started discussing that. There's that noise again.
What direction is that noise coming?
I hear it coming back over here and then back over here so often.
So I was up by the hunting blind when I heard it. But it does sound distant.
Yeah.
It's not close, but it's weird. I don't know what that is. Okay, so Adam had the incident with the thing in the woods.
Yeah.
That also, I think, is the first weekend where we started seeing, like, the lights and all that kind of stuff. But, okay, so start us off. You're that night. Where is everybody? And then where were you when you saw the light?
You were standing like below, like close to these trees, or maybe up a little higher. Mm-hmm. Heather was sitting on the bench, on the porch. Yeah. And if you remember at that point, that's when the porch went all the way across, and it was kind of the top. You couldn't really see much, you know, unless you're looking down. And I was standing at the bottom of the stairs, and I turned, because I said something to Heather, and I turned and looked, and I said, "Do you see that light?" And I could see this red light over there.
Yeah.
And Heather couldn't see it because she was on the porch. And you turned, and you said, "No, I don't see it."
Dude, are you hearing this?
Yeah, I hear it. I hear it.
Yeah, there's something yelling.
Yeah.
Now that right there
That's a four-wheeler.
That's a four-wheeler.
Yeah.
So maybe they're over there and there's.
I don't know. It sounds like something yelling.
Yeah. We got to go up there. I want to know what that is. I just heard what sounded like a person like talking at.
I heard that earlier.
I think if we go up this hill, we can cut across the field over by where I have my sighting. That's what I want to go do. There's noise up there for sure.
Yeah.
Les, do you have? We have a handy cam, don't we? Can I leave a handy cam with you?
Yeah. So
if something happens, you shoot yourself, like talk to the camera and do all that after. You don't have to do it while the stuff's happening, but I feel like I'm leaving him the camera because I think there could be something tonight.
It was June 15th, 2018, a day I'll never forget. My girlfriend, Cindy, I said, hey, I'm gonna surprise you. I'm gonna do some fishing in Lake Cadillac out in Wexford. Oh, really, Rob? I said, well, yeah, we were dating maybe a year and a half, and I, being more of an outdoorsy type of guy, kind of want to introduce her to it. Wasn't really her thing. I said, yes, honey, there's shops. You can do some shopping, quaint stores, you know, it's just a good thing. Let's just get on the lake. So a friend of mine, he had a cabin he rented to me, and also hooked me up with a small skiff fishing boat. So we're on Cadillac, we get there, it was the middle of the week, everyone's at work, not the holidays. So we get out, get the skiff, get together, get out on Cadillac. Cadillac, a pretty big lake, sizable lake. A lot of homes around there, surrounding industries, businesses, restaurants. And so we're out fishing Cadillac, and then she's getting bored. We're about an hour into it. We got out on the lake at 10 in the morning. I tried to get her out there at 6 in the morning, you know, but at 10 o'clock it was. So we're out on Cadillac, and it's beautiful, don't get me wrong, but it was boring for her. We weren't catching anything. So I started exploring Lake Cadillac a little bit. Went over to Lake Mitchell, which is connected by a canal. Houses are there too. This is a nice sizable lake, but it backs right up to the Manistee National Forest. It's beautiful backdrop. But again, there's folks that live around there. It's not very secluded. Some sections are secluded. Where I went to, at the southwest section of the lake, was a little more secluded. So I have this little boat, and I'm drifting. I'm maybe 90 feet from shore, and Cindy's in the boat, and I started readjusting the fishing tackle, putting on some different lures, see if something different would work. When she says, hey, Rob, someone's tossing rocks at the boat. I said, what? And I didn't really hear anything. And I look, I see nothing. Yeah, Rob. I said, well, let me hang out with this, honey. Let me get our gear together, and I'll join you. She does it again, and I hear something, but it's almost like I said, yeah, that's cool. It's probably some fish jumping around. I said, look to the shoreline. The woods drop right into the lake. There's not a lot of area for people to hang out. There might have been, I recall like an 8-foot section that was kind of cleared out a little bit, but that's just from natural fall, trees falling down. Okay, Rob, she's a little perturbed. I said, I'll join you in a minute, please. She says, I'm almost done. Put my head down. Beautiful day on the water. We're like the only people on the water. Then I just look up for no reason. I see some object falling from the sky. I'm like, what is this? Not knowing really what it was right away until it landed about 4 foot from the boat. It was like a rock size of a baseball. So I, of course, feel like a dummy, and I'm like, I'm gonna go apologize to Cindy. Yeah, I guess there is somebody, but when I look to her, she's like standing up in this little skiff. I'm like, and I gotta say that Cindy was a sun goddess, a worshiper of the sun. Or she already had a ripping tan head to toe. Nice bronze color she had, and her body, what she had uncovered, she turned like white. She looked almost pale. I'm like, what is she looking at? I looked to the shoreline, and albeit they're standing there, there's this at least 8.5, 9 foot tall humanoid. Now you gotta remember, I'm like 90 feet and I'm even drifting in closer, so I get a good look at this thing. And it's wide, maybe 3.5, 4 foot wide. And I gotta tell you, beautiful, long flowing reddish brown hair. You can see it was covered in all this hair except for the chest area was gray, and the face was gray. And I gotta tell you, I seen this face. It looked like a human being that had some sort of, I hate to say it, like a stroke. I mean, one side of the face was kind of offset, eyes kind of drooped down a little bit, and the gray face was like this thing was 80 years old. It looked like it went through a war. It was just very odd looking. And I'm still processing this. I'm like, what is this, right? And so all of a sudden, this creature, being Bigfoot, whatever you want to call it, raised up its arms, and it kind of rolled back its like shoulders, and its head kind of dropped down a little bit. It drops its mouth, opens its mouth, exposes like, I've seen 2 sets of teeth up top, 2 teeth up top, 2 at the bottom. But this mouth opens, you could fit a softball in it. And then this guttural sound comes from inside it, and it just roars, screams, all in unison. not even moving the mouth. I get hit with this, and my vision is distorted. I'm seeing like through a filtered lens, if you will. The colors dissipated, turned like a black and white, not quite black and white, but very, very dull. And now I hear Cindy, she got hit with the same. Now Cindy at this time, she's 5'1", 109 pounds, a little thing. She fell into and the skiff is not very big, right? She falls off into the lake. Now, I try to go to my right to get her into the boat, but you guys, I can't move. I'm like paralyzed. Now I'm getting, on top of all of this going on, I can't process anything. I'm getting scared, and I just remember trying to shake my head. I gotta snap out of this, what's going on? I'm thinking. I snapped out of it, regained my vision a little bit better, the colors came back, and now I'm back to reality, because I don't know if I was even in a real moment at that time, it seemed like. Go get her, pick her up, get her in the boat. Now we look, I was really, on top of being scared, I'm even more scared because I look to the shoreline, this thing is gone. She says to me, Rob, what do you think that was, honey? And then I go, honey, I don't know, what do you think it was? I threw the question back at her, and she goes, maybe I think it was that Bigfoot creature.
When it comes to investigating the unexplained, there are few who have had more of a lasting impact than J. Allen Hynek. Born in Chicago, Illinois in 1910, Hynek, who became a credentialed astronomer and professor, is best known for his work as a scientific advisor to the U.S. Air Force on Projects Sign, Grudge, and Blue Book. It was Hynek who developed the Close Encounter classification system for describing UFO interactions, and it was Hynek who is credited with introducing another phrase still in use today: high strangeness. As Hynek conceived of it, high strangeness applied to cases in which a UFO was seen in conjunction with other inexplicable phenomena within the same event. Over time, through popular use, the term has been used more broadly to talk about any combination of impossibles in both the context of one event or spread out over time. And so it was inevitable that high strangeness would be applied to the subject of Bigfoot, based on observation and the human desire for explanation. In other words, the all-inclusive nature of high strangeness welcomes many theories as to what Bigfoot may actually be, ranging from UFO occupant to interdimensional portal jumper, and some even stranger suggestions have been posited.
Well, the two strange ones are the connection to the Nephilim in the Bible, and then that they're workers for aliens from other planets, and they come here to mine minerals.
A lot of times you hear things about them being interdimensional or paranormal in some way. I actually don't personally believe that they're necessarily paranormal. I just think they're really, really rare. But you hear all kinds of things about them being able to open portals and walk in between them and things like that. But I don't even know how you would prove that, though. It's a tough field to try to do alone, let alone trying to prove they're interdimensional.
Some of the stranger theories that have been put forward to explain what Bigfoot is includes things like the extraterrestrial hypothesis, that Bigfoot is some sort of UFO occupant / servant of the Greys or whoever is actually piloting these craft and are used in sort of a scout fashion, or they themselves may be the ones coming here from other worlds. That is maybe the strangest, maybe not, because there's other things like just a interdimensional entity suggestion that's made, that these things can pass through various realms that we're not able to normally perceive, and they can wink into or out of our reality, you know, presumably whenever they feel like doing so.
I'd have to say 100%, and I say that because it's an easy way to explain away all the weird stuff that nobody else can explain. I mean, it doesn't fit in our conception of reality.
One that I've heard throughout the years, it hasn't come up that often, would be that they're an evil being, an evil creature or whatever, and that they have the ability to appear or disappear again at will. Those are a few that I don't know if it's because there haven't been that many people with different theories, or it's just that I'm more on the closed mind opinion of interesting, unusual theories as compared to grassroots, down to earth theories such as a thing as a flesh and blood animal.
Well, a lot of times they associate it with strange lights in the sky, or they associate it with like disappearing in plain sight type situations, or orbs, for example, are involved.
Connection to portals is the big thing, you know, that they portal in and portal out. The Bigfoot can do it whenever they want and wherever they want.
Many people have used the term paranormal when describing their encounters with Bigfoot.
I've heard all kinds of things, whether you're talking about something extremely paranormal, you know, it's a spirit, or it is some kind of a shapeshifter, you know, that kind of thing comes up a lot in Bigfoot circles. To, it could be an alien, you know, something from another planet that either comes and goes, gets dropped off here, maybe does its own research and then goes back. And I'm not laughing because I don't know, that would be really interesting. It just would kind of scare me, so I wouldn't be the one to look into that. Bigfoot is paranormal if you're saying outside the normal, like we don't have the physical proof that science needs. So I've changed my mind on that a lot.
I've had people tell me about what we in the Bigfoot field call mind speak, what some people tell us that Bigfoot is communicating with me through ESP. He doesn't open his mouth. I mean, I can't see him open his mouth, but I can hear him in my head asking a question or telling me, don't be afraid, or don't come any closer, or whatever.
There is a supernatural aspect to this world, to this plane of existence, and I believe that. I believe we've been told about these beings, and they are, my current thinking is they're likely beings of this unseen realm.
You have the pictures of the footprint track line going through the snow and then just stopping and ending. How do you explain that?
That term carries many implications, conveying that something is happening alongside of or beyond the accepted norm. Something is being observed that does not conform to known natural laws. The result is often a sense of emotional overwhelm for the witness, because they're not only seeing a Sasquatch, but also experiencing phenomena such as telepathic communication or mind speak, or an abrupt blanket of silence falling upon the woods, or the presence of luminous orbs in proximity to Bigfoot. Well, one pocket area where high strangeness in its true form had been seen and cataloged was, it's been a while, but in 1981, in Rome, Ohio, in Ashtabula County, there was a huge outbreak of incredibly strange things that happened. This is documented in a book called Night Siege that was written by Dennis Palichis, that interestingly enough, many of the same events were corroborated by another book called Strange Creatures by a man named Larry Peters. And he's actually named in Night Siege, so that puts both of these men, Dennis and Larry, in Rome in 1981. And it's just this escalating series of events that begins in late June of 1981 with the sighting of a dark figure on all fours with glowing red eyes. Not very specifically identified beyond that. But then the next night, the same family has a sighting at no further away than 35 feet of a 9.5-foot Bigfoot, black-haired, glowing red eyes, and things only get stranger from then, to the point where by July 1st of that same year, you have shadow figures in the tree line waving blue wands, UFOs being sighted flying overhead, those UFOs being shot at by this family. The UFO returns fire in the form of a light or a laser beam. And then you have a whole host of large Bigfoot-like dark figures with red glowing eyes approaching the family home, retreating, being shot at, evidently hit, falling to the ground, getting back up, going into the trees, coming back out of the trees. And this takes place over a series of a couple nights.
There was once November 9th, 2019, and we were at an expedition in Kentucky at the land between the lakes. In the trees, there's all these red bouncing balls type things that are glowing all over the place. And there was like at least a dozen of them. And I'm like, oh no, here we go. I don't want to look at it. And so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna look at it. And sure enough, I mean, these things were in the trees and they were just darting around and they were red, they were bright red. And I'm just like, I don't know what it is. It's not hurting us. They eventually went away. And then we went on with our night. And then later that night, I was down the road with this gal, Lori Russell. And up the road, there was Larry Sidwell and his crew. And all of a sudden, we started feeling strange. And she said it, and I was thinking it. I was just going to say it. And then Larry gets on the radio and says, "Are you guys okay?" And we're like, "Yeah, but we just kind of have the creeps going on right now." And he said, "I just saw a Sasquatch run between you and me."
I just felt like I needed to get out of that area immediately. I didn't feel safe, and I had a companion with me. And she didn't feel that way, but I did. And I kept saying, "Let's go, let's go." She says, "Why? What's wrong?" I said, "Let's go. I'll tell you when we're out of here. Let's go."
You hear stories about Sasquatch and Dogman working together sometimes. I've heard those, but nothing like, oh, you know what I have heard? All right. Bigfoot, now this is the interdimensional side, the psychic side of Sasquatch. I've heard or been told that they can see through the eyes of eagles if they want to. So say eagles are circling, we have bald eagles here now, and they'll look through their eyes to find prey or a dead carcass or something of that nature.
Right away I thought about a sighting report that I took that was in Portage County, Ohio. And there was a gentleman who asked me to come out to, I guess it was kind of a farm. I mean, it was a semi-rural area where his house was, where he and his wife both experienced something. So we got on some side-by-side, and we went back to a big field where there was somebody else that would grow crops out there. And he and his wife were out there, and they saw something along the wood line that they said was walking, looked humanish, but was covered in hair. But the paranormal part of it was that it was changing colors. And so he was, I don't recall right now what different colors, but almost like if I'm remembering right, it was almost like a rainbow of colors that as it was walking, it was turning these different colors, and then it disappeared.
There's no question that whatever was on the opposite side of that set of railroad tracks was a bipedal, upright, walking individual that was extremely close to human characteristic.
I was very close. I actually have a couple pictures where we found tracks across a field, and it was across the whole field, but it was snowing so hard at the time that everything started filling in. So like, we were trying just to get pictures before it happened, that sort of thing.
While some investigators would prefer to turn a blind eye to these elements of eyewitness testimony, there may be some value in considering the paranormal aspects of a brush with Bigfoot. For reasons that continue to elude us, a Sasquatch sighting can sometimes be rather unlike sightings of other animals in the forests of the Heartland. Here, of course, the researcher must rely on the recollection of the eyewitnesses, who, on occasion, express far more than just a sense of awe and wonder, reporting incidents that skirt the bounds of a merely physical interaction with an unknown primate.
I was driving, actually a taxi that night, and I was picking up a girl that closed a little tavern in the town of Fountain, Michigan. This particular night, it was 2 a.m. There was no cars on the road, on Fountain Road. And it was just me and her. We came around this little bend out of Fountain. The road curves and then it straightens, and we went up. There's a slight hill. I wouldn't know if I'd even call it a hill, but it does come up a little bit. And once we got over that hill, we both at the same time noticed these eyes. We didn't know they were eyes at first, but we noticed these two kind of yellow glowing objects off the side of the road. And she saw it too, and she's like, "Jay, what the heck is that?" And as we get closer to it, I was gonna come to a complete stop. But soon as I said I was gonna stop, she reached over, she didn't say anything, she just slapped my leg and she's like, no, you're not stopping, But I just went as slow as I could. The last time I looked at the speedometer, I was below 20. And we're coming right up on this thing, and there's a big tree, and it's standing just on the other side of the tree, but enough that you could see its whole upper body, its shoulders, its head. It had long hair, like grayish white colored hair. It wasn't dark at all. It was very windy that night. Its hair was actually blowing across its face, and you could see the hair kind of was hitting its shoulders and blowing across its face. It had huge eyes. I would say, we both talked about it after this. I'd say like the size of a golf ball, roughly. Way bigger than I'd never seen a human with eyes like that.
I can't talk to family, can't talk to my wife about it, although I think they're slowly beginning to understand that what I've experienced is really real, and actually with the audio accumulation over the past 6+ years, I think it's rather unique because I've been consistently being able to get really out of this world type of audio and vocal expressions from beings that I can't identify other than, the fact that they exist and they live in our woods.
There is some contention within the field as to whether or not paranormal connections should be entertained while collecting Sasquatch reports. This is nothing new. The 1924 Ape Canyon incident near Mount St. Helens is fairly well known, and most Bigfoot enthusiasts are aware of the alleged attack on the prospector's cabin. What tends to be underreported is the fact that Fred Beck, one of the principal witnesses, consulted a spirit guide in the process of prospecting for gold, and considered the apes they saw as some sort of spiritual beings. Much of the time, this information is omitted from the Ape Canyon discussion, an editorial decision that has more to do with worldview than historical accuracy.
Well, putting it that way, if they do, they shouldn't. Everything that is turned into an investigator research or whatever should be cataloged, and if it's, if someone asks, has that type of an incident ever come to light, they should be willing to discuss it. I don't think that you should withhold anything unless it's absolutely, very sensitive or very critical, that it shouldn't be discussed publicly until you've made further progress with it.
The question remains, does it hurt or hinder the cataloging and discovery of this unknown species if investigators include, or exclude, some of the more far-reaching aspects. Researchers often receive a wide variety of reports, some of which seem highly plausible, and others that strain credulity. It's up to the individual researcher to evaluate, organize, and convey reports to the public.
I don't think, like with the Tri-County UFO Study Group, when I first started going there in 1985, they were UFOs, mainly about UFOs, but they had the Bigfoot that they had discussed too. So they didn't try to present, when I first started going there, they didn't try to present, hey, here's what happened in Rome, here's what happened in Minerva, and so on. Here's what we think is real, and this is the way you should think, or this is what we want you to believe. They didn't try to do that. And I think as long as a researcher or an investigator does things on their own to the fullest of their ability, catalogs it, documents it, and so on, I don't think there's an issue with them discussing that publicly or otherwise, even if they try to convince you of it. You know, some people are just so adamant because they believe that that's what the case is. And maybe it's real. Maybe they're on top of things more than other people are, and maybe they have the answer, but yet they don't know it, you know, because of what they've investigated. So I don't think there's an issue with people trying to connect the two. Like I say, we don't know for sure yet what the answer is to what the existence of Sasquatch or otherwise is. So
you really have to be very disciplined in how you gather and catalog data. But with high strangeness, for example, I think it's important to point out that the original use of that term actually comes from the UFO world, and J. Allen Hynek is the one that I've seen as the person who's responsible for coining the phrase, or at least popularizing it in common usage. And in that case, high strangeness is nothing more or less than weird things happening at the same time. So in his case, he was talking about UFOs, like a craft or a flying saucer being seen with orbs in the same proximity, or UFOs plus strange occupants being seen exiting that. Now you've got high strangeness because it's two anomalies right next to one another. So in some cases, there's not necessarily a need to separate the two. They just happen to be in the same place at the same time. High strangeness, I think, has come to mean, among some people, paranormal, quote unquote. And it doesn't necessarily mean that. You know, you could have, like in the case of the Minerva monster, for example, you could have Bigfoot being seen in proximity to panthers or mountain lions. That's high strangeness by definition. There's nothing paranormal necessarily about either creature, but the fact that they're seen together is what puts it into that category. And so then you can just say, well, what were they doing together? And those are valid questions. But I think it is, if people want to separate supernatural causes or phenomena apart from a material world living primate, that's their prerogative. They can do that, but it might be more interesting to see those two things together, or a multiplicity of things together, Bigfoot with an orb, with something seen in the sky. Well, why? What was happening that night, perhaps, that caused all those things to be seen together legitimately? Often they must weigh the outcome of a full disclosure approach, wrestling with the question, does it hurt the credibility of the field to include details of sightings that are outside the realm of the natural world?
I think whatever you specialize in, you're gonna focus more on in general too. So it's like like I said, I've had reports of, where people say that they just disappeared, and I don't really know other than the fact that my explanation is you don't have to walk into a portal. Their camouflage is an amazing thing, and I've seen people in just a ghillie suit in general who can step only 10 feet back and you won't even know they're there. So I think personally it's like that. But if you specialize in one field, you're going to lean more towards that. So for me, if I were to get more really paranormal side of it, I would do an investigation, but I would try to contact somebody I know who is more into the paranormal side and let them know that I had that report also.
There were all kinds of reports that were coming in from Damascus, Ohio, the Salem area, which I had had a few from there before, but these were from hunters and fishermen who weren't into Bigfoot, didn't know each other, and got a slew of reports from there. So I'm just giving that as an example how the year before and this year were very different. If your problem is that people argue about it all the time, I guess that's a problem.
The high strangeness thing happens. Weird things happen in the woods. Now the question is it Bigfoot related or not? You know, the big thing like people are talking about is orbs. You know, and orbs and Bigfoot. I've seen orbs. I've seen orbs, I've seen Bigfoot or heard of it in that area and been out there on an expedition or whatever and had some Bigfoot related activity and the orbs. Now the question is, are they related or are they just totally happenstance?
I was reluctant to put some of those stories in some of my earlier books, but surprisingly enough, when I started to do that, I had other witnesses say, yeah, the thing did disappear, but I didn't tell you that because I was afraid you wouldn't believe anything I'd told you. And how it disappeared, I don't have a clue, whether it, you know, did enter a portal or I don't know. But, you know, if you get enough people telling you things like that, it makes you wonder, well, is there a connection here? Is this true?
And it could be because Stan's association with MUFON and me obviously being a total Bigfoot investigator. So yes, so a lot of people that might have an incident might say, hey, I'm not gonna go to him, he's a Bigfoot guy. I'd rather go to the MUFON rep in Ohio and maybe there would be some difference. So yes, of course that could happen.
Despite individual preferences, such as the desire to maintain scientific integrity in the field of hominoid investigation, there's no denying that even the most hardened of skeptical researchers have come across at least one extremely strange sighting in their career of recording encounters. Even when said researcher is reluctant to endorse such an account, the stories remain memorable for their oddities and may contain information that confirms a later breakthrough. I think there is probably a handful, at least, of situations where Bigfoot is sort of hiding in the shadows, almost literally, of people. I also think that they get a sense of our patterns. Like, there's always reports of Bigfoot being seen in and around farms and along tree lines and in places where they're used to being able to go, like a fully grown cornfield provides a lot of cover. As soon as that corn is harvested, now some of their ways of getting from point A to point B have vanished, or else they'd be walking out in the open. So I think that there's a demonstrable number of reports from Ohio of farmers who have been out, you know, doing their business, and they look out of the corner of their eye and they see in the tree line Bigfoot who's probably been opportunistically feeding on the crops or whatever those farmers are producing.
In 1977, there, I believe it was Tupelo, Mississippi, there was a film that was shot. It was 8mm. There was a family that was on an outing, and on their way back home, they had this Super 8 movie camera, and they seen this thing on the opposite side of a set of railroad tracks. These railroad tracks were 4 feet high because of the terrain and all that, the water that was in the area or whatever. On the other side of the railroad tracks, above the railroad tracks, another 4 feet, was a black hair-covered individual walking. They took movie film of it. That movie became known as the Mississippi film. There was a researcher whom I will not name who was able to get a first-hand copy of the film. He knew people at the JPL laboratory in California. He sent a copy of the film from still photos and all that he took off of his refrigerator to the JPL lab in California. They did computer enhancement on it. I also, just for the sake of curiosity, happen to have an 8.5 by 11 color print of the 3 frames that they did with the Mississippi film, that the JPL did. That's why I can tell you that I know for a fact that it looks extremely close to human, except for the fact that it's covered with hair. That's one that very few people know about because it didn't hit the media, it didn't hit the press. Only a handful or so of researchers knew about it because on a close inner circle was who discussed it, who knew about it, you know. So the Mississippi film may be one of the best pieces of evidence out there, you know, on top of the Patterson film.
There was one time in Salt Fork, I was in part of the park, the northern end of the park, where a lot of people don't go. You have to go outside the park to get into it. And it was the day after Christmas, and I was down there with the person I was dating at the time. And we just went out to this area, and you'd swear to God that you remember the old TV shows where the women would hang up their laundry and hum and sing along or whatever? Could hear as, you know, off in the distance as light as day. There was nobody there. There weren't houses anywhere. The nearest house was 1.5 miles away. How do you explain that? You can't. Is it weird? Did it happen? Yes. Does it have anything to do with Bigfoot? I don't think so, but it's possible. But weird things do happen out there. Weird lights happen, you know. UFOs, I've seen where one of my witnesses was, I've seen a UFO on that property. Does that mean that it has anything to do with the Bigfoot? No, actually a year later we had Bigfoot screams come from that property. But that doesn't mean they're related.
When people go out and look for Bigfoot, you know, we have, as I always say, that Bigfoot meter is going off in your brain. I want to find Bigfoot. I want to find Bigfoot. Well, believe me, we get out of the car, a whole group of us, and there's a Bigfoot, you know, 100 feet away in the woods. What's going on? Oh, they're looking for me. You know, they stay away. And unfortunate for us is we wear deodorant, we brush our teeth, we comb our hair, we wear lotion, and we make rings that make noise and phones that make noise. They hear everything. I mean, and they're so acute compared to us because, like I say, they have an unbelievable sight, unbelievable hearing. It's so obvious they do. When people say, well, I saw this thing on the mountainside. What was it doing? It looked like it was observing us, but I was looking through binoculars at it. Well, they're looking with no binoculars. So what does that tell you? They can see great distances and they understand, and they know humans have bad intent, so.
There is always the concern that personal bias could influence the way a researcher interprets the reports that are received. This requires some self-awareness on the part of those who compile Sasquatch files, including honesty about how their own beliefs and experiences might influence their interaction with the data.
If a track line suddenly comes to an abrupt stop and you see this line and then it doesn't continue even though it should, explanation-wise, the idea that it stepped into a portal and now is gone, narratively is satisfying. And you think, well, that makes some sense anyway, at least in terms of offering an explanation. So the problem becomes then, if that explanation satisfies me, then I'm going to start to interpret all the evidence that crosses my path through that lens. So that I think, well, all Bigfoot must clearly be interdimensional because of this one situation that I've come across. And the problem with that is then you sort of blind yourself to what evidence actually has presented itself, but you've got your blinders on to this one way that makes sense to you, and it sort of filters out the rest. That's the real problem with it that I see.
I know a lot of folks out there that are adamant that they're, 100% flesh and blood, and this woo stuff is incredible. But I've experienced things beyond. I mean, not even the Sasquatch. in a church, a Catholic church. I'm not even Catholic. I witnessed a play of light that was just nothing other than miraculous, if you will. It was an incredible witness experience, and it just reinforces the thought that this world is a supernatural world. I would rather be in that camp than be someone who's so ardent in their position and really recalcitrant, inflexible in both thought and mind and imagination. I think it was Aristotle or Plato, one of the two, said the masses are incurably ignorant, and your general population is typically generally ignorant of this matter, of other supernatural matters, and it's a big pill to swallow intellectually. I wish academia and the scientific community would take this more seriously, because the weight of the evidence, mostly eyewitness testimony, is enough to win in any court. Where am I going? The totality of evidence in this Bigfoot thing, even in the presence of all the weird stuff, suggested that the phenomenon is real. It actually demands that this is real. So if academia and the scientific community would get off their academic butts and get past their own little pompous, self-righteous views of the world, then I think we can get some serious people. But that's, we wouldn't be here today if that weren't a challenge. It is a challenge to get the general population and other folks involved. But I think it's so important because it really gets down to the questions of our very existence. Where do we come from? Why are we the only species on the planet that is not naturally adapted to live in all climes of this earth?
Well, some people adhere to the flesh and blood theory. Other people, not so much. They're convinced that these things are interdimensional, or possibly a government study. Something went awry and now they've got these creatures out there. They're how do you pronounce it, the Nephilim? Nephilim. There's all kinds of theories out there. Until we actually get our hands on one to study it, and we may have already had that happen, but I think it's been covered up. We don't know yet.
If we're going to treat this subject seriously, I think we have to have science and proof and documentation and evidence to, put it forward so that people stop saying that they're coming out of spaceships. It's very important to have the evidence. So, yep, we can't prove it. What those red orbs were, we can't prove that they're connected. We don't even know what they are. No one's captured them. I mean, sometimes you see things on video, but there's just no way to make that connection except for coincidence.
It also begs the question, do researchers who are known to be open to high strangeness cases invite more witnesses to come forward, thereby coloring their region as weirder than other geographic locations? Are given areas actually affected by their most prominent researchers?
I'm sure that I get more of the flesh and blood type of reports than maybe somebody who their whole focus is on that. I would think that that would make sense. And I hope that I present myself in a way that people really do understand that I'm not going to laugh at them no matter what they tell me. I did have one report, and this is the truth, where one I had where I went to call the witness, and it was something like, like on The Simpsons, where they, see more butts or something like that, and then I was like, haha, and the guy starts laughing on the phone. He's like, I can't believe you called me. But I didn't get it until I said it out loud. But then there was another one where a guy said that Bigfoot was stealing beer out of his aunt's garage, like that kind of stuff. I'll laugh about it and then I'll be like, no. But if somebody's like the gentleman and his wife that said they saw this Bigfoot that was changing colors, I'm not going to laugh about that. So I hope people will approach me either way, but I'm sure that, you know, my focus, for good or bad, is with a natural creature. So I bet I get more of those types of reports than someone who has something that's very different.
Yeah, I do think that there is most likely a symbiotic relationship, right, between the person who's willing to talk about this with other people and the reports that come in. So if there is a sense in which a certain researcher kind of creates a sense that this is a stranger place than others, it may just be because they've shown themselves to be trustworthy and they're not going to make somebody feel terrible or stupid for coming forward with their story. So I think those two things may work together, but it's for a more altruistic good reason than it is like we're only getting reports because this guy's fabricating stories. I don't think that that's happening.
I don't criticize or ridicule anybody for their theories because we really just don't have the firm answer in our grasp at this point in time as to what this thing is.
Investigators into the unusual and unexplained are regularly cautioned against the impulse to explain one mystery with another mystery. This is sound advice, to be sure. However, this does not mean that an episode of true high strangeness must be automatically discounted or ignored. This calls for careful observation, an understanding of human nature that is open-minded but not naive, and enough humility to accept that there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our philosophy.
Well, you can't explain one mystery with another mystery, right? And there's some truth to that. I think if you're trying to explain something, to say, well, we don't know this and we don't know that, but if you put them together, all of a sudden you have answers, I think is a little wishful thinking, probably. But in terms of high strangeness, the real problem I see with it is that actually it has great explanatory power in a narrative way. What I mean by that is if a track line suddenly comes to an abrupt stop and you see this line and then it doesn't continue even though it should, explanation-wise, the idea that it stepped into a portal and now is gone, narratively is satisfying. And you think, well, that makes some sense anyway, at least in terms of offering an explanation. So the problem becomes then, if that explanation satisfies me, then I'm going to start to interpret all the evidence that crosses my path through that lens.
To me, paranormal can just be something that really is normal that you can't explain. You don't have the ability to explain it yet. And there's all kinds of things that science can't explain yet. So just because it is paranormal right now doesn't mean it won't be mainstream in the future. Everybody has a place in Bigfoot research. Do your thing. We'll see who comes up with the evidence at the end. You shouldn't be afraid of somebody with a different opinion.
All bets are off now. Everybody's getting into the UFO aspect, and there could be a connection to that alien connection. I'm not saying they're not Gigantopithecus. What I'm saying is they could be everything in between, starting off with Gigantopithecus all the way to aliens or Nephilims.
There's two factions basically, but I don't think they need to be divided. If I have a piece of the puzzle and you have a piece of the puzzle and somebody else has a piece of the puzzle and they actually don't, even if it is on a paranormal side, if they have something kind of good evidence outside of the paranormal, it's like, come talk to me. I would be more than willing to work with anybody. And because how do you put a puzzle together if you don't have all the pieces? For us specifically, it is hard enough for us to prove things without adding the paranormal, which a lot of academia doesn't accept at all anyway.
To me, the most obvious one that there's always debate about is what they call woo and interdimensional beings. I have a problem with it. I'm in the flesh and blood camp, and that I find that it's possible and people do talk about it. Is it probable? Not in the science we have currently now. And with that, you can't answer questions with other questions that need answers too. It leads to a circular spiral, and it becomes a argument or discussion that just becomes circular because there is no answer, obviously.
There's all kinds of theories out there. Until we actually get our hands on one to study it, and we may have already had that happen, but I think it's been covered up. We don't know yet.
Something about just because the phenomenon cannot be proven does not mean that the phenomenon should not be studied. And maybe one day we will figure out what it is, swamp gas or something else like that. But I think all this stuff should be studied. And one of these days we will have discovery, and then we can go back on all the evidence and everything that we've done so far, and hopefully, it shows up to be a real animal.
You have to consider everything, and until we raise our level of understanding of this phenomenon, you have to consider everything.
My name is Steph. My friends have called me Tess all my life. I was born in Michigan, lived out of state for a long time, came back to Michigan, and was here for a year in a home that my husband and I purchased while he finished up business down south. And in the time that he was out of state, I was living in this it's an old house, but it's a new property to us, for a year before he came back. In the time that he was gone, I was telling him, I think this place is haunted, because stuff kept happening. I kept hearing things. We'd hear chairs moving. We'd hear activity in the house that, even though I'm armed, a lot of the time, I'd check out, there's nothing there, but it was still scaring us. And in thinking that the house was haunted and telling him that doesn't play well with a husband who's absent. He must have thought I was giving into stress or something. I don't know what he thought. But by the time he'd come back, and I'm still going on about what I'm hearing and what he doesn't hear, that was awful. There's a phenomenon where people become aware there's something wrong at night, but they can't get out of bed. They can't stir themselves. And that was happening to us. My husband, if something scared the daylights out of me, I might scream. He could never hear me. I could shout. He would never hear me. I'd look over at his bed. I have looked over at his bed, and his bed would be shaking, shuffling. He's not waking up. I tell him about it the next morning, and it's one of those, I didn't know anything about it. And of course, the stranger the stories get, the more I get that look on his face that's just tearing me up. And I'm hearing outside the house, I'm hearing massive footsteps. Nothing, no deer make sounds like this. Step, step, step. I was hearing what I thought were, you ever been to a powwow? As best I could come up with. I tried to tell James about it the other day. If you've been to a powwow, you'll hear the dancer's feet. And I was hearing that. And I was hearing what I thought was someone playing a flute. And the best I could describe that was like a Japanese low-tone flute. And realized in listening to this that there had to have been two persons, because I'm hearing a measure and then a counter. And they were playing together, and you'd only hear them very low. But it was music. My husband at the time was telling me that he could hear sometimes what he thought was the sound of like a trumpet playing distantly. At a point in that same period of time, this is accumulated events, I'm hearing someone singing. And it was a beautiful, beautiful voice. I don't, mellow, sweet, peaceful, beautiful, feminine. I think that they're there more than just seasonally, but seasonally things ramp up. They can also make these sounds with their mouths. I have a Siamese cat that was a young feller sitting in the living room window, summer, windows open, getting toward evening, just starting to dark a little bit. I'm in the living room chair, my husband's sitting on the couch, cat's in the window, and we had one run past the living room, again, the living room windows. And I couldn't say whether it were a dirty white or a light gray, but it was moving. It was really moving. And my cat must have caught it the same moment I did, because the cat pretty much levitated. He looked like he'd been shot out of a cannon. He was gone out of that window immediately. And so cat knows what's going on. As time has passed, listening to podcasts and things, I've heard folks mention mind speak. And if I had not encountered that myself, I would have say this person. But it is my habit to, people don't like the idea, I suppose, I'll put out food every single night for all kinds of critters. And I often, very often, bake cornbread and set it out there to the side of the house where my windows get pattered on and all that. Settling down for the evening, felt, heard, you'll get it, if you want to credit it as mind speak, inside the back of my head. If you were wearing a stereo headset, you hear inside the middle of your head, if it well balanced. Okay, I heard her, I call her the lady, I don't know what else to call her, laugh, just chuckle, and it was a sweet sound. And in doing that, she said, I want to say thank you. Visually, she's giving me the idea of her child, her son, her little boy, for the candy. Thank you for the candy. They don't have a word for cake or sugar or what, but she understood candy. Thank you for the candy. The little boy loved it.
If there really are Sasquatch in the Heartland, then clearly we have much yet to learn.
We're in Harrison County. Mm-hmm. We're in what's called the backwaters of Clendenning Lake, where Brushy Fork flows into Clendenning Lake, which is one of the many lakes for the Muskingum Watershed Conservatory District. One of the nice things about this lake is it's part of the Buckeye Trail system. And the Buckeye Trail comes down around one edge of one of these bays for the lake, and you can walk that trail down one edge of the bay and turn around, go across the road, and go up over the other edge and be about where you're back out. But it's about, I want to say, about a good 10-mile jaunt.
Oh wow!
You know, if you're going to go up through the woods,
mm-hmm.
And it's not a level area.
Right.
This is pretty hilly area down here. But this is, let's see here, this is Brushy Fork Creek. And this is like many of the lakes is a back feeder to the lakes to fill them up. It's down right now because every fall, November timeframe, they take the lakes down to help with the floods, to keep the floods down from happening in the spring. So they let the water out, then so they'll fill back up in the spring with the snows and the snow melt and the spring rains.
So why are we concerned about flooding? Can you go back and explain a little bit of what's happened over the years?
Back when everybody came into Ohio in the 1800s, they pretty much clear cut the eastern part of the state for the woods, for everything, for building their own stuff and for everybody else around the country. So they pretty much clear cut to the point by 1900, we were about 5% tree cover in the state. And you look about it now, we're about 60%, so we rebounded pretty good. But what that did is we had very open, you see how wide this creek is here. Yeah. These creeks coming down in these big, huge valleys that you drove down through when you came here. In the springtime, it would be a problem with the rains, with less trees and stuff on the property. Water would just flow out. So in 1915, there was a big flood that killed hundreds of people here in the Ohio Valley. And so their solution to it was to go down into these valleys, big valleys, and dam them up and help control the water flow as it went. So you've got what's called the Flushing Escarpment in just a few miles, probably about 5 miles down this area here. And what that is water on one side of the escarpment flows toward the Tuscarawas River, which is this area here, and on the other side of the escarpment flows toward the Ohio River. So they've got dams on both sides of the river to help control that water flow. I mean, you think about it, we didn't have a lot of swamps back in the day, back in the early times in Ohio, but of everything that's come in from these lakes, it's helped create swamps by backing up all the tributaries that feed into it. And then we had mine stripping. It came in the 1940s and went in and tore up the land and left big, huge strip pit ponds and swamps because they never reclaimed the property. And then in the 70s, fur trading got kind of bad. Everybody got a conscience about fur trading, so fur trading stopped, which meant the beavers thrived, the muskrats thrived, and they backed up a bunch of these things. And there was actually fields that people baled hay in, but now they're big swamps because the beaver came in, because nobody was trapping beaver anymore. Finally, we've got a program where we can go in and trap beaver now, but back then you couldn't touch them. And it really made a huge amount of swamps in the eastern Ohio area. This area here in particular is over the years has been a lot of reports come out of here. A lot of reports. In the springtime, people come down here and fish, and you can probably go to the BFRO site and find some of these reports that are here. But there's been 2 encounters that I've talked to with deputy sheriffs that just on this part of the Brushy Fork Creek alone, where it fills into the lake, where they've had encounters. And one of them was, there was a gentleman, they were down there. They come in here and night fish because as the water fills back up, the fish all come up into these creeks. So they'll go out there and build a fire and they'll stay out all night and fish. They heard some howling and some screaming, and they started mocking them and screaming back. Well, when they did that, it kind of, situation upgraded a little bit. All of a sudden, they started having rocks start coming, flying toward them and hitting the creek. And I said, hey, guys, that's not funny. Somebody's going to get hurt. Well, they got really pretty deliberate, a lot of rocks. And so they said, okay, let's go ahead and get out of here. As a matter of fact, they were just parked right off over the side here. So as they're coming out here, they're having rocks hitting this creek into the water the whole time they're coming out here. They got out here, and just about they got to the truck, a big one hit right on the other side of the creek where the truck was parked. They just threw their poles in the truck and got the heck out of here. He's currently a deputy with the county sheriff's office. He was law enforcement. I believe he was a village policeman at the time. And I've talked with a lot of law enforcement officers down here. I had another one had the similar experience. And we've also had law enforcement officers that coming through here and driving down the roads, just taking their time in this area with their lights flipping out on the side and that. Yeah. And one of them had some stood up alongside the road and just walked up into the woods. Oh. And they just turned the lights off, just kept going. I said, okay.
Swamps are wetlands dominated by woody vegetation such as trees and shrubs, and they usually contain standing or slow-moving water for part of the year. Unlike bogs, which are nutrient-poor, swamps are nutrient-rich, supporting a high level of biological productivity. They host diverse species: wood ducks, river otters, cottonmouth snakes, and freshwater shrimp and crayfish. Mammals like deer, raccoons, beavers, and mink use swamps for shelter, foraging, and breeding. The Midwest's swamps were shaped by glacial activity during the last ice age. Glaciers left behind flat terrain, shallow depressions, and poorly drained soils. Slow-moving rivers and frequent flooding created ideal conditions for wetland formation. Some of the largest swamps historically include the Great Black Swamp, which once covered much of northwest Ohio and northeast Indiana, draining into Lake Erie through the Maumee River. The Grand Kankakee Marsh in Indiana and Illinois, situated along the Kankakee River, was so vast and ecologically complex that it earned comparisons to the Everglades. Limberlost Swamp in Indiana also supported dense forest and rich wildlife diversity, as immortalized in the writing of pioneering naturalist Gene Stratton Porter. These ecosystems were central to regional ecology, human settlement, and wildlife diversity. Most Midwestern swamps were drained in the 19th and early 20th centuries to make way for agriculture and human habitation. As Euro-American settlement expanded, wetlands were viewed as barriers to agriculture, transportation, and development. Large-scale drainage efforts used ditches, canals, and subsurface tile systems to remove water from the land. Today, only fragments remain, though restoration projects such as the Cache River Basin in Illinois and parts of the Limberlost in Indiana show that reintroducing water can restore functions like flood control, water filtration, and wildlife habitat. These projects demonstrate that swamps remain ecologically valuable, even centuries after large-scale human alteration. Wetlands can recover and continue to provide critical ecological services. Interestingly, some historical swamp habitats overlap with Bigfoot reports. In a former tributary of the Great Black Swamp near the town of Defiance, Ohio, a witness observed a small bipedal figure walking along a fallen log at a distance of 30 yards before dropping out of sight behind a pile of tree fall. This encounter, which took place from a boat, occurred in 1998. After hearing a series of screams that, according to the witness, could curdle milk, he left the location for a different part of the river. On subsequent visits to the same lagoon, the witness reported further quick sightings, normally obscured by shadows. The swamp's dense vegetation and waterlogged terrain made these brief incidents difficult to follow, illustrating how these habitats provide natural concealment for elusive creatures. Even in heavily altered landscapes, remnants of these swamps can still act as refuges. Restoration projects and isolated wetlands not only support biodiversity, but may also explain why some sightings persist in areas that appear, superficially, to be human accessible.
As you know, they're not called swamps here, they're called marshlands. And usually the marshlands here sometimes dry up, but sometimes they don't. This year, we've had the marshlands stayed kind of a lot because we had a lot of rain in the spring. It's hard to get access into these areas because they're usually banned. They're dangerous. I do know of some people seeing things in these marshlands. Marshlands are very little. Some of the people that see things in marshlands say it was probably a bear, but we don't have bears here. Every once in a while, every 10 or 20 years, you might get a male cub that's been thrown out, mother kicked away, and it wanders this way, but doesn't survive. One instance, a gentleman saw one in the marshland over here at Proving Ground. And it had been raining that year quite a bit, so everything was underwater in there. And I went, and I hate walking through stuff like that because I don't know what's underneath.
They're everywhere. We have so many different swamps between Killbuck and all the bogs in the state. There's just so much, you know. Remember something, you know, especially a lot of people don't realize this. A lot of Northeast Ohio and Northern Ohio was swamplands. The Great Swamp was Northwest Ohio. All that drainage, all that water is still around. I mean, look it up on the lake. You got that Margie or Maggie Marsh or whatever. That's supposed to be the most diverse birding area in the whole country just about for migrating bird species. So if you have birds that are coming and going from there all year around, different times of the years, what does that tell you in terms of food source, water quality, things like that? Well, Northeast Ohio too, your big indicators what grows there. And when you see the types of trees that grow there, these are trees that live in swamps. They live in, like for example, a very common tree for all of us is a pin oak. You know, the Spanish called it the pin oak because of the little branches, the lower branches, that as they would get less and less light, they'd start shearing off like little pins onto the forest floor. And well, those were swampy areas. That's why it was called the Spanish oak or the Spanish swamp oak and things like that. So we have tons of water in this state, all throughout different sections of the state. So you have tons of bogs, tons of swamps, which is ideal for a Sasquatch or a Bigfoot family.
We have, I mean, I won't say a lot, but we do have swamps. There was a report of, in the 70s, not that far from here, called Bear Swamp, where people actually saw it in the swamp. And they put I mean, it's public record, I think you can look it up, but they actually saw them in Bear Swamp. So they filed a report and went from there.
You said that was in the 70s?
I believe the 70s, yep.
Another researcher that I'm acquainted with had the same thing happen to him that happened to me. We were walking along the area and we actually walked into this quicksand. And luckily he was able to get out, and so was I. I had somebody with me at the time, he didn't. Marshlands are kind of off limits to most researchers, unless you're really hardcore.
There are plenty of swamps in Ohio, and what really is fascinating to me is that there's a history of swamps that we've tried to do away with. That's caused problems later on, and I'm thinking of the Great Black Swamp here, which used to stretch almost from Fort Wayne, Indiana, up to what's today the Toledo area, bordering on Lake Erie. And so much of that land has been developed, drainage tile put in so that it could become dried, fertile farmland and cities and neighborhoods. But there have been environmental impacts to that, to the point where people are now thinking about how to restore swamp, to restore part of that swamp at least to its original state, or as close as they can possibly get it, because it was filtering things out that tend to cause problems now. I guess that's the impulse always with swamps, is that there's by and large such unpleasant places that we want to be able to utilize that land. Anywhere that you have a river or tributary of a river, you have some sort of low-lying swampland. And it's throughout the state. We have swamps in Ashtabula County. We have swamps throughout the southern regions of the state. Not so much in the northwest region, because again, humanity tried to do away with it, but things tend to get back to where they were originally, you know. And I find it interesting, just in places where I have lived in Ohio, people have tried to build homes on former swampland. They've drained it, only to discover that the swamps don't retreat so easily. And when it rains heavily, their basements are flooded and things. They wonder, why is this? Well, you drained a swamp to build your development.
When most people think of swamps, they picture mud, mosquitoes, tangled vegetation, and maybe even danger. And while swamps are challenging environments for humans, they attract a surprising range of visitors for reasons that are ecological, recreational, scientific, cultural, and even economic. Anglers, hunters, and trappers are drawn to the abundant fish and game. Waterfowl, deer, and fur-bearing mammals rely on wetlands for food and cover. Swamps also appeal to photographers and birdwatchers. Herons and warblers thrive there, offering unique observation opportunities. Scientific study is another major reason for swamp visitation. Wetlands play critical roles in carbon storage, water filtration, nutrient cycling, and flood buffering. Researchers monitor wildlife populations, invasive species, and habitat health. The dense, remote nature of swamps creates logistical challenges, but yields irreplaceable data. For example, biologists studying amphibian populations in the Great Black Swamp remnants rely on swamp navigation skills, careful observation, and temporary camera traps to gather data that can't be obtained elsewhere. Cultural and historical interest also draws visitors. Swamp landscapes often harbor archaeological sites or remnants of past cultures, historic trails and landscapes that tell stories about indigenous people and early settlers, and foster cultural memory and storytelling tied to myths and identity. For these visitors, a swamp isn't an obstacle, it's a landscape rich with human history, waiting to be interpreted. Swamps were historically important for Native Americans and early settlers, and many wetlands still harbor folklore. One striking example comes from Ohio. In the summer of 1999, an experienced outdoorsman was scouting a remote section of West Branch State Park in Portage County while preparing for the upcoming deer season when he discovered a set of unusual footprints in deep, muddy terrain. At first glance, the impressions resembled human footprints, but their location, traversing thick mud instead of an obvious dry path, and their depth, suggested something heavier or differently proportioned. The tracks, which the witness estimated to be roughly a men's size 10, exhibited elongated toes and an apparent deformity on the left foot. The stride length was comparatively long, requiring the 6-foot-tall observer to stretch to match it, and the trail extended roughly 700 yards into a forested ravine before disappearing. The witness also recalled previously hearing loud, unfamiliar wails and shrieks while night fishing in the area, sounds he did not attribute to known local fauna. A local bait shop owner later shared an anecdote of a late 1970s encounter with a large, upright, fur-covered creature in the vicinity, further enhancing the site's lore. Swamps also provide living laboratories for ecological restoration. Projects like those in Indiana and Illinois reintroduce hydrology and native vegetation, monitor species recovery, and educate the public about wetland value. These activities underscore why humans continue to engage with wetlands, despite their challenges and their mysterious inhabitants.
This one gentleman, I'm gonna tell you what, this gentleman was a poacher. And he got with me and he told me he was breaking the law. He was in there duck hunting without a permit. He said this thing just stood up out of the water. He said he thought it was eating something or whatever. So he goes, it stood up. He goes, Mr. Shea, I'll tell you the truth. I defecated my parents. He goes, this thing was a monster. He goes, it was huge in the chest, it said on the shoulders. He goes, it was something out of a horror movie. It had all this gooey stuff on it and stuff, which is true because you got a lot of moss and stuff in these areas. And if it was squatting down in the water, it was probably had it on him. And I asked him, I said, well, what did you do? He goes, I got out of it. He goes, I didn't look back. He goes, it stood up, it looked at me, and I was gone. No, he said it was just nasty. It had gunk on it. That's his words, gunk. So I'm thinking maybe moss. As far as height, he just said it was large.
I mean, you go in here, and a lot of that is I'm going to say, contributed to the coal mines, or the stripping them when they came in and did that. It just, with all the stripping that was done, it's and the stuff they planted to keep the soil from washing away in the rains, it just went hog wild.
Yeah.
I say there's certain areas you can't even get around in here in Harrison County. You can't even get a rabbit dog through the brushes and that. It's so thick of brush. And this is you can look through here too and see how this is. It's just nothing but briars and everything around us. And over where Dawn's experience was, that was over by Conotton Creek. And that was a really big swampy area where the beaver had backed that up. And that whole bottom area through there from 151 over to the railroad tracks, on both sides of railroad tracks, it was just a mess.
So what do you think it is about swamps that are attractive to something like a Sasquatch?
Well, number one, people aren't going to hang out in them. So that's a big plus for them. But you have the other things, like I was saying before, you got beavers, you got muskrat, you got animals, you got raccoons coming down there, so you got food. So it's a good food source for them.
Yeah.
So, and not to mention that, but with all the brush and everything that's growing up, there's a lot of berries in this area. So they come down, they eat on the berries and take advantage of the food sources there.
Abundant wildlife, fish, frogs, insects.
When those swamps are at their peak, they attract what? Ticks, bugs, mosquitoes, everything that bites us that people don't like. So they can go back into those marshy areas especially during the summer or the spring, and people are not going to be going back there. So they can stay hidden until it's night.
They're inhabitable, like we can live there. I mean, the slaves actually used them as part of escape routes, and so did Native Americans during wars. So they're inhabitable, but they're not easy. And I think that's what it is. Most people who go out there, especially hunting, you don't really want to traipse through a swamp unless you have to. And I think that's just what it is. They can get in there and they can move around and get to where they need to go.
Because it's an easy place to hide where humans, unlike myself, well, maybe me would go, but not many people would take the risk of an adventure of going back into those areas. Because there's poisonous snakes, there's all different types of things that you got to deal with. And no one likes ticks, no one likes mosquitoes. It's pretty inaccessible, to be honest with you. And most our wetlands, especially marshes and bogs, are pretty much protected in the state. So the trails are very limited going in and out. So it's perfect for a Bigfoot.
I think a Sasquatch would be attracted to a swamp. Number one, because of the lack of likelihood that they'd run into a lot of humans around there. In addition to that, it would seem to be a place where a lot of food would be easily accessible. I don't know that Bigfoot likes frogs, but if he did, imagine the buffet that would be, just frogs alone. But assuming an omnivorous creature, you'd have all kinds of nutritious plant life, growing constantly. Access to water would be all around. It'd be easy to travel in a concealed way because there's no tracks that would be left unless they were walking on a muddy bank. Other than that, walking through a reedy area, there'd be no trace that would be left for them to travel. So I think there's a lot of pluses for a swamp. Not to mention the fact that a lot of Sasquatch sightings take place in areas that approximate a rainforest zone. So the humidity level would seem to be similar in a swamp to more of a rainforest type area. The number of Bigfoot reports coming out of dry, arid areas seems to be less than that of those that are more humid.
While swamps are ecologically rich and scientifically valuable, they're also among the most difficult environments in which to conduct field research. Studying mammal life in these areas presents a unique set of logistical, environmental, and methodological challenges that significantly limit data collection. Uneven terrain, mud, standing water, and dense vegetation impede mobility and visibility. Submerged logs and tangled roots increase risk of injury. Access is limited, vehicles become stuck, and GPS navigation may be compromised by dense canopy. Environmental hazards add complexity. Swamps host venomous snakes, large mammals, and biting insects that carry disease. High humidity and heat increase the risk of dehydration or heat exhaustion. Researchers must prepare for these hazards, often carrying specialized equipment and emergency plans. As far as methods are concerned, swamps complicate data collection. Waterlogged soils fail to preserve footprints, while flooding can erase signs of passage. Equipment may be lost or damaged, and visual observations are often partial or brief. Bigfoot Field Research Organization reports highlight these research challenges. In Ohio, at a state game land swamp in Tuscarawas County, wood knocks were heard in 2002 across dense vegetation, but visual confirmation was impossible. Similarly, in Calhoun County, Michigan, near Albion, in a swamp-adjacent woods, 2 young teenagers had a close-range encounter with a very stout, hairy figure. It happened in October 1979. The 2 14-year-olds were exploring wooded land and a swamp-bordered apple orchard behind a schoolhouse when they experienced a startling encounter. While walking in an unusually silent forest, they heard a loud thumping sound about 50 feet away, and both suddenly felt watched. Turning toward the noise, they observed a large, upright bipedal animal covered in thick reddish-gray hair retreating into dense brush while vocalizing a low, throaty sound. Only part of its body was visible, but its leg appeared thicker than the witness, and at least as tall as him. Amazed, they ran back to the nearby house. Afterward, they noticed deep ground impressions, broken trees, and heard loud screaming before and after the sighting, illustrating how natural obstacles limit both pursuit and evidence collection. Restricted land access further complicates fieldwork. Many swamps are private or protected land, requiring permits and seasonal coordination. These challenges explain why swamps are some of the least studied terrestrial habitats. While they offer unique insights into wildlife and ecosystem function, conducting fieldwork requires careful planning, resilience, and creative methods. Despite these difficulties, swamp research remains crucial for understanding wildlife, ecosystem function, and even the patterns underlying cryptid sightings.
It's just dangerous. You could drown, quicksand, you could slip, fall on a broken branch and impale yourself. There's a lot of things. Snake bite. We have copperheads here.
Getting access, permission, and being able to do it without damaging the environment. I mean, obviously, because they're critical ecosystems, so you have to be courteous of all those aspects. And in the same breath, I mean, how far off the trail are you willing to go? And a lot of people just aren't going to do it. There's just not going to happen. I mean, if there's a real good sighting report where you can get permission to go in, yeah, you might dig a little deeper. And I'm sure, like, through the years of what you guys have been doing, you probably realize these things are quite aquatic. So when it comes to waterways or anything like that, that's not an obstacle for them. It's a big obstacle for us, though.
Like I said, it's not very habitable. It's like, you know, when you go out and researching swamps, there's one area that I actually go to that does have a swamp, and we've done it, but it's such a pain in the butt. Like, we had to have hip waders, and you actually have to, like, walk with a walking stick. You can't just traipse on it, and, you know, you got to be careful where you're walking. You got to be careful of the environment, and, you know, like mud and getting stuck. Like I said, when I casted that one print, I lost a pair of shoes, I lost a pair of pants. I was soaked in mud from, like, head to toe, but I wasn't going to give up on getting my cast.
Challenges researching swamps begins with access. You may be able to gain access to some swampy areas, but it's then a matter of how are you going to get through it. That's not easy. When you have a lot of mud, you know, you're sort of post-holing your way through muddy areas. That's exhausting. You don't make much progress. It can be frustrating. Not to mention the fact that swamps host insects galore. And historically, like the Great Black Swamp, for example, was a breeding ground for malaria and other bug-borne diseases, and was known as a place of death, really, for those reasons. It's easy to get stuck and it's easy to get sick in a swamp. So I think naturally that's a place we try to avoid if we can. So the idea of going into those areas intentionally there are inherent difficulties that go along with that.
Times of year, is that relevant when it comes to swamp sightings? Does it matter? Is it year-round, anything?
I would say it's year-round in this area. One thing about this area is so remote. Mm-hmm. And as you drive up through here and you look out on the ridges and look out over the area and that, very well forested, not a lot of people. Harrison County's got 14,000 people in it. It's got 3 of these large lakes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of places they could hide.
About how much of this area would you think is swampland?
Swampland? Almost every place that has a bottom. Yeah, well, I have to say that even up in the upper areas, I've been up in some hilly areas and that where the creeks started coming down through the thing, and beavers would get up in there and dam it up. There's a large amount of swamp here because we have regulations. Once the beavers came in and started damming up the land, it created wetlands. And with the Environmental Protection Agency, the Wetlands Act that went in place, you can't just go in and say, okay, I really want to clear this land out here and make a field again. Can't do that. Now you have to deal with the wetlands. You have to make another wet source for wetlands in another area.
Swamps are ideal habitats for elusive creatures due to their seclusion, dense vegetation, and abundant resources. Human activity is often minimal, and dense brush, waterlogged soils, and fog obscure visibility. Sounds in swamps travel unpredictably, so vocalizations can be heard without revealing the source. Resource availability is high. Swamps support fish, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals like deer, raccoons, and beavers. Edible plants, tubers, and roots provide a year-round diet. Terrain complexity also favors creatures adapted for strength and balance. Large animals like moose or bear navigate wetlands efficiently, demonstrating how sizable organisms can exploit these ecosystems. Historical and cultural accounts reinforce the plausibility of a cryptid presence. Oral traditions and folklore often place unknown creatures in wetland margins, reflecting both physical inaccessibility and symbolic mystery. Real-world sightings reflect these characteristics. For example, in 2012, in Steuben County, Indiana, at a virtually inaccessible wetland near Fremont, a man observed a large figure moving toward a swamp. At first, the hunter thought he was watching a very tall person in a ghillie suit, but when the figure froze in place, he realized it was carrying no weapon and had nothing orange to indicate it was a hunter as well. The terrain prevented pursuit, demonstrating how swamps provide both concealment and auditory prominence for elusive species. Similarly, in 1984, in Michigan's northwestern Lower Peninsula, campers in Grand Traverse County heard overnight vocalizations and found large footprints near a swamp, emphasizing the combination of auditory and track-based evidence typical of wetland encounters. The combination of dense vegetation, waterlogged ground, abundant food, and low human presence makes swamps plausible refuges for large, intelligent, and elusive animals. Instead of isolating case studies, it's useful to synthesize patterns from reports across Ohio, Indiana, and Michigan. Swamps repeatedly appear as the backdrop for Bigfoot encounters. Tracks, auditory evidence, and fleeting visuals are consistent themes. In Michigan's Monroe County, a 2025 sighting by a father and son gave them the impression of something that was as big as a bear but looked like a gorilla. Their attention was first captured by the sound of a huge thud as the creature apparently leapt from a tree, and underbrush prevented an unobstructed look at the figure. The habitat evidenced abundant food in the swamp, deer and cattails, for example, while low human access allowed persistent activity. In Michigan's Claybank Swamp, located in Manistee County, a grandfather and grandson, wrapping up a day of hunting in 2009, observed an 8-foot-tall Sasquatch chasing a deer at dusk. As they were walking back to their vehicle, a 6-point buck suddenly bolted past them, followed closely about 6 feet behind by a large, dark, 8-foot-tall bipedal creature. The figure's long arms were outstretched as if attempting to seize the deer. Both witnesses were within about 20 feet of the creature, which paused, made eye contact, and then fled into dense woods, disappearing in roughly 15 seconds. The grandfather returned to the same location with his grandson the next morning, but they did not see it again. Such a close-range encounter highlights the combination of predatory behavior, the cover of twilight, and swamp concealment.
I think there are differences in sightings in swampy areas simply because of the role that water plays in those scenarios. A lot of swamp sightings, and here I'm thinking of one sighting and a witness that we spoke to down in Fouke, Arkansas, in the great swamps along the Sulphur River bottoms, had to do with fishing. You know, the creature appeared to be looking for fish to consume, maybe some frogs too, who knows. I'm trying to start my own little cottage industry here. Drinking water, that's one that has been observed in Salt Fork State Park, for example. A fisherman had an up-close sighting sometime in the 2000s of a creature coming out, hoping to evade detection, but then creeping face down to a creek in order to drink. So the water factors in the ways that you might imagine. Hosting food for Sasquatch, or using it to drink, or even in some cases perhaps to clean itself. And of course then using rivers or swamps as a means of travel.
I know some of the reports I've read, they don't run away like, you know, you say, everybody says, well, they see you and they run away. They don't.
I don't know about unique. I know, like, obviously a lot of people who see them in the swamps talk about them, they're moving slower, but I think that's because they're in the muck, you know. I also think that maybe one of the reasons that they stink is because they go through stagnant water, and you know, like we build up a lot of methane here. So like I have a feeling it's just stuck to the fur, you know, and that's one of the things that help makes them stink is you smell them coming.
Swamps shape sightings in distinct ways. Pursuit is difficult due to mud, hidden channels, and dense brush. Observers often witness only brief movement or silhouettes. Auditory encounters dominate. Sounds travel unpredictably, so growls, splashes, or knocks may be heard without a visual. Evidence preservation is fleeting. Muddy areas may briefly retain tracks, but waterlogged ground or flooding erase them quickly. This creates a pattern of brief, incomplete encounters typical of swamp sightings. Case studies illustrate this pattern. In the summer of 2005, a witness familiar with prior Bigfoot reports intentionally searched a wooded, swampy preserve in Geauga County, Ohio, shortly after a rainfall. While driving a secluded lane at night, she saw unusually large, blue-white eyes positioned high off the ground, and several smaller eye-like reflections below. The lights swayed before she fled the scene in fear. When she later returned with family, no physical evidence was found, though the perceived height of the creature was greater than her relatives. During a subsequent daytime visit on Halloween weekend, low rumbling growls were heard from within a dense swamp following imitation calls and wood knocks, interpreted by the group as a possible warning. In later, independent excursions, the witness and a friend heard a distinctive low whoop, heavy breathing near the vehicle, and bipedal footsteps, though no animal was seen. Additional experiences included an intense crescendo of honking geese, followed by patterned wood knocks, unexplained thrown objects, occasional impressions of footprints, and apparent tree sign suggesting non-human activity. BFRO investigator Mark Maisel noted that the growls emanated from a difficult-to-access animal trail in the marsh, and that the habitat supports a variety of wildlife. In April 2017, a family of 3 was driving a rural 2-track trail north of Higgins Lake in Roscommon County, Michigan, when they observed a large bipedal creature cross their path at high speed. The animal was described as being approximately 9 feet tall, covered in long black hair with a distinctive patch of white along its back, and running with a forward-leaning gait that brought its long arms nearly to the ground. Remarkably, a gray wolf they recognized from the area was seen running closely behind the creature, seemingly accompanying it rather than pursuing it. After the sighting, the family attempted to locate tracks the next day, but heavy overnight rain had erased any impressions. However, the witness noted other large 4-toed prints in the region. This highly unusual occurrence potentially demonstrates a combination of prey activity and coordination, dense cover, and the fleeting observation that swamp habitats foster. These environmental constraints help explain why swamp-based reports emphasize sound, partial visuals, and disappearing tracks, all consistent with the physical realities of wetlands. Auditory encounters dominate. In case after case, shrieks, moans, and howls were reported at night alongside footprints. In 1986, in Michigan's Delta County, located in the Upper Peninsula, teen campers reported overnight vocalizations with tracks nearby. These incidents reinforced the idea that swamps amplify sound while obscuring visibility. Evasive behavior is common. In Michigan and Indiana, creatures were observed briefly before retreating into dense vegetation or water, showing the natural limitations of human observation in these habitats. Across these cases, swamps consistently serve as refuges, shaping the timing, type, and reliability of sightings. Tracks are often temporary. Sounds carry, but visuals are partial, and human presence is minimal. All features consistent with both ecological reasoning and eyewitness reports. Swamp-based sightings are often partial or obscured. Witnesses may see movement through vegetation, eyeshine, or silhouettes, rather than full-bodied forms. This produces variability in size and shape descriptions, not necessarily due to misreporting, but because of environmental constraints. Swamps restrict pursuit, favor auditory over visual encounters, obscure observation, and reduce evidence preservation. These environmental features create a unique observational context, shaping reports and reinforcing the perception of an elusive, nearly undetectable creature.
So you showed me this picture. Can you talk to us a little bit about what happened here?
Well, it was taken about 4 years ago. What you see is something that's walked across, and this is the area what's created whenever they let the water down in the fall. And in the spring, it's a mud bed across there. So this is probably about 1/8 of a mile across here where this cove is. And the water had receded out to the point where it was just nothing but mud. And for some reason, something wanted to go across there. You know, it's coming from one side of the thing, didn't want to go down all the way around the thing, so it decided to go across. And this is actually really about when you look at the size of the step, it's about a human gait of taking a step is what it is. But it's also sunk into the mud about 4 to 6 inches.
Wow.
And it's a little bit larger than what is about a size 12 boot. We got this picture, it's days after by that time the mud had dried. But for some reason, somebody decided to want to walk across all that way instead of just coming another 100 yards down around and walking around the road and not have to deal with that. You can't say, well, it's an interesting thing. What would you wouldn't think a regular person would just want to walk across that. Once they got so many steps into it, they say, oh no, I can't do this.
Yeah.
So like I said, it was days after it is done dried and everything by then. So it's one of them things you kind of go, what was down here? What decided to walk all the way across this mud?
Yeah. So whenever you get a report that is near a swamp, how do you go about investigating a swampy area?
Well, swampy area, on itself, it's hard to do because, you're not going to get good tracks. One incident I had, matter of fact, in my experience, it was in a swamp leading up to where they came into the house at, or to the residence area at. And we went back the next day, and we went all the way through there, back and forth, looking for footprints. And we heard them come through. We knew they'd come through. We saw them when they got through and that. We heard them, but we couldn't find a footprint on the swamp anywhere. And we had probably about 7 people out there searching. I don't know, when you think something that large that's coming through there, they're going to make some sort of track. But that time we couldn't find any.
Yeah, it would be hard to do with it being so dense as well.
The briars. I think this area down here is one of the biggest briery thorn patches that was a cover crop that they put on the ground that would grow fast and keep the soil from eroding whenever it rained. This area right here is so remote and so foresty. It's very easily that there's some family members. I have probably about 5 miles down the road. I know this lady there. She thinks she has a family group living around her farm. But I think mostly through here they're traveling. This is a travel area. You've got the Buckeye Trail that comes down through here. You've got all this waterways in that, and this is just a good travel area. Even though there's some places down around here where we can count on certain times of the year, just to kind of keep an eye on it, because something's going to be happening, but we can't say whether they're traveling through here at that time of the year or there's something that's always staying in that area.
The trail that goes through here, have you ever received any reports from hikers?
I do. As a matter of fact, a couple of the guys that I get reports from, guys who go and maintain the trail, and they'll call me up and say, hey, I was down there this week, there's a structure, I'm going to go check this structure, or, I heard gibberish while I was, I stayed the night, pitched a tent and that, and there's all sorts of gibberish around me. So we do get reports on things going on in this trail. And this last spring, it was weird. Me and a couple of guys we were hiking up through here, and we got to the point up on the ridge overlooking this. We were the last two. Me and this other guy, we were the last two in the group of people we were walking. And all of a sudden, I stopped, and it was just this overwhelming smell of wet dog. And we're both looking at each other, and we just started looking around, and it was wide open. It was still in the spring and hadn't greened up too much, but we couldn't see anything. But it was overwhelming. I started looking in the trees and said, there's something around here.
With all of the swamp related reports that you've gotten, are there any patterns that you've noticed?
The biggest patterns on them is there's either a big waterway nearby or a old railroad bed nearby. And one of the things about this area is when the coal's fizzled out, a lot of these old rail trails, the rail lines, have got decommissioned. And you see a lot of activity along there, and those will go right through the swampy areas.
And I think with the swamp area, there's very limited ins and outs to the area. So where these incidents take place are the only places where people do have somewhat accessibility. So that would make it unique in its own aspect. But once again, you have the cover of the swamp. If they have to retreat back into it, most people just aren't going to make the effort to go back in after it. Plus, they're going to be scared to death, for one. I recall over in the Killbuck marsh area, that would be over in like Holmes County, I do recall a sighting report over there on the edge of Killbuck where and this was just driving down the road at night, and they saw one walking down the side of the road. And when the Bigfoot retreated, because they actually slowed the car down almost to a stop, it literally just turned, walked through the cattails right into the water, like right into the marsh away. And they said there was no way they could even go after it if they tried, because it just directly went into the muck. So I'm once again using it as a shield for us to not being able to follow.
I can the one swamp that we were at, when we did get in there, we actually did find prints. We found some 18-inch prints, and we were able to actually try to cast them in the snow. That some came out good, one didn't come out so good because it was actually, we were using plaster and you have to wait forever, and we didn't wait long enough, and it actually broke in half even though we had bracers. So just researching. Just, yeah, like, no, the place had activity, and we were just there doing research in general, and we were covering a lot of area that day. We just started with the swamp first.
On the other side of Clendenning, it was probably back in the 80s, and there was a gentleman. He was a worker at a dairy farm, doing his regular regime. Whenever he comes down to get ready to milk the cows and that, first thing you do is you get them all in, you get them all fed and that. Well, he got them ones in the barn fed, and he was going out to feed the heifers who were outside. As he come over, all the cows there, they're usually down by the hay mow where they put all the bales of hay in that for feed them. But for some reason, they were all backed up against the gate here when he come walking up. So he was bringing a couple buckets of grain and stuff to put out for him. So he had to get through the gate, get through these heifers to put this over on the bin. As he's doing that, he looks over toward the hay mow where they're normally at, and he sees a form sitting there, kind of crouched down by the hay mow. So as he's kind of looking at it, he moves around a little bit, and all of a sudden it stands up and just starts moving away, walking away from him. And there's a fence, which is probably about 5 foot high. So it just steps right over the fence and keeps on going up into the woods. So that was over on Weaver's Road, just on the other side of Clendenning Lake. So yeah, that was a really neat one. I liked it because that's what I did whenever I was in high school. I worked at dairy farms. I was in that situation quite a few times. I've never had that happen to me, but I've been out there early in the morning, about 4 o'clock, feeding the animals, and you wonder what else is out here.
Were you recording that?
Yeah.
Good. It's definitely out of place.
I thought it was a siren at first.
Yeah, so did I.
We're here.
We're here after 2-3 years.
It's over 3 years.
3 years.
So I went back through some of that footage today, first of all, and it is crazy how much this place and that event has kind of stayed in my mind. 2022.
Yeah.
We came out here with Cliff Barrickman. It was right after he had been a speaker at the Ohio Bigfoot Conference. We walked up on this rock, this giant boulder in the middle of the woods, and there was this siren-like call.
Yeah.
We thought initially, as it started, I didn't even pay attention to it immediately because it sounded like a siren, and then I quickly realized there was something weird about it, and when I saw Cliff reacting, that's when I was like, oh, something's up.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, we weren't that far. We're really not that far into the woods. But who knows how far away that howl was.
And it's like that classic Ohio thing where you can pull off a lot of roads in places like this and walk 200 yards into the woods and be in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
Despite the fact there's a road nearby. So.
Right, exactly. So we are outside of Leesville Lake, not far from Petersburg. So if anybody's familiar with the area, it's not far from the Algonquin Mill, Petersburg. The lake is within a mile of where we are right now.
Yeah.
So we've got, of course, a lot of these boulders out in the woods, a lot of ravines.
There's not many people here.
No, there's not many people here at all.
So you grew up here. Did you ever hear anything about Bigfoot in the woods here?
Not in the woods here, but within a few miles of here. There was someone that I grew up with that had, his family had a sighting.
Okay.
He said that Don Keating came out and checked the property and all of that stuff.
When?
This would have been when I was in elementary school, so 90s. sometime, early 90s.
Okay. What happened?
They had multiple, from what I remember, there were multiple Sasquatch on their property, and they heard the chatter. They'd seen them multiple times and all of that.
What did they say about the chatter?
I just remember him saying that he could hear them, like they had a lane and they could hear them on both sides of the lane talking back and forth at each other rather than coming out into the lane, just chattering at each other.
Okay, so you've since looked into like reports around the area.
Yeah, and oddly enough, there have been a couple reports that they didn't see anything, but they'd hear the siren-like howl. That's exactly how they described it, like an ambulance siren.
Right.
Besides that, obviously, the characteristic Ohio howl people talk about all the time, but that wasn't that far away from here, really.
Right.
But yeah, I thought that was weird because that's exactly what we heard. That's how you would describe it, a siren howl.
Did any of those reports contain a sighting? Like no? They're all just
No,
sounds?
Those were all sounds.
How many like Class A sightings are there around here?
Talking to people like Don Keating, going through other means, hearing hearsay and all of that. There's a lot, which Keating had talked about a sighting about 30 years ago just outside of Carrollton. Things were coming up to the house. That's how close it would get.
Okay.
There's someone who saw one run across the road on the way out to where I am now, so out closer to Augusta off of Route 9. Run across the railroad tracks there. That's not in the BFRO. About 4 years ago, a guy ended up swerving, early morning hours, swerving off the road, hitting a fence post because he said he was, how did he describe it? He said it was a Yeti standing in the middle of the road.
I remember this. This was like,
Yeah, I've got that in the Google Docs, the picture of that. But that was in the police reports. He swerved off the road to avoid a Yeti, he said. So to me, that means it's something light in color, because most people assume Yetis are light.
Okay, but you're playing in the woods out here as a kid, right? You had to be. Did you ever hear anything?
I mean, I would hear things like what I would know now as knocks.
Yeah.
But I just figured it was a branch breaking or, whatever, because trees fall all the time. But oddly enough, I've thought about that siren-like howl that we heard with Cliff. I had heard that before.
No.
I had when I was younger.
You never told me that.
Because you hear it once, it sounds like a siren.
Yeah.
It sounds like an ambulance siren
It
in
does.
the distance.
Yeah.
But
so
I'd
as
hear
a kid, you just kind of...
I would hear it.
Yeah.
But I figure, it's an ambulance or whatever. But it didn't cross my mind that it isn't repeating. It's not continuing. It's just one.
Debbie Robinson. I had my sighting of Bigfoot in 2020. I was turning 51 that year. The girls brought up, my birthday and stuff, and I said, well, you guys never did anything for my 50th, and they know I've always talked about going to Hocking Hills and getting a cabin. One of my things that I would love to do. And the girls brought it up, and I said, yeah, right. All right, okay. And one of the girls was like, no, I'll put the deposit down right now. And I was like, get out of here, So we looked at cabins and we ended up finding one. And by that evening, it was booked. Beautiful cabin. And you got to go up like this long road, like it's a one-way, like up a hill. And it takes you a little while. It's creepy as heck. I remember walking in, and the one creepy thing that caught my eye was all the windows in the cabin had no curtains. And they were windows to the ground. So the whole living room, kitchen area was all open. There was 10 of us. Yeah, Thursday, everything was great, and everybody would play jokes on each other because there was no curtains. So people would go outside and jump out when you're sitting in a chair and crap, they thought they were being funny. And Saturday is Halloween, so now we're on the 30th. We all get up kind of a little late. We all have a huge late breakfast. I mean, everybody was cooking the same thing, and we just had tons of eggs going, bacon, you name it. I remember opening the windows because of the bacon smoke. So we had a lot of bacon cooking that morning, and people started to go in and out, but I didn't hear anything or see anything until I went out. Right after that, I finally went to go get in the hot tub. So it was probably around noon or so. I got in the hot tub, and when I got in the hot tub, I remember this really bad smell. And me and my son and his girlfriend were in the hot tub, and we were like, oh my God, what is that? We were trying to figure it out. I thought, is it well water, or is it, you know, the mud from the rain? But it was just really, really, I can't even describe it. It's like multiple things all in one, like sulfur or a wet dog, or on and off all day Friday. I remember that because I was getting mad about it. So Friday evening comes. Now, we never smelled that smell in the cabin at all. But that night, several of us downstairs were watching horror movies, and my son's best friend Matt and his girl were upstairs, and then eventually they went out on that top deck, and they were out there by themselves for a little while. So I went upstairs with her best friend, Tanija. She's gonna play a part. So I went upstairs, I got comfy in bed because I hadn't slept, and I remember getting all comfortable, and not even 5 minutes, the door just came banging open, and there's Matt. He's a big, you know, tall, you know, big guy, and he's like standing there in the doorway. Me and Tanija look at him, and we're staring at him like, what's wrong? He said, who's messing with us? And we're like, what do you mean, who's messing with you? He goes, somebody's been out there messing with us for over like an hour or so or whatever. His face changed when he realized it wasn't us. So we go downstairs, and in the kitchen, his girlfriend is up against the big one of the big windows going like this. And I approached, there was like a picnic table as the table in the kitchen. It was really cute. As I approached the picnic table and looked out on that deck, both of the entrances were blocked off by chairs. And I looked at Matt and I was like, oh my goodness, what in the world's happening? Because something must have scared the whatever out of you guys. And they just went on to tell us bits and pieces of like something, just all this stuff, like things were being thrown at them. Something about like either a bush or tree was shaken or something, because all the birds all of a sudden flew out of it. Scared them to death. And I guess what happened the last was the very big boom that happened by the hot tub, and that was it. He blocked off the things. He thought something was coming up and took off in the house, in the cabin. So we're looking through the windows, and it was the four of us, and I don't know what we're looking for, but they were creeped out completely. And they're like, I'm telling you, something's people or somebody's out there. We had glares on the window, so I'm like, let's turn the lights off. Soon as they got that, they were fighting with the oven light. And as soon as they got that light off and it went dark, now that it's 3 or 4 in the morning, it's Halloween, because we're on Saturday. So it was officially Halloween. And we had a full moon. It lit up the back. The full moon lit up the back so you could see it great. As soon as that light went off, I hear her yell, there it is. And I look and I see this black thing that had just come out of the ravine. It crawled out of the ravine, so it came out on all fours, and it was getting onto the flat land. And I wanted to see what it was. So I ran over to the kitchen window, and Matt and Tanija followed me, and she stayed there because she had trees in the way, kind of, so you really couldn't, you know what I mean? So I went over to the kitchen window, and I had a full-blown shot straight ahead, right in front of me. I was just staring at this thing, trying to figure out what it was real quick, and then the shock of my life happened. It stood straight up. It was like watching a slow motion movie. Like it just kept going and going and going and going, and I was just standing there in shock. Like, what stands up and is that huge? This thing was huge. Like, I mean huge. And I was staring, I was in shock, and I hear Matt jump around behind me. You see that thing or something like that? And then I hear Tanija, and she was a big skeptic. You couldn't tell her about anything. She's like, do you see the shoulders on that thing? I knew that, and they were saying what I was saying. And what else really got to me that made me freak out was he just so calm, like he's done this a million times, just nonchalant, just started walking right for me. He started coming right towards me. I was looking right at him. He's coming right for my window, just swinging those arms, no big deal. So he took so many steps, and I remember seeing those hands below the knee a little bit and walking right for me, no big deal. I started to scream, he's coming for the cabin. He's coming for the cabin. And I turned to go freak out and get everybody up. And I hear them as I turn. I hear them saying, oh, he turned around and went back on all fours and went back down the ravine. And I felt relieved, I remember, but not. And I still took off running and got everybody up because I thought he was coming to just take us all out. I mean, he was just, there was no stop. He was huge. He would have just plowed right through the cabin like it was nothing.
Nestled in the rolling hills of Guernsey County, Salt Fork State Park attracts outdoors enthusiasts of all kinds. Covering an expansive 17,229 acres of land and another 2,952 acres of water, Salt Fork is the largest state park in Ohio, sporting miles of hiking trails, a marina for boaters, a sand beach, an 18-hole golf course, a full lodge and conference center, and a variety of campgrounds. It's also a fact that Salt Fork has become synonymous with Sasquatch activity in the Buckeye State due to both a long history of sighting reports on its grounds and its status as host to Bigfoot-themed conferences and television productions through the years. These factors have built on each other to the degree that Salt Fork State Park has become a household name among those interested in cryptids, and Salt Fork has embraced this distinction by offering merchandise and programming that lays claim to the title Bigfoot Capital of Ohio, all of which beckons those with time and opportunity to come and explore to see if the rumors are true. Or maybe it would be just as accurate to say to come and listen for proof that a large unknown creature exists in the Appalachian foothills.
Back in '04, there was none of this stuff. This was just basically camp stuff. So the people would come here on Sunday, every day. They would come here. Well, what they would do is they'd always have their little picnic. I'm gonna walk over here. Back in here at one of these picnic tables. And if I'm correct, it wasn't this one. It would be the table back here. So they would have their picnic here with the dogs and enjoying their Sunday dinner. And lo and behold, as they were enjoying their food, the dog started acting really strange and kept staring over in the back corner over here. And so he couldn't figure out what the dogs were griping and kind of growling about. And then all of a sudden, something projected a very large guttural sound that was so loud it startled him and his wife. Well, as they sat there looking, like wondering what the heck's going on, you know, they looking in the area, nothing, just kept doing what they were doing, happened again. And then it happened finally a third time. And then finally he's like, well, I'll tell you what, let's do this. Let's take the dogs back to the car. So they took the dogs, put them back in the car, and then let's do this. So what they did is they made their way down that edge, which you can see over there, because the sound was coming from over here. So they knew that they saw that there was a trail going down here. So they figured, well, whoever's playing this joke on us, they figured it was just people. We're going to see who they are. As they came down here, they heard some noises. And as they heard some noises, and it's funny because now this is clear, this used to not be like this. They looked down over here and behind, here, I'm going to run down to it if it's okay. Okay, if you notice, you see that contour in the ridgeline right there. The Bigfoot stepped out from that clump of trees over here, came out from behind here, stepped out, looked up at them. The wife got somewhat excited about it. They were in shock, and it continued down in this area, in this direction, following the contour down in that direction. Well, they, being scared seeing a Bigfoot, they hightailed back up that direction. So as they hightail that way, back to the vehicle, they had to collect their stuff at the picnic table. And when they got back to their items, which food was still on the table, whatever, their little cooler, they go to collect it. So the time it took from going to here, all the way back up to here, the Bigfoot must have turned and said, wait a minute, they're leaving. Came right back up the same area, and when they got to their table where their items were, it yelled at them again. Well, they grabbed their stuff, left the burgers, whatever wrapper food, and just ran to the car. And even when they got back to the car, like toward it, it yelled another time at them, like basically saying, get out or something.
A Bigfoot sighting is, by any definition, a rare occurrence. But as elusive as the purported mystery primate seems to be, there are a variety of sounds that have become associated with its presence. The number of reports that describe unclassified sounds attributed to Sasquatch far outweighs eyewitness sightings. Therefore, it's worth pursuing and identifying those sounds and cataloging them for reference. What auditory experiences are people having with Ohio's Bigfoot in places like Salt Fork?
You hear about the screams, and I've only heard screams maybe 2 or 3 times, like a full-on scream. But we've heard a lot of whoops, where it actually sounds like a whoop kind of sound, and we've heard those pretty much all over here. So I mean, I'm aware of them doing the whoop sounds.
What people have generally caught on some sort of audio recording tends to fall into the category of a whoop or a howl. Sometimes it can be kind of the whistling sounds.
I'm aware of them whistling. They do whistle. I've heard them whistle. The whistle is not like a, like a human being going like kind of thing. It sounds more like if you ever hear like how frogs do that chirp almost. It's almost like a really high pitched but fast, like just one quick whoop kind of whistle. But it's a whistle. It's not a whoop. I suck at whistling.
Now that's particularly interesting to me because although there has been evidence of, I think it was an orangutan that did kind of a whistling sound, it's not something that known primates that I know of, at least larger ones that I know of, which I could be wrong, that they make really, that we know about. So if Bigfoot is whistling out there, it would make me feel like maybe they're closer to a human, if they are.
Rare occasions you get some sort of proto-speech or syllables that sound somewhat speech-like to our ears.
You've got the Sierra sounds that were recorded. I don't remember. I've even had Ron Moorhead as a speaker, and I'm pleading forgetfulness. But the Sierra sounds were very interesting.
It would show that they have some sort of established language, which I really believe they're smart enough to have. I really do. I just don't know. I haven't heard it personally. I think that is probably legitimate. And I think they have some sort of minor language.
We were at Salt Fork State Park, actually. I was there with 2 other guys, and we had my camper, and we were staying in the campground, and we decided to go out there, and they couldn't get a fire started. And the Buckeye Trail is right there, and right from down that Buckeye Trail came a bunch of samurai chatter until it sounded like Mom told them to shut up, because she did, and then they did. And then the moon came up, and it was a very bright moon, and it was done. Nothing else happened. But I mean, we went there to mess with them. We didn't go there for any other reason, and then it started happening. And were we prepared? Us intrepid Bigfoot hunters? No.
Then you have the category of knocking, wood knocks, and sort of the secondary sounds that might be caused by footfalls on the forest floor. But generally speaking, the audio evidence people get excited about are sounds that emanate from a mystery primate itself.
Hocking Hills area, researcher P. Mills, has a ton of audio sound. And her guys, if you want to call it that, the Sasquatch where she is around there, they do a lot of howling. And up here in the Mohican area, they knock. So I don't know why they would howl down there and knock up here more than anything. I mean, except for that one time I heard her, howling, but everything else has been knocking. Maybe because the ones in Mohican can communicate better by knocking. Like where I am, they could just, hit a tree knock and it goes straight across the valley to, somebody, to one on the other side, and they can knock back and they've got whatever communication they need to have. Now, if you're down in some of the, deeper hollows and stuff down there in Hocking and West Virginia, maybe they need to howl because the only way they can get their message off, the other ridge is to howl. So I think it's just the Sasquatch are just going to communicate the best way that they can based on whatever information they need to convey in the terrain that they live in.
Once for a project that I went down to Salt Fork, and we would go and put our recorders out and walk, and then I'd have teams, and we'd see how far we could get, whether we did wood knocks or howls, and how far we could hear it, and if the recorders would pick it up. For a wood knock that we were doing, a little over a quarter mile. You could get a half mile for our vocal range and stuff like that, but that was about all we could get. So if you're hearing something, a lot of times it's closer than a lot of people think.
Also, there's some back and forth discussion about, are the wood knocks that everybody's hearing really like a mouth pop? I find that to be interesting. Some people think that it's like something they're doing with their mouth rather than a knocking on a tree, or at least part of the time.
I heard a yell at Salt Fork that you don't really hear yell listed that many times, but I feel it could have been a Bigfoot because it was down in an area that gets a lot of activity, the group camping area off of Parker Road, and the yell was actually louder than what I think a human could have done, and it came out of the woods next to the Buckeye Trail down in there, and it was in the daytime, and there were two other people about 100 yards away from me that were sitting on the tailgate of their truck. And when we heard this, we kind of turned our heads and looked at each other and went like that. But I don't think there were any humans down in there because there were no other vehicles where somebody might have parked and walked down in there, but it was very loud.
In Project Zoo Book, we have one specific anthropologist and primatologist who has listened to different sounds, and she thinks that a lot of those long calls, she would call them, sound like gibbons. And so it's weird to be getting these different things on recordings from all over North America, not just Ohio, that sound like gibbons out there in the wild. The whooping sounds that people claim are Bigfoot. One of my favorite things that David Ellis from the Olympic Project and I have discussed quite a bit is something that is comparable to a baboon bark. So you have this sound that's kind of like a wahoo sound that people are capturing all across North America, including in Ohio. It sounds very similar to what a baboon makes. And then my brain starts going, okay, in Kentucky, Daniel Boone was supposed to have killed what he called a yahoo. And they said, it was a hairy, wild man. And so I'm like, I wonder if it made a sound that sounded similar. I don't know. I have no proof of that or anything. But that wahoo, yahoo sound is really interesting because there's not another animal that we know of that does that. And they are capturing that sound in the same places where there have been Bigfoot sightings, where footprints have been found. So that's a cool one.
Oh, I've talked to a lot of people who claim to have recorded something that they thought could be a Sasquatch or a Bigfoot making a noise. Well, the one thing you've got to think about when you hear about sounds being recorded, or if you hear about sounds being heard when you're in the woods, is first off, the woods are more dense than what an open field is. So it's going to distort what the sound sounds like or how far it can go by the time it reaches your ears.
If you ever heard a Bigfoot howl or scream, there's nothing like it in the world. There's just nothing that tops that. I mean, a human can't do it. I mean, I'm talking the kind of sound that just, hits your body like a ton of bricks. You have an emotional, a visceral reaction to it. You could almost, hear vibrating.
Well, probably the first one I think of is the Ohio Howl. When we do talks like at libraries, we'll play these sounds, and oftentimes somebody will raise their hand and say they've heard things like that, where they live back in the woods behind the house.
Well, that sound recording that I captured in July of 2022, it was right after the fireworks. Our neighbors had been blowing off fireworks, and there were these huge booms going through this whole valley, because we live at the bottom of a valley, and right in the middle of it, we heard a howl. The three of us who are Bigfooters just, kind of, and we're quiet, and then the other two, my husband and my sister-in-law, were just like, what was that, So we kind of had like a little clue, but, I didn't have my recorder on me at the time. But later that night, we were sitting out on the porch and talking and everything till quite late. And then when the last person went to sleep, I just was hanging out, and about 10 minutes after they went to sleep, I heard these howls that were just amazing. And it was a real sing-song, really almost kind of beautiful sound. And then coyotes started going off, and then when the coyotes stopped, then the howls continued. And so I downloaded it, immediately as soon as the sun came up, and started, putting the headphones on everybody. Mark Mazel, the investigator that's been with us from the beginning, he said, "Oh, that is absolutely a Bigfoot." And so I'm like, okay, well, let's just, do some due diligence here, like you taught me. We have to figure this out. And I also sent it to Monongahela, and that's when he wrote back a whole paragraph about, he's like, that's not coyote.
Well, most people sit there now and think of the Ohio Howl. They think that, and it took many years to figure out that was a common call, because we got, besides the reports, you got recordings of it across the country now. But when that was captured in 1994 by Matt Moneymaker in Columbiana County in Wellsville, it wasn't known at the time. And if you hear it, it's actually quite impressive, especially when they're really mad at you. And they sit there and just sound like they're bitching at you because you're in a spot and they're in a spot and you're not moving and they're not moving, and they get a little huffy and grumpy, or at least this one did.
In late autumn of 1994, Matt Moneymaker of the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization captured a recording that would come to be regarded as the epitome of Bigfoot vocalization. Near the wooded banks of the Ohio River in Columbiana County, just across the river from West Virginia, Moneymaker obtained audio with two distinct signatures. One of them, a barking dog. The other, an unidentified howler in the distance, making a series of 3 long moaning calls. In the years since, credentialed analysts have ruled out known animal sounds, as well as a mechanical device like a siren, as the source of the rising and falling tones on the recording. What's more, there have been many instances in which people from around the country, having heard strange sounds of their own, have listened to the Ohio Howl online and found in it confirmation of what they heard in their location. It's become a Bigfoot touchstone of sorts. Perhaps that's why some investigators have concentrated on creating a library of audio recordings. Such collections are helpful, they have properties that can be analyzed, and it may be the most common evidence of an uncommon creature.
I'm not the biggest audiophile as far as this goes. I put my money into more visual and all that stuff. And I carried a recorder for years, but I've heard, I mean, when I lived above the national park for 10 years, I would listen to one scream off the back deck. I'd have the door open in the summer, and you could hear it scream out there. And again, it's a moan kind of howl. And it came from different parts of the park from up, because we were up high and things like that. So the moan howl's there. I rely on other people, you know, to dissect it if we get a recording, you know. So I'm not the biggest audiophile, but that's a form of evidence.
Yeah, there was one, this guy was a school teacher, and we had done a talk at a library, and he came to it, and afterwards he came up and gave me his name and phone number. I asked the audience, you know, when the presentation was over, if there was anyone who had had a Bigfoot sighting or encounter of any kind. But I told these people that would fill out the little questionnaire, I'll get a hold of them. So I called this guy a few weeks later, and you know, he thanked me for calling, told me he was a school teacher, and he said, I got to tell you what happened. He said, this happened maybe 10 years ago. School was out for summer break, and he was riding a bicycle, and I don't remember his route, but it was hundreds of miles, you know, across the state by himself, and he would spend the night. He had a little pup tent, but he pulled into the campground and it was a weekday. It was like a Wednesday or Thursday. They had a lake and they had a campground right there by the lake. There were no other campers. And he went way back to the last spot and set up his pup tent. Okay, that night when he was in bed, he heard these noises outside. And he listened and thought, I've never heard anything like that. I don't know what in the world, some kind of an animal. And his dad had given him a handgun, a .38 Special, and said, take that with you for protection if you have any trouble, it might get you out of trouble. So he keeps hearing this noise and wondering what in the world is making that noise. I believe it was like a howl. He got that gun out of his, wherever he kept it. He had a little bag that he kept stuff in, and he laid on the ground on his sleeping bag, had that gun right here by his chest. He thought, whatever it is, it's getting closer. And eventually it was right outside his tent, and then it kept going, and every now and then it would cut loose with one of these howls, and then it was getting not as loud, like it was walking away. He thinks what it was doing, it was walking along the shoreline of the lake, and it came right up close to where his tent was, and then it walked away. And he said, I still didn't know what this thing was, but it went away. And he said, I came down to your talk at the library because I saw it listed in the paper. And he said, I'd done some searches online trying to match that sound up. And as it turns out, he says, you guys played one of those just a little bit ago. It was that one you called the Ohio Howl. It was exactly like that. But he hadn't, he didn't have any idea what that was.
Yeah, there is a case I actually worked about 4 years back that he was backed up to the Black River, and he came, it's a long story, but they had a farmhouse, and they didn't live there. They actually lived in Wyoming, so they were traveling back and forth, so they brought their camper, and their son was staying at the farmhouse, so they had the camper. In the middle of the night, they started hearing, like what sounded, he said it sounded like someone going whoop, whoop, whoop in his backyard, and it's a farm, so he has a lot of property. So he said that, he came out because of the sound, and he had his dog, he was trying to take his dog out, and the dog wouldn't go out. So the dog backed up, stayed in the camper. He came outside and he was looking, and he said he never really saw it, but he saw something around like what used to be like an old water well, and he could see something silhouetting it, and it was whooping at him the whole time. And he said, but he said, hey, get off my property kind of thing, and it just left. But he was pretty sure that that's what it was,
So everybody gets up and we're all out on that top deck. And it was like a war zone out there. You heard, I didn't know at the time what I was hearing. You heard like tree breaks, branches left and right, all this noise. I remember one sound, it sounded like a woman screaming. It was the freakiest thing coming out of the ravine. And I remember that, it freaked everybody out. It sounded like a woman scream. Then came the howl, and it was this howl that went on. And me and Alyssa looked at each other, and I looked at her and I said, that's that howl from Finding Bigfoot show. We recognized it, both of us. That was the Ohio howl. And the next thing I remember, because the kids and them were making fun of it, was it sounded to me like caveman talking. It sounded like it was men, male, but you couldn't understand, and it was gibberish. And they were making fun of it, the way it sounded. To this day, they make fun of it. They'll talk that way to each other. They think it's funny. And then we started hearing noises in front of the cabin. So then we took our attention to the front of the cabin. And we end up walking to the front of the cabin. And we're all in a little bundle on the gravel. And up to the left, there was a little island they had made, but it wasn't far from the wood line. And we could see movement of something from there going into the woods. Like we could see the whole outline, like we could see the movement. And everybody saw that, kind of. Like, you know, got a glimpse of something moving over there, and you can hear it. I mean, it was so loud with the trees and just noise. You could hear them walking, because it was only like 20 degrees out. So we all went in the cabin. Of course, I stayed up, a couple of us stayed up. A couple of other people went to lay down for a bit. I couldn't sleep after that. I was crazy. And we went through every scenario that you can imagine a possible what that could have been walking out of those woods. And it wasn't human, because there's no way, because he had to come out on all fours. I said it's either a Bigfoot or a demon walking out of those woods, because I don't know what to tell you. So my one son, he's the tallest, he's 6'2". He said, as soon as the light comes up, I'm out there. I want to make sure, you know, I want to see if there's anything, proof of whatever, footprints, whatever. So, which was only like an hour we waited, like it was getting close to, so him and Tanaja and Alyssa run out. And you could tell where he had come out, why he had to crawl out. It was like a circle of brush. He kind of crawled out, and if he crawled back in, he could go so far, and then he could stand up in there. But you couldn't in that little area. Tanaja came back in, she was looking in the window with me, and my son stood there, and he made my son look like a little fella. Like, not even they didn't even compare, and my son's 6'2". So my son and daughter are out there joking around with the caveman talk, okay? So Brandon's in one spot where he kind of come out, and Alyssa walked a little further towards the cabin, and they were doing it back and forth, laughing. Well, sure enough, out of the ravine came that same thing that they were doing. And they both stopped and looked at each other and said, was that you? And they both looked at each other, no. So they come running in the cabin. And I said, well, it was only like an hour ago. He's probably still down there, and you're sitting there making, you know. So after a little bit, my other son gets up, and he decides to, without telling us, he walked by himself to the side of the cabin, the front of the cabin, up to that little island. So he was walking, and he could see in the leaves that it looked disrupted by the island, so he kind of just swooped the leaves off. And there was a humongous footprint, humongous. So he came and told everybody. First he brought the picture into me. I couldn't believe it. I said, yeah, that footprint probably matches what I saw. And we all ran out there, we saw it, because you don't expect that at all. I was just an ordinary, regular, having a good time for my birthday. Did not expect to have that for my birthday and on Halloween.
An unidentified howl or scream issuing from the forest has the ability to alarm and even terrify the average person. But what if Sasquatch have an even greater sonic power? At the heart of this question is the principle of infrasound, noises that occur at a very low frequency. Infrasound is generated by any number of natural causes, such as waterfalls and thunder. But of special interest are animals known to employ infrasonic frequencies to navigate, as well as to confuse or stun prey. Elephants, whales, and tigers are all known to use deep sound, leading researchers to hypothesize about the vocal characteristics of Bigfoot. For not only have deer been observed acting strangely in the suspected presence of Sasquatch, but also human beings have often reported feelings of disorientation, nausea, panic, or fear before a sighting takes place. The abrupt onset of such sensations have led some to wonder if infrasound is the cause and Bigfoot is the source. In a blog entry, Cliff Barackman writes of a solo expedition he took to Bluff Creek, California in the summer of 2004. After finding 4 tree breaks and a foot-shaped impression in the ground, he returned to his vehicle to prepare camp. Upon arriving, he suddenly became very nervous and felt compelled to quickly leave the promising location. While Barackman does not claim infrasound as the definitive cause of his disturbance, it is this sort of discomfort and unwelcome that shows up in other reports. In the same blog post, Berkman relates stories shared with him of investigators being unable to move while listening to bipedal walking around their tents. On another occasion, a researcher known to Berkman suffered lasting physical side effects after feeling her torso vibrating during a very close encounter with Bigfoot, though no sound was audible. Another element of Sasquatch sound that invites further inspection is the apparent ability to mimic other animals. Whether to mask its movements, incite activity in other species, or for some other reason, Bigfoot will vocalize with howls, whistles, and even patterns that sound like syllables. And this is precisely the point at which the serious investigator must exercise great caution, guarding against confirmation bias, in other words, hearing what one wants to hear, as well as taking great care to consider documented animal sounds in their natural environment.
Like, people do talk about infrasound and things like that. I think it's distinctly possible, and the reason I say that is there was one time, and I do mean just once, that we were in a research location and we were going through everything, and we're just, literally looking through everything. Like, I don't know if I told you, but one of the things I like to do is at the end of the season, we find abandoned bird nests, and we'll go through there looking for hair. So we were looking for anything and everything. And we actually heard what sounded like this weird thumping sound. Almost like if you were taking like a watermelon and go boom, boom. But it was really low, but you could kind of feel it. So I actually do believe that they can communicate with some kind of other tones and things that we can't hear. I mean, elephants use infrasound. They even know tigers use infrasound. So I don't see why it would be impossible for something else to be using, especially to communicate at a large distance at a quiet level, to make it easier for them not to be spotted. So I do believe in that.
It's a big enough animal. I mean, there's been studies. Actually, I used to work in the medical field, and I brought this to one of my doctors that knew I was into this. It would have been the early 2000s. And there's a lot of studies out there. The Israelis did extensive studies where they would put in synagogues, and they found out that if you were in an elated mood, it made you happier. And if you were in a bad mood or a foul mood, it made you scared or angrier. So yes, why not? Mm-hmm.
The base level is so deep that it's not heard as a tone, but it's felt. It's almost at the sensation level, or even at the molecular level, if you want to go that far, where it's a feeling more than it is something that you hear with the ears. And you interpret that as danger. Get out of there as soon as possible. Because I think infrasound not only encompasses the natural world, but also, well, the natural world, the animal world, but the natural world in terms of like an earthquake, for example. If there's a rumbling that's happening, you may hear that as sound of things crashing together, but you may also feel it and just know in your gut, it's time to leave this situation because I'm in danger.
There are enough stories about people feeling, uncomfortable, that it is fascinating to me. And I had my own story in the Alleghenies where myself and two researchers, friends, all had this overwhelming feeling of like impending doom. I know that sounds very, very dramatic, but we all felt that way to the point where we were in separate tents. One person was sleeping in their van, and three of us thought, two of us thought that we were having like heart problems and we need to go to the hospital. Like it was that kind of not being able to breathe, just this anxiety feeling and these like this pounding sensation. But it was really interesting when we talked about it the next day, because one of the researchers was going to leave thinking that something was physically wrong with them. Nothing had happened, something weird happened afterwards, but nothing had happened to make any of us super anxious. We're all used to being out camping in the woods. So for 3 different people in different parts of where we were camped to have that same feeling and to feel, we gotta get out of here, was weird. We looked into it as much as we could. We contacted a different agency, tried to find, was there any seismic activity that night? Were they doing fracking in the area? We were on a road that we are all positive we would have seen or heard anybody driving up that road, because the potholes were so gigantic that you're not gonna, you couldn't do it very well at night, and you're not gonna be able to do it quietly because you'd be like boom, 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 boom. I still can't explain what that was that happened, so I am open to there being the possibility of infrasound. Infrasound is real. After that weird thing happened, about within an hour, there was a weird yell that came out of the forest. So something was there. So I'm open to the idea, but I am not convinced of it yet.
Well, and obviously, you know, all the recordings that we get, we run them through different programs and have different experts across the country do some analyzation. They run them through different programs, and they're looking for a certain frequency where a Bigfoot howl can only be made by something that's not a dog, that's not a bear, that's things like that. There's a certain frequency response area where what we look for in terms of these, especially these deep guttural yells. And so when we find something that fits in that category that compares to other known Bigfoot sounds, you can kind of justify that, hey, this is more than likely probably Bigfoot. And believe me, I've had plenty of recordings throughout the state that have been verified by some of the most nationally known, you know, supposedly linguist experts in terms of audio sounds, claiming what a Bigfoot sounds like. So.
Have you ever heard of Sasquatch mimicking sounds, whether it's mimicking other animals or mimicking things that aren't even natural, like car door slams and things like that?
The only time that I've ever heard of anything like that was way back when I read John Green's Apes Among Us book in 1984. And in his book, he talked about the Indians telling him stories, or telling us stories, about Sasquatch being excellent mimics, that they've mimicked all sorts of wildlife and birds in the Pacific Northwest. And I mean, you could pick a wide variety of wildlife and of animals and birds that they've claimed that the Sasquatch can mimic. Say you hear a sound that sounds like, I don't know, a cow in the middle of Woodbury Wildlife Area. But yet you know that there is no farms in that area where there are cattle. Okay, well, there's a possibility that there could be something up there mimicking a cow, or someone has a recording of a cow mooing and they're playing the recording. I don't know why, but okay, whatever. But you have to know the area, and you have to know whether or not those type of animals are in that area where you heard that sound or not.
Have you ever experienced almost like mimicking other animal sounds?
Oh, most definitely. And you know what they were mimicking? Great horned owls. And you know, if you know anything about owls, especially great horn, they're what? They're very territorial. So they're not going to be like barred owls that are hooting back and forth and roosting together. When there's one great horned owl, it protects its territory. So when you get their very faint hoo, 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 and you get one right here and then one right there, there's something mimicking it, because that's not how it works. You don't. Great horned owls will chase the other one down and try to kill it. So yes, there's been some mimicking and things like that. And I wouldn't be surprised that, you know, there are some things that are common animal calls that could actually be a Bigfoot mimicking too. I mean, it's possible. I mean, their capabilities probably unlimited in the vocal range. I mean, some of the things they yell, how high they can go, their falsetto, and all the way down to the deep guttural type sound.
I've heard stories of Bigfoot imitating people. One story in one of my books talks about a doctor that phoned his wife and said there was a accident and there's a lot of injured people, and so he had to stay back at the hospital. Told his wife, I'll be home, but it'll be late, don't wake up for me. They had chickens, and he said, you're going to have to, you feed the chickens for me tonight because I won't be home. When she would go out and feed the chickens, she would throw the corn and here, chick, 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 chick. So midnight comes and the doctor's finished with his rounds and he's coming home, and he lived out in the country and it was a long driveway and they had a gate. Once you got close to the house, he had to get out and open this gate and drive through and then close it. He's driving down the driveway and he sees the gate up ahead. He stops, he gets out and opens it up, starts to walk back to get in the car, and he hears, here, chick, 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 from right here in the woods, and yet he can see the house and his wife's in there. He can see through the window, she's in there. There was another one, a guy, I think it was at Salt Fork, had a dog, and the dog ran away. I mean, it didn't take off very far, but it was out of sight, and he was whistling and calling the dog's name, and he got that same whistle and name call back from the woods. And he said they had the right words in the whistle, but the voice was way off. That Stan Courtney page, there's even something on there and they call it Weed Eater. Somebody supposedly heard a weed eater running, but they think it was a Bigfoot mimicking this. And I've heard sirens. There used to be a Bigfoot researcher down in southern Ohio, and I can't think of his name now, but he sent me a copy of that. It was kind of like the Ohio howl, but there was a siren from an ambulance or something going by, and you could hear them both at the same time.
Yeah, there's been so much that has been suggested with regard to coyotes and Bigfoot. And it's hard to tell in many cases, is that a Bigfoot sound? Is that a coyote? Is that a Bigfoot imitating a coyote? I mean, once you get into that territory, it's almost impossible to say what's making the sound and what isn't. But I think that there's other species that could make similar sounds. It's been suggested that mountain lion, which of course people would argue, well, there's no mountain lion in Ohio. Well, that's probably true, but bobcat make really weird sounds. If you're not used to what sounds bobcat make in the wild, those could be mistaken by someone with less experience in the woods than others as something unusual or mysterious.
Oh, I mean, it's like, oh, I heard this. Oh, it has to be a Bigfoot. It has to be a Bigfoot. And then you go back and you listen to it and you're like, no, that's not a Bigfoot. That's just a coyote. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of times, I even took, was at a meeting the other day and somebody said, yeah, we were out in the woods and we got this sound and we think it's a Bigfoot, and we recorded it and they played it and it was a barred owl. I felt bad, but I'm like, it's a barred owl, and I said, but keep looking, that's great, that you're recording and stuff, and get out there. Sometimes people don't like it when you tell them, no, that's not it,
Well, bobcat, fox, other natural animals, you just have to familiarize yourself with. Like I tell people all the time, and it makes me sound kind of goofy, but one of the things I like to do is I'll go on just YouTube and I actually look up animal sounds. And I listen to them so I know if I'm out and about and I hear the same sound, I'll know that's what it is, and so I'm not actually, because not to be weird, but when you're out in the woods and it's in the middle of the night, you start hearing everything. That's why a lot of times we record everything, and even if I think we got something, I won't go back and try to listen to it. I'll wait till the next day so I can hear everything.
The audio part of Bigfoot research is probably my favorite. I just think it's fascinating how you can gather evidence on a recording and then put it into software, and that will come up with a match or not. I have been able to debunk probably 98% of the audio that has been sent to me, and I'm always disappointed about that.
People will tell me that they've heard things, and usually they don't have a recording of it, and they'll say, well, I can't make it, but it was kind of like they will go on to tell me what they've heard, and I suggest they go online, like the BFRO page. And there's another one I like to recommend. It's stancourtney.com. Stan's a Bigfoot researcher, I think, from Illinois. And he's got hundreds and hundreds of files of different animals, possibly Bigfoot. You know, unless somebody actually saw the creature open its mouth and make this noise as they recorded it, you can't say it definitely that's what it is, but that's what they think some of these are, is Bigfoot making these noises.
I've always used the example, I wouldn't say that an audio recording is a Sasquatch making that noise until I saw the Sasquatch open his mouth when the noise was heard. Because there's all kinds of animals and birds out there that can make all kinds of sounds. And they can be distorted in all different ways. Weather conditions, depending on the topography where they're at, the forest or an open field or across a body of water.
Hearing refers to the awareness of sounds and placing meaning to those sounds. We humans are indeed aware of sounds, especially those that are unusual to us, and we tend to treat strange sounds with appropriate vigilance. It stands to reason that if Bigfoot exists, it would generate sounds that awaken wariness in us, a factor that Sasquatch may in fact exploit. The next time you're in the woods, take some time to actively listen to the natural world around you. You may be surprised by what calls to you from the shadows of America's heartland.
My name is Mick Rohr. I am at Lake Ramona in Fairfield County. In 2010, I was asked to do a senior photo shoot for a friend of mine's child, and I took the day and I did a series of pictures. At last minute, we decided to come out to this lake. I'd never been here before. I had been to Written Rock, what is right down the road, and I'd never been to this lake. I came with my wife and my 5-year-old son, and the minute we got to the top of this hill to the lake, something was throwing rocks in the water at us. Mine said that it could be a Bigfoot, but I said the reality is it's probably just a hillbilly or something like that, or somebody messing with us, because I believe in Bigfoot, I just didn't believe in them being in Ohio. I was proven wrong. I stayed for about 15-20 minutes. We took pictures. It was still throwing rocks into the lake, and after about 15-20 minutes, the boy said, hey, I'm getting creeped out, I'm scared, we need to go. About that time, we all collaborated at the little hill. We all collected here, and we planned on leaving. My wife was very pregnant with my second son at that point, so I told her, I said, we need to get you back down to the Jeep. And I didn't really throw up an alarm, but at that point in time, I was getting scared because this thing was hitting a tree, and it started snapping branches. And the rocks kept coming. So I said, before I leave, just for the heck of it, I'm going to take a bunch of pictures. I took 7 pictures. Out of those 7, I got 3 good pictures of a Bigfoot. I was up late that night, and I didn't even think about it till I got home, and I was doing retouches in Photoshop on this boy. And, because every picture needs touched up. Doing pictures, I was doing retouches, and about midnight that night, I decided to zoom in on the picture that I took of across the lake here, and I found a black figure. The thing was jet black. I had to do a lot of work in it, working Photoshop with it, but all that was done was a contrast fix and a brightening. That was it. I see a face on there, and I saw a hand holding what looks to be a femur. It's been disputed that it was a femur. It's been disputed that it was a femur or a stick, but I tend to think it's a femur, and it looks like a human femur. So that was what it was using to hit the tree. But anyway, I again found myself saying, hey, I don't believe I got what I got. Sat there looking at known primates, and I said, Ohio isn't supposed to have primates like this. And one thing led to another, and I decided that I got something that wasn't supposed to exist on video or on camera. I contacted the BFRO. Well, it was the BFRO. Russ Jones got a hold of me and interviewed me about it, and I believe he said the creature was between 7 to 7.5 feet tall. He has my images. I am willing to share my images with people that are interested in it. It's the real deal. I went from skeptic to a full-on believer, especially for the Buckeye Bigfoot thing.
Do you know anything about the history of this area?
Very little. I know when I was growing up, there was talk about cold activity. We had the written rock there for many years. It was just graffitied up, but I'd come here and hang out with friends till midnight, 1 o'clock on occasion, and I had no idea this thing was here. I have friends that are from Amanda that I've asked them about it, and they said, yeah, we've known all along there's something out there. And I said, why didn't you tell me? I think locally they're called unis, but you know, that I've only tripped over that term maybe on one website, but I call them a grass man. That was the thing. When we crested this little hill, there was nothing. It was an abnormally warm day for October. It was about today's temperature. It was probably 80 degrees easy. And it was dead quiet. It was like you were deaf. It was painfully quiet. And other than the movement I'd hear of that rock coming in and hitting the water, that was it. There were no trees, there were no bugs, nothing. And I've only heard that one time, and that was at my house, and I beat a path to get back in the house. But they do, you know, I have had that happen here, and I never understood it until I experienced it.
And then you said you heard knocking on tree?
Yeah, that was right when we decided to all leave. It was hitting the tree, you know, it was like a rapid succession of 3 knocks, and it would stop for a second, then it would hit it again. And I said, that's not human. I said, it's time for us to leave. I got my kid and my wife down to the Jeep, and I said, let's go.
So what happened after the encounter? Did you talk to anyone about it?
I talked to the guy that was with me, and I said, hey, you know, do you want to go forward with this? And he was really nonchalant about it. My wife said, yeah, I was there for it, but I was chasing a 5-year-old. I did contact John Bendernagel about it, never heard anything back from him. Jeff Meldrum took an active interest in it, and I did send him the pictures. I believe really the one that took off was the Russ Jones. And I have sent my story to a few YouTube podcasts, stuff like that. And I mean, I'm willing to talk about it. I like it. I mean, I'm glad I got something cool because I'm full on willing to share it. Today, case in point, I wouldn't say it was definitely a spike in adrenaline when I got here, because I thought, what could happen? You know, I was by myself for 10, 15 minutes, and I noticed the spike of adrenaline, because in retrospect, I think we could have easily been killed. I had a very pregnant wife. I had a son. I mean, the guy I was with, the older guy, he wasn't, you know, he's an older guy, slow moving, like me now, but I mean, very slow moving guy. We would have been dead. And I think of that, and I think that was an apex predator that we dealt with. It could have gone so bad, and it didn't. And I'm glad of that, but it could have gone so bad, and I'm so glad that it did. It was a really cool experience.
Since having this experience and being more open about it, have you heard of other things that have happened?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, and I've told people I'll be anonymous. I'll respect your anonymity. You come to me about information, you know, share it with me. I'll share with what I've got, and we'll talk. But, you know, I've never really had anybody say, hey, I don't want to be, you know, I don't want my name out there. But on the same note, I haven't submitted them to the BFRO. I've said, hey, if you want to talk to somebody, I know people. But yeah, I've had a few people come forth with incidents. There was a case out on Thompson Ridge, I guess in the 50s, where there were 2 women that lived together, and Thompson Ridge isn't terribly far from where I live. There was a case of a creature that would come around these 2 sisters that lived together periodically and scream out their window. I've heard a case of Big Pine, which is close to where I live. There was something outside that hit the wall, and it knocked dishes and stuff off of the wall on the inside. There was a man that I know of that lives out California Hollow, He said he saw one looking in his window, or in his door. I'm sorry, I could be off a little bit on this, and I'm not going to use any names, obviously, but there have been encounters. There have been some odd encounters.
Has it made you hesitant to go out into the woods at all?
Absolutely, yeah. I am apprehensive now, and I live with trees behind me. So yeah, I'm always apprehensive of it. And I tell my kids, I said, hey, if there is, if you hear something outside, come and get me. Absolutely, I'm not going to laugh at you. I will not laugh at my kids ever for telling me they see something, they hear something, because that is the worst thing you can do to a child. And if they say, hey, I see something looking in the window at me, I'm going to laugh it off. I'm going to go out there with a gun, But it has opened my mind to a lot of things. A friend of mine lived here not too far from here. She would say that she would hear things in the woods. She had a small child at the time, and I told her, I said, you need to be careful because these things can take children. It's better to be safe than sorry. I said, they are an apex predator. They can, I don't want your child coming up missing. And interestingly, her son is now a big fan of Bigfoot. So her daughter, not so much, but her son is now into Bigfoot. So naturally I feed into that when I can.
Out of curiosity, the whole span of everything that happened here, when you came up and the activity started,
it was probably about 20 minutes. We were here long enough for that poor boy to get scared to death, because I had him down there, and we were taking pictures of the lake behind him. I was sitting on the bench taking pictures of him. This thing was over here, and it was throwing rocks behind him. So he was scared to death. And I mean, his dad was standing up here looking, and he said, there's something over there, and it's big. So I said, okay, we need to get going. I got my wife and son. Like I said, once it started hitting the tree and the stick started breaking, it didn't vocalize, because had it vocalized, this would have been where I died. But it didn't vocalize, and we didn't smell anything. That's the thing, we smelled nothing. But it was a very still day, but it was just so weird, because part of my mind said, hey, that's a hillbilly, or that's somebody messing with us. And the other part of my mind said, that could be a Bigfoot. So I definitely was educated.
The topography of the Heartland is riddled with a mixture of fields and forests. From sprawling farmlands to thousands of acres of protected woodlands, the region is full of abundantly diverse flora. Plenty of wildlife utilize open fields mixed with protected woodlands, seeking both food and shelter from these areas. Known as an edge habitat, many animals make use of this liminal space for shelter, food, and a place to rest. Deer, for example, often bed down in areas of tall grass near thickets where they can conceal themselves, yet see approaching predators. Additionally, edge habitats create a prime location for certain plants to prosper, such as blackberries. According to the Illinois Department of Natural Resources, roadsides, thickets, barnyards, old fields, ditches, fence rows, building ledges and rooftops, vacant lots, urban areas, power line corridors, borders of streams, rivers, ponds, swamps, and lakes, and many other areas qualify as edge. When it comes to Sasquatch, it's understandable that such a creature would thrive in this type of environment, and the prominence of edge habitat sightings seems to indicate exactly that.
I would say it's probably more prominent than that I'm aware of. I know there's more sightings. Like I said, I've heard of them crossing fields and outside of the edge of forest, which I think it's just because maybe it's an open path. It's easier to traverse.
I have a friend that lives nearby here.
her and her brother were in a truck traveling where you stayed, just down from there, and in the tree line stood one of these creatures. And as they drove by it, they seen it. They didn't say anything, and they later on said, "Okay, did you see what I seen?" And yes, they both did. Neither one wanted to think that the other was crazy. So when they went back, the creature had gone. The creature seems to understand how to use a backdrop, how not to stand in the open so that it's highly visible, but how to use a backdrop and blend itself into its environment. So we're in Hocking County, Ohio, southern Ohio. We're on a property that's 750 acres, and we are in the middle of my property. So I believe I found this in July of last year. And what's crazy about this is just down the ridge, in the line of fire, was my friend's tree stand that's facing this way. So any hunter knows you don't put a blind in front of another hunter's tree stand unless you want to get shot. Now, it being his hunting spot, he had his tree stand up on the tree, and about halfway in between where this is and his tree stand, he had a deer feeder. And we went back and looked where he had a trail camera, and one of these logs, the biggest log here, was on the ground. Well, if you look at this closely, what's really interesting is all these branches are not broke. They're bent to the point, but not to where they're broken. And all of these right here, sticks have been added to this. You can walk around, so it's like they bent it down and they leaned all these sticks around it to keep the limbs down. And it's kind of ingenious because if you break a branch, the leaves die. As you can tell right now, this is going on the second year, and it still has full leaves on it, and the leaves will come back next year. So to me, it was really odd proximity to the deer feeder. There's deer corn in there, and there's a couple ravines within we're in a big ravine. Then you have these small little cutouts where you can kind of go from this portion of the ridge to the top and be undercover. There's a larger cutout just beyond this where I could get in there right now and go from here to the top of the ravine and you would never see me. So everything here just seems to be really strange. And a lot of people will automatically say, well, that was a hunter, you got a poacher. Well, first of all, there's no one out here. Second, the people that do live out here, we all own a tremendous amount of land. We don't have to go poach someone's. We all have our own land to hunt on. And there is a respect. There's a respect out here because most people have the general consensus that, if you get caught trespassing on someone's property, you might get shot. And just very strange that this popped up. I found another one of these almost exactly like this about 45 minutes from here on the backside of another ridge. So this is just one of the examples of stuff that happens on a property that kind of pops up overnight. And my thoughts for this is not that it's a shelter, but probably 8 adults could get in there and at least be obscured from view. Maybe something's watching that deer feeder. Maybe someone wants to hunt because it's also attracting deer. Or this is just a good vantage point to maybe get in there, look through there and see if I'm out on the deck across the pond. And this is one of the areas, this ridge that we're on right now, historically, when things come through the area, that first tree knot comes from right in this ridge.
They're very emotionless. They will stand in the tree line and just watch you. And those two instances were a result of us gifting them and them responding to that gifting. In fact, in this particular location, the landowners didn't even know they had Sasquatch, and they were raising meat rabbits at the time and throwing the carcasses and all the innards out in a big pile, and then all of a sudden Sasquatch started showing up. So then I went to a location where the spot where all the carcasses were. I left a big pile of carrots because I was at the West Virginia Bigfoot Museum and talking to them, and they're like, oh, they love carrots. So I came back here, gifted a big pile of carrots. The next day, we got the picture, we got the video, the one smacking the wood down. So they're more apt to be like, hey, we like what you're doing. Thank you for the gifting. We're here. And they show themselves because they want more food.
Those are very common reports because Sasquatches in general are going to be close to the edge line because all the animals that graze in the fields on the edges are going to be there too, coming and going. And typically where those usually take place are where the game trails come in and out of the wood line. So the Sasquatches are watching those game trails, and a lot of times at night they'll sit there and just wait for an animal that doesn't know what's going on to come through and go by so they can grab them real easily. But typical reports, especially like in East Central and Southern Ohio, are going to be the ones where they see them usually on an edge of a field, and then the Bigfoot will start retreating and go into and disappear into the wood line on the wood edge. But just like any other kind of animal, they're going to use the least path of resistance when it's made available. So if that open meadow's there, they're going to do it. If the power line cut is coming through, they're going to follow those power line cuts. I know, like over in Woodbury and Coshocton, we got a recording once going up a power line where we knew there were historical sightings, and there was no video of a Bigfoot, but put it this way, you could hear coming up the hill, crunch, 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 and over time it got closer, and it literally walked right past the white pine we had the recorder set in, walked right by it. You hear plain as day footfalls, definitely something on two legs. Okay, so it could be a person, but here's the thing, it was 3:54 in the morning, nearest house is 2 miles away. Okay, so yeah, they decided to go for a walk and just decided to walk to the tick-infested, area like that. Okay, and then within 15 seconds of it clearing and started going in the distance, 2 clear wood knots. I don't know. But no, it's common. Okay, those are pretty much your typical, other than the road crossers, the seeing them in the edge of the field and then retreating in the woods is your atypical sighting. I think you get more of those than actually in the woods.
One might assume that the typical Sasquatch sighting consists of a roadside encounter. And that would be correct. A driver on their daily trek happens across an unsuspecting creature standing on the roadside, or perhaps crests a hill just in time to see a Bigfoot finishing its stride across the roadway. This is far and away the most common form of sighting. However, a close second seems to be the sightings right on the edges of fields and forests. Some sightings even tend to be a mixture of both. Around the year 2000, a woman and her friend were traveling by car in Oscoda County, Michigan, when the eyewitness had a split-second observation of a 10-foot-tall dark figure crossing the road and entering the tree line. Coming around a curve in the road, the woman saw a figure that, by her reckoning, would blow away a WWE wrestler in terms of its build. Its shoulders stayed level as it slipped into the tree line and vanished from view. Reflecting on the incident, the witness reported that the massive creature was heading in the direction of protected state wetlands.
A lot of those. I mean, that's very common. I would say that's almost the second most common besides a road crossing. I would say road crossing is number one. The second is them standing in the tree line watching you, and you see it either going in or out or standing there. I got a great one. This gentleman was 80 years old in Kentucky, Logan County. He called in a little talk radio show. My partner, Don Neal, he's an ordained minister He hunts Bigfoot by day or by night and preaches the gospel by day. If I got it backwards. But anyway, Daniel was doing the radio show. The guy called in the radio show and said, I was in my backyard. It was around dusk. I was working my garden. I look over the fence and standing in the tree line was this Bigfoot. And this sweet old man, you know, I tell people this again, you don't know what witnesses will do. Guess what he does? He tries to talk to it. He says to it, it's okay, I won't hurt you, come on over. Right? Who does that? So he says it again, it's all right, come on. So finally, he figured the rake he was holding in his hand might have been scaring it. He laid the rake down. For a third time, he said, it's all right, you could come over. The Bigfoot walked out of the tree line over a 3-foot fence, 20 feet from him, kind of downhill, but they're eye to eye. It was gray, arms down past his knees, wide hooded nose, which is what I get a lot. Hooded nose like a human, thin lips, black face, big black eyes, no whites of the eyes, which is common. The weirdest thing he said, the bangs look cut. Like, why would you add that if you're making that story up, that the bangs look cut? It's just kind of a weird thing to add, but he said the bangs look straight across the forehead. We stood there. I realized it's time to go in the house. So he turned around, went in the house, looked back, the Bigfoot's walking away. So he went inside, took 2 potatoes from his garden, opened his back door, put the potatoes on the railing of his deck. Before he went to bed, he looked out there, the potatoes were gone. Yeah, a raccoon could have taken them, but you know, we like to think there's a relationship there. There was a mutual respect there. He tried to talk to it. I don't think they know what you're saying. I think they know your intent. A dog knows your intent, right? These things are much smarter than a dog. So whenever I tell people, if you see one, try to talk to it. You know, even palms up, you know, be submissive, maybe look down, let them know you come in peace. They might stick around. You know, you never know. So this sweet old man, his report, of course, is on my website, and I share that report a lot in some of my presentations. I even have a sketch. Terry Thomas is an artist in an organization. He drew a sketch of this Bigfoot and the old man because it's a sweet story.
Another story that just happened, they just like to watch us. They're fascinated by us like we are by them. And then you throw children into the mix. I've heard of stories of them coming to the tree line watching playgrounds as well.
If you know me, I am interested in whether there could be a living, breathing, normal animal out there, right? Some type of a primate. So that's where my interest is in most of my research. But there are also a lot of stories that don't kind of go into that. And I always keep an open mind on it. And I want to hear everything because a lot of science, we just don't know how it works yet, right? So one time I was actually taking a report for another Bigfoot researcher who couldn't get out to this area in Ohio. And I went there and met a gentleman who took myself, and Lester came with me to that one, and we went out on side-by-sides. I think I called them 4x4s before. Side-by-sides. We went out and it was wintertime, and so we went through the woods on his property and got to this big field that was smack in the middle of the woods that he hired somebody to take care of, and they got to keep the crop. So he and his wife were both there in their Beagle, which is important. And they get to this side of that field, and on the other side, across it, were thick woods. And we pull up, you know, because he's showing us in real time kind of what had happened. And they had seen something walking along the tree line on the other side of that field that seemed to be kind of changing colors almost, like not like, from what I remember, it wasn't necessarily like drastic changes, but you know, it was changing, and it was humanoid in form, and it was Sasquatch looking to both of them. And they kind of went a little bit further into the field from what I remember, and didn't go all the way over there while it was there, and it disappeared into the tree line. You know, we talked for a while, and I don't know if something unusual was going on or if it was just the light hitting the fur. You know, it had been winter time and, you know, coming off the snow. I'm not sure, but it was a cool story, and one that I still wonder exactly what they were seeing.
Right. Well, I think it, like I said, it's about ease of access. Like I also wonder, like we did have what might have been, understand that, a nesting situation that we found in an open field. And it was actually, everything was compressed down like a deer would do it, except it was 10 foot. It was 10 foot across in each direction. It wasn't a group of deer laying down. This was like one big imprint. And the way we took it because we looked for hair, we looked for everything. The way we took it was that whatever it was had been laying down there and had actually been, because where it's at, the weeds were so tall you couldn't actually see. So like see anything from, like it could see from there, but you couldn't see it from any distance. Like if you were a football field away especially, you would never even know it was there at all. Like and so I think that's what it possibly was doing. And the thing that makes us think that is what it was, we did have rocks thrown at us at that incident, which nothing huge, but you know, small rocks. And the one guy in our group thought it was me doing it. I'm like, it isn't me, man. You know, I think they can use it for bedding. I think they can use it just as an easy access to cut from one area to another instead of walking up and down ravines and things. You know, the shortest distance between two paths is a straight line. So I figure that's maybe why they do what they do. But that goes back to farmlands. There's so much farmland here, you know, that they don't have a choice at certain points. They're going to have to cross an open field or even roads, which I also think is another story why they do cross roads, and you hear about that.
Just name a county. I mean, even where I live, in Lorain County, like in Columbia Station, way back in the day, there was an abandoned railroad line, and a lot of the kids from high school, my uncle one of them, they would get on those, you know, the teeter-totter rail cars where two people would be on and going up and down to go down the tracks. Well, Bob and one of his buddies, and this would have been in the 1960s, was going down this rail car and came upon this open field, and there was corn in the open field, but it was only about half height. And he says, as we came along there, he says, we hear all this commotion to our right, so we both look, it's funny because I remember what Bob said. He goes, first we thought it was what are the rail police called? There's a name for them. They police the rail tracks. I can't think what he called it, because they would do that. You get in trouble, because if you were caught on the railroad track. And the Bigfoot stood up, and it was, even though it was just starting to get light, it was about 5:45 in the morning, it was starting to get light. So they came upon there, and the Bigfoot must have not heard them coming or something, because it was in the cornfield. Then it stood up and turned and looked at them and took off across the cornfield, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was just right there, and they watched it walk away for a good, 30 seconds. And that was like in the 60s. But typically just about anywhere. A lot of the sightings in Coshocton County are on edges. Even walking down the dirt roads, road edge into the woods. Obviously, some of the famous ones in Woodbury were typically walking along fence lines, down on the edge lines and things like that. And like I say, they're always going to use the easiest path. If they can use the easiest path, that's what they're going to do. I think of the times I'm in the woods doing surveys and stuff that, sometimes this wood's so thick. I got caught in a couple places recently in rainstorms. With trees down everywhere. You'd be surprised, why they choose to go the edge line.
There are a number of reasons that an animal may opt to stay just on the edge of fields and forests. Aside from access to food and shelter, there are other appealing aspects to this unique geographic area referred to as edge habitat. It provides some means of concealment. It can allow for a quick getaway if spotted. It allows for a creature to observe those out in the open while remaining hidden. Above all else, it can be the best route of travel from point A to point B. For example, we sometimes see Sasquatch utilizing clear cuts for travel, as they can remain right on the edge of the tree line with easy access to conceal themselves should they be disturbed. Small Town Monsters founder Seth Breedlove had a clear-cut sighting of this nature, as documented in the Bigfoot Project web series, which took place near Minerva, Ohio. Within a matter of seconds, he saw a 6 to 7 foot reddish-brown figure sprinting into the woods, recalling especially the shape of the arm and the hair that trailed after it.
Safety, to remain hidden. There's not many reports of them just standing in an open field. So whenever they can, they stay in cover. If they do cross the field, it's pretty quick. The Memorial Day footage, a lot of us believe that's a Bigfoot running across. Those campers filmed, and it was running. I don't think they take a lot of risk if they don't have to.
Absolutely to not be seen, to not fall prey, to be unobservable is to also to be safe and to keep yourself alive.
I think one of the reasons that you might have a possible Bigfoot sighting at the edge of a forest is for the same reason that often you will have deer on the edges of forests. As the light is either coming up or going away, that's an area where animals will kind of gravitate toward, because if it's too bright, they don't want to be in the middle of the field. And as it's getting darker, they're moving toward the middle of a field, because they don't mind, deer, for instance, don't mind being in the middle of a field if it's dark, because they feel protected. In the middle of the day, if they go out to the middle of a field, they're vulnerable. Anything is going to feel that way. Now, a person walking in the middle of the field, we don't care. We're apex predators, so we can go out walking in the middle of a field. It doesn't matter. We don't have something that could conceivably attack us. But an animal that is wary is going to hang out near the edges as dawn and dusk arrives. And so it stands to reason that an animal that wants to be elusive, or an intelligent creature that is elusive, would do the same thing. Also, if, let's say, my food source were a deer, I'm going to put myself where the deer are, which at varying times is going to be near the edge of a field. What it also does is it allows me vision. I can see out, but behind me, my silhouette is going to be broken up by the trees. And so it's much easier for me to sit there and see what's going on here. And so from a hunting perspective, one of the things that you do if you're hunting a field, you can put yourself right on the trees right next to the field. But what I do is I put myself one tree back. And so anything that's in the field, if they look, they're not going to see me, but I can see them. And I'm only blocked by a couple of trees, but I am much more likely to see them before they see me. And so that might be a reason why you get sightings near the edges of a wood line. Also, you have to take into consideration, you're not going to have a sighting in pitch blackness in a field, more than likely, because it's dark. And so you're going to get a sighting as light is coming or light is going, and that's where I would be.
I think there's lots of reasons why animals would walk along a tree line. You have an easier way of travel, so I know I want to take the easy way if I can. So, they can get from point A to point B easier. That's why we call, power line cuts Bigfoot highways sometimes, because you have that break in the trees. So that would be number one. Number two would be fast access to shelter or to a place where they can hide or get away. So, if they're just out in the open and they feel threatened, they don't have anywhere to go. On a tree line, you have somewhere to go quickly. And the third reason I can think of is that you have like a whole different ecology, like right on the tree line. You have different plants that grow there. You have different animals that live in what we call the edges of the forests. So wherever you have a spot where one type of terrain or whatever you want to call it ends and another one begins. So you have the farmland, you have a field, you have just grass or whatever you want to call it. And then all of a sudden there's trees and bushes and plants. Everything changes, even to the insects that are there. So my thought would be that Sasquatch would come along and be looking for food there as well, besides just a way of traveling and a way of getting quick cover.
You know, the great thing with Ohio is we have gas lines, telephone lines, power lines, and now fracking lines. So those are their highways. So if you're gonna wanna find a place where you think Bigfoots are coming and going, say, from one area to another, you wanna find those locations. You wanna find, like, by the highways where the creek beds go under the highways and there's a way to go under. Those are places to look. That's the logic. If you're gonna set game cameras up, those are the places to do it. Because if you know they're in Salt Fork, but you also know they're in Wills Creek, there is a couple underpasses where creeks large enough where something 10 foot tall can go under the highway and not have to cross.
Any sort of sighting that takes place near a distinct physical marker, such as a certain tree, a fence, or even a sign, gives researchers the opportunity for a more in-depth investigation after the fact. From being able to assess the height of the creature that was seen by measuring known factors, to assessing how large a stride may be based on the distance covered in a matter of seconds, having a notable geographic or physical feature for reference can help determine a number of aspects about the creature. A report taken near Zanesville, Ohio in July of 2003 illustrates the point. A woman on her back patio watched as a tall, dark-colored Bigfoot walked past their shelter and barn. It was the same height as their electric bug zapper, which was mounted to the barn, and this detail enabled investigators to determine that the eyewitness was 93 feet away at the time of the incident, and that the noiseless, long-armed creature was 6 foot 7 inches tall. Another case from Kentucky provides a similar comparison. In August of 2007, a couple was out four-wheeling in a creek when the young woman happened to see a tall, furry figure towering over a stand of cane weeds. The eyewitness, who declared her own height as 5 foot 3 inches, estimated that the weeds were 2 feet taller than she was, and the mystery primate eclipsed the weeds by 2 feet, allowing her to observe slightly pointed ears and large, muscular shoulders.
If you have a reference point, the Bigfoot standing by a tree or a branch, you can go back and measure it. I will tell you this, so many witnesses are off on distance and height and weight. A lot of us don't play golf for a living. You know, a golfer can tell you, oh, it was 120 yards. When we go back and we do these measurements, usually the Bigfoot's much bigger. Sometimes it's further away even than what they estimate. So yeah, it gives us a good reference point if they're standing by something like a tree.
I think you can, and I think that, you know, what's called aerial sign in tracking, you know, branches that are broken, the possibility of hair being caught or follicles being caught high up, and yeah, definitely the measurement of height. If a person can be calm enough to look and to see a comparison of what the creature is standing next to, I think that that's kind of hard for a lot of people that might not be used to being in the woods.
Oh yeah, and then you can get a reference point for how tall this one was, and then you can possibly track them and see where they went. Yeah, they're really the best.
One of the things that you can do is, if you know where a figure is located, you can then use a known object that is measurable to see how tall a creature is, how wide a creature is. You can even figure out how fast it is moving based on it getting from point A to point B with a known object, which is fascinating to do.
sightings that are along tree lines or anywhere where there's an object that's not going to change too quickly. So if you're talking about, I saw a Bigfoot back in 1984 and it was standing by this tree, it might be a lot harder to do. But if somebody says, I saw one a month ago, last week, even a year ago, and here it was, I've used that before. I've gone out and I've asked the person to stand where the Bigfoot was standing, and then you kind of try to get them to tell you how big they thought it was. I've done that before with my own possible sightings. So it's very, very good to have some type of a fixed object to go off of when you're trying to at least get size proportions out of there and to go back to the correct spot. If you're going to go out and look for footprints where somebody said they just saw a Sasquatch, if they can give you more details about exactly where it was, and trees and things like that can help with that, then it's all good for research.
Are there any particular physical behaviors, postures, or activities associated with woodline sightings?
For me and the reports that I've taken, it's usually along the woodline, it's usually been a Bigfoot in motion. So my own possible sighting at Meander Reservoir back in 2012, the creature was just standing there holding onto a tree. So it moved, but it wasn't like walking. But I would say when it's been a tree line sighting that I've taken, they were moving along that area. Now I've read about other people's sightings where they will be in there kind of standing. When I was out in Montana, the Blackfoot tribal members that had us out there, they talked about how not far from the tree line, like if you go back maybe like 20 feet or so, sometimes you'll find like brush that has been put together that they feel the hairy man will use as cover to kind of spy on people outside of that tree line. So I don't know, but that's really interesting.
I think it helps because you can find at least indentations in the grass a lot easier than you can on leaves. And a lot of times when you get in leaf litter inside of the woods, it's hard to track. But if you can at least find indentations where they're stepping, where they're sitting, where they're laying, that kind of thing. And I think depending too, with a lot of if it's farmland, when they cut down everything and they're watering things, you might be able to catch footprints better.
Well, yeah, because you have unit of scale. If they're walking by a line of, say, oak trees growing there, and the person says, well, that branch over there, or see the knob up there, it was halfway up to that knob on that hickory tree over there. Well, now you can get out there and run your tape up. Hey, that's 8.5 feet off the ground, and then you look for example, like my personal sighting that I know we've talked about. That branch hit right off the top of its head. So that gave us a unit the following week to measure up to get to 8'11". So we kind of knew. So yes, when you have something of scale, even the fence posts, they're 48-inch standard. So even if it has some dirt, it's 42. Still, you have a unit to use as comparison.
Witnesses have reported some similarities when spotting a Sasquatch near a tree line. One consistently reported behavior is a distinctive swaying motion employed by a Bigfoot standing behind a tree for the presumed purpose of stealing glances in a somewhat stealthy fashion. Other times they are known to just freeze in place, particularly if they feel they've been spotted, in an attempt to evade detection and blend into their surroundings. Other times they retreat into the tree line, away from an open area, quickly escaping view. In regions throughout the Heartland, there are multiple reports of these creatures being seen heading to the edge of fields and forests as they go about their normal routine, completely disregarding any potential witnesses. In October of 2015, a mother and daughter were driving near Salem, Ohio in Columbiana County when they were stunned to both witness a Sasquatch with long, shaggy brown hair cross the road in front of their vehicle. The mother, who was driving at the time, mentioned that the creature never looked at her, but took the road in 2 steps and was gone into the woods near a residential driveway. Both eyewitnesses noted that the figure was very thin, and a follow-up investigation conducted by Amy Boo revealed that the creature stood approximately 7 feet 6 inches in height. It also seems likely that Sasquatch engage in discernible hunting behaviors, at times using edge habitat to their advantage. A Michigan man and his 11-year-old grandson were out hunting deer in Manistee County in November 2009 when they nearly had a run-in with Bigfoot. Having decided to call it a day, the two were walking back to their truck when a 6-point buck ran within 20 feet of the hunters. To their astonishment, a Sasquatch was hot on the heels of the buck, with arms outstretched, ready to grab its prey. When it saw the hunters, it appeared to be surprised in its own right, and crossed a clear-cut field before entering a jack pine plantation. Both witnesses described the creature as 8 feet tall, light black skin on the face, with black to brown medium-length hair on its body. The encounter lasted for roughly 11 seconds before the figure was obscured from their vision.
It's the watching. It's them being fascinated with us or asking for more food, and you have to be careful with gifting. You don't want them to get dependent. But yeah, they're wanting to watch us, or they want something from us.
So you say they're curious.
Very curious, whether it be humans. I think they're more fascinated by us because we're like them, but then they're also fascinated by, farm animals.
The one thing that we've noticed here is definitely the tree knocks, the location of other creatures, the whooping sounds. I've heard songbirds at 2 o'clock in the morning, whistling, and it seems to be nothing more than communication between these creatures to let each other know what each other's doing. They seem to have an understanding that we don't have.
The swaying, you get that a lot. It was swaying. It was by the tree swaying, holding on to the tree. A lot of times I like to put the arm around the tree. I think you told me that once, Jay, about the tree giving you energy. You become one with the tree. Maybe the Bigfoot is using that energy, or maybe it's just holding itself. I don't know why, but you do get the arm around the tree and you do get the swaying back and forth. I think it's more a nervousness, maybe anxious, kind of like I don't know what that is, because you would think they wouldn't do that. It brings attention to you. Most Bigfoots can remain still, you never see it. I've had so many people, or I've even done it where I was with the guy. It was middle winter. He had a bright blue jacket on, doing tree knocks and getting knocks back, like immediate knocks back. Oh my gosh, I want to see it. So I walk away from him on the trail, go into the woods, and I'm looking down at this holler, and I'm where are you? I got to see this Bigfoot. Then I did a whoop, nothing. So finally, after a couple good return knocks, but nothing to my whoop, I come back. I don't see my buddy. He was right on the trail. I'm only like 30, 40 yards in the woods, and it's winter. There's not a lot of leaves. He was standing there with a bright blue jacket on. I could not see him because he was motionless. And it wasn't until I got closer, then I saw him. Movement gives away animals. If an animal remains still, typically you walk right by it. You won't even know it's there. So I think it's a mystery why they would do that, because it would kind of give away their location. But maybe they're not that smart.
I think if anything, the typical habit or behavior that I notice, they're always on a mission. So when they leave the comfort of the woods or the security, they're going from point A to point B for a reason, and their thing is to take that beeline or their least path of resistance to it. They don't seem to go off like Hilter or, let's just sit down and lounge, anything like that. I mean, I remember the last sighting that I remember over down by Salt Fork. It was a hunter. He happened to just pull off the road by the guardrail, and all he was doing is readjusting his load in the back, happened to just look over in the field below, and there was a Bigfoot walking up like this, like at an angle, and he was, of course, like looking at first, who's that hunter? Pulls out his binoculars and looks,
realizes it's this big thing and its arms are swinging. He said it never turned and looked toward him. He said it looked like a man on a mission, like it was going from the bottom where it must have came out. There was a creek down there, and it was make his way, hit the tree line, went right in the woods and gone, just like that. I mean, so they definitely, when they get out in where they're exposed, they go straight for where they're planning on going because they know what they're doing. They have a reason and a purpose. It's kind of like the areas where you get the same road crossing. Like there's a place in Coshocton over by the near old Conesville power plant where we documented 3 sightings over 15 years where it crossed at the same spot, coming out of the same creek site, going the same exact way. So, because that's just the easy way to go. So they're going to use it.
The place, Pike County, Ohio. The time, June, in the early 20-teens, in mid-afternoon. A man driving the backwoods stops his vehicle, exits his car, walks to the top of a hill. Looking down the gravel road, his eye scans past what looked like a decaying tree stump, until said object turned and began walking toward the tree line. The creature stood 7 feet tall, was very stout, and had hair the color of burnt charcoal. Despite its massive weight, it moved with fluidity as it was enveloped by the surrounding woods, perfectly camouflaged by its environment. We human beings like to think we know what we're looking at, especially in places like edge habitat. After all, we're familiar with those places. The fields and farm roads, ditches and bridges are all places we travel regularly, if not frequently. Be that as it may, it seems that there are things that inhabit the same edge areas that are not only experts at evading our notice, but also can hide in plain sight. Those who are able to accept that possibility may never look at America's heartland the same way, ever again.
My name is Del Fuston, or Cordell Fuston. We're in Polksville, Kentucky, where I was born and raised. Well, technically I was born in Moorhead up the road there where we just came from, but Polksville, Kentucky. Behind me is Polksville Cemetery, where a lot of my family's buried. And behind you is the forest where I grew up hunting deer, squirrel, rabbits, and turkey. It was October, it's the beginning of bow season in Kentucky. At least at that time, bow season started October 1, so I know it was early October. Everything hadn't fully changed over yet, but we were definitely in the midst of it. Behind us, there's a pipeline, and we had some logging roads. I grew up logging lumber as well. And on the other side, the back side of our property, there's a pine thicket, which we'll see in a bit, and a ridge, and the deer would come down the ridge to actually go into the thicket to bed down. So I knew this, and we had some of the area cleared out from logging, and there was a treetop, and I built my ground blind in the treetop, and then I got head to toe in camouflage. And then basically you could only see my eyeballs essentially. Did all the scent covers that we do here locally. Like a lot of hunters will like to actually step in cow manure because the deer will actually run in with herds of cows. Something I picked up young age hunting. And so I did that. I had my other cover scents, got to my ground blind before daybreak, sat there all day, nothing. Then probably 5, 6 o'clock or so, I hear the deer coming, and they come down the hill, and they're just running all sporadic, tails up, obviously spooked, not in a straight line, probably 8 or 9 of them if I had to guess. It was chaos. I couldn't draw on them. And then October isn't really rut season, the breeding season. It's a little early, but I thought maybe a buck was running them anyway, so I waited. And a few seconds later, I hear this loud noise, and this giant black hairy creature, upright, runs right behind them, right past me. It hits like a rotten tree with its shoulder. The tree falls over. It's not a big tree, it's a smaller tree, and then goes into the pines right behind the deer. And So like I was like, okay, it didn't see me. I don't know what that was. My only reference for Bigfoot at that time was Harry and the Hendersons and something that lives in Oregon, right? So it wasn't like something I was registering like that's a Bigfoot. I was just like, what was that? And you know, I'm 14 at the time, and I'm just like, okay, it didn't see me. And then I realized it's about to get dark soon. So then I run as fast as I can up the logging trail, cross the pipeline. Instead of going down the other logging trail, which is the opposite side of our farm property, I cut just through the woods. There's a single strand of old rusty barbed wire that I didn't know was there, and I just hit it chest level. Actually, I have a little scar right here from it. Flip, break off the quiver off my bow, keep running, run all the way home through the barn lot, get inside, take my boots off, sit down at the kitchen table. Mom's making dinner, and she says, "You all right? You sound like you're out of breath." And I said, "I think I saw Bigfoot." And her only response to why she was chopping the vegetables was, "Yeah, they've been seen around here." And that's the whole thing. And I was just like, what do you mean? I've been hunting and fishing this area since, you know, I was 8 years old on my own. So to have that encounter, you see a lot of strange things. And I've had close-ups with bobcats and other, you know, obviously snakes and all that stuff. So this was the only thing that really was so unsettling to me. So that's pretty much the whole encounter. And then after that, like, it just kind of was like, okay, there's more to this than I thought.
First of all, what year was this?
So that would be 94. Didn't talk about it, obviously, because you're crazy if you say it. Now it's a little bit more socially acceptable to talk about.
Just for reference, how close are we to Daniel Boone National Forest?
Very close. Very close. Actually, if you go over this pipeline and you cut probably 2 miles that way, you'll butt up against it. Essentially, we are in the Daniel Boone right now.
Hi, my name is Jim Weiser, and I am with the IBRO, and we are at Yellowwood State Forest in Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where I had mine and my wife's encounter with Sasquatch.
When was that?
That was probably about 8 years ago. We had a Jeep, a TJ, and it was a warm fall night, so we had the top was off.
Mm-hmm.
The top was off, and we had the half doors. The bottom half of the doors were still on, so we had the top half of the doors off. And we were parked right here, and we were just talking. And we were like 10:30 at night. Son trying to go to college, and what he was wanting to be, and all that. And off in the distance, you could hear what sounded like somebody took a bowling ball, took it, about 3 feet up in the air and just dropped it on some soft mud. It made a real high smack. And if we kept hearing that, then we'd hear some tree knock over there, and we heard some tree knock here, a tree knock over here. My wife, "Hey, did you hear that?" She's like, "Yeah." She did. She starts to freak out a little bit. And she's the type, she can handle just about anything. We've been to haunted cemeteries, we've been to haunted prisons, spent the night and all this and that. Never gets scared. But that night, just happened to have my recorder going also. And we were sitting right there, just talking about all the things we were hearing. And then all of a sudden, it sounded like something rose. Like there were leaves off on the side of the road. It sounded like something scurrying through the leaves, like on its hands and toes, hands and feet or something. And it ran around on my wife's side of the Jeep. And it ran so close to her, it could have touched her, grabbed her, smacked her, whatever it wanted to do. And it got to the front of the Jeep, and I didn't see it do this, but from what it sounded and felt like, it took its left arm and hand and smacked the driver's side of the Jeep. And by that time, my wife was like on top of me in the driver's seat, And I was like, okay, here we go. She's finally going to see it. So I turned my lights on, started the Jeep up, and there's nothing there. It was gone. No weeds moving or anything. So, and I've told people about that. They said it sounds like some of the elder ones were trying to teach the young ones how to sneak up on prey or their enemies or something without being seen, and they say it was a test. I don't know. But that's, I mean, it kind of seemed like it, looking back on it. It ran on this side, right? My wife was right there, so it ran right next to her.
Okay.
And then what I think happened, it went like this, and it smacked, and it took off.
Okay. Is that direction then?
I'm assuming, because at that point, I was on, we're on alert, But that was the darkest possible spot. We come back the next day, I parked at my exact spot, and you could see where the leaves were scuffled up, and you could see how something ran through the leaves here in grass and took off in the wood. Yeah, I mean, they will touch your car. I know some people who he gets off work at like third shift and doesn't want to go home, so he'll come to places like this to just see a little pull off. He'll be almost sound asleep, and all of a sudden his car starts. It's like somebody jumping up and down on the back end of his car. He doesn't see anything. He just takes off. He starts the car and he just takes off. We've had a lot of rocks come down from that hill there, rain down on it. I had a guy here. He didn't come here much, but he set a bag of blueberries over here on a stump. And one night, I took him back down to that bag of blueberries, and I parked the Jeep, and he, instead of parking the Jeep and sit, talk for a second, he opened the door and just ran out. And when he got to those blueberries, something threw a stick. He found the stick. It was about 3 feet long, 3 inches round, right at him.
How did you respond after this was done? What was your reaction, and did you have like lasting effects from it?
Well, I was very happy. Okay, so I thought, all right, because I've always wanted. My wife's like, she's one of the people like, you got to see it to believe it. And, yeah, she. So I was all excited, like, I can ready to turn my lights on. Like, okay, here we go. Finally, it's going to be standing right there. She's going to see it. Turn my lights on, no. Just dark. And she is screaming, like a voice I had never heard. So I knew she was terrified, so I knew I had to take her away,
Yeah.
So I start the Jeep, and all this is on audio. I start the Jeep up, and I'm backing up. We get down the road, and I said, "You all right, babe?" And she's like, "Oh my God," she's like, "Did you hear that? Did you hear it run around our Jeep?" Like I said, we've been, haunted prisons all night, cemeteries, insane asylums, all that, crazy stuff. Never get scared.
Every year, millions of people pack up a handful of belongings, leave their homes, and set off into the wilderness to spend a short amount of time living as close to nature as comfort allows. Camping is an essential human pastime, one which many of our ancestors undertook as a means of survival. but which in the 21st century most participants engage in purely for the sake of recreation. In the midst of the sojourns into the wild, a not insignificant number of people report having run-ins with Sasquatch. These reports are scattered throughout the states of the American Heartland, transcending borders and regional cultures. Supposed Sasquatch encounters near campsites and within designated campgrounds are something that seem not to be limited to any one particular area. Accounts can be found across the breadth of the Heartland in places like Ohio, Missouri, Kentucky, Indiana, and beyond. In 2008, a witness was camping in Beaver Creek State Park. They were familiar with the campground, having spent a significant amount of time there as a child. On the evening of the second day, the witness stepped outside of camp to relieve themselves when they heard a loud crashing noise coming from just within the tree line. They turned in time to see a large dark figure which they described as being extremely muscular. It bounded off through the trees without bothering to push or swat aside branches or foliage, seeming to plow through the undergrowth effortlessly. The witness, rattled by the experience, never returned to Beaver Creek State Park.
Oh my gosh. Welcome to Michigan, the land of campgrounds and cottages. So you throw in where half the population's got a house down by Detroit and a cottage up there in the woods.
A lot, yeah. I think there's more than people think there are, because you know, you have your state campgrounds and you have KOAs, I think are what they're called. And you have, I mean, there's just a lot of small facilities also that run them. We have a lot of campgrounds here.
When you're talking about campgrounds, you know, I think about Tina Sams and her experience that she had at her permanent campground. Like, there's a lot of people there, they have permanent campsites, and there was a sighting right there. Now, I've taken reports not far from that campground by several different witnesses, so I think they're close because you have a lot of woods. You know, you go camping, you want woods, you want it to be pretty remote. So yeah, we have a lot of campgrounds in Ohio. It's beautiful.
There is a number of campgrounds across to Indiana, from the north all the way down into southern Indiana. There's a difference in campgrounds between parks and state forest. Your state parks is where everybody gets electric sites and things like that. You go to a state forest and it's all primitive camping where there is no electric hookup, and that's not much. That's the places that we're more interested in, is those state forests, because there's less people. But no matter what park we've been into and we've talked to, there's activity around it.
The prominence of campgrounds in Ohio in particular, especially as it touches the Bigfoot subject, is huge. I mean, in a sense, the reputation for Bigfoot in Ohio has been made thanks to campgrounds and state parks. The obvious choice there would be Salt Fork State Park. But you also have Beaver Creek in East Liverpool, and I'm sure that there's other smaller places as well, like Vinton County. You have all of these campground areas. The Buckeye Trail supports sort of off-grid camping, all of which leads to situations where people are out in the great outdoors. They're either in tents or cowboy camping and pretty vulnerable to whatever else is out there with them in the woods. So I would say in Ohio in particular, there's almost a tradition of Bigfoot reports coming from places where people are camped out for the night.
We have a lot of campgrounds, a lot of sightings in campgrounds, near campgrounds. There's one here in the gorge. The Bigfoot was in a cave or down by the mouth of a cave, and it blew my mind because I think because I didn't document that one. It was hearsay. I never spoke to the witness. All mine are like actually firsthand reports from witnesses. This was through a mutual friend. But they were in the campground, they were hiking, looked down in this little holler, and there was a cave, and they saw Bigfoot down there by that mouth of that cave. Of course, they went back and told the hosts, and by the time everybody went back, the Bigfoot was gone. So yeah, they'll come into campgrounds. They're not really afraid of us. They're kind of curious, but they're cautious.
And then they're more prominent, of course, in the state forest because it's more like home to them.
Yeah.
You know, we call them forest people.
because that's what they are, basically. State parks, you might get them passing through more, but forest parks, I feel like, in my opinion, that's where they live.
There are a lot of campgrounds around. You know, you have Cave Run Lake, which has campgrounds around it. Camp Judy Lane, you know, which has to do with the Scouts. So there is a lot of campgrounds in the area. And I think there's a fascination with that, again, opportunity. Lots of things, lots of smells, lots of noise, people fishing, people cooking, people grilling out. You know, it's a time when people are living their lives outside in their element. And I think that's probably a very important lesson for us to understand is they are used to living, that is their home. As much as you are used to living in a house and you have made your living inside a home, they are that acclimated with the forest. Just like a deer and being a hunter, I want to make sure when I make my way into the forest that I don't make a difference in the forest, that I want to become a part of the forest because they notice that. That's their front room. And so they're very acclimated creatures like this, whereas, you know, they are very well acquainted with what's going on around them. So I think that the campgrounds and things of this nature present an opportunity for them for food, again, for water, and for observation of things that they think is interesting.
Scattered throughout Indiana, there are a lot. Northern Indiana, we have a RV business. So of course the people that do the glamping, I call it, we still rough it in tents still. But no, there are a lot of campgrounds scattered throughout Indiana. Most of our sightings are in the southern half of the state, but you also get a lot of private property where people go out and camp. And that's actually probably a third of the reports we have in Indiana as far as public reports, people private camping on people's property. But yeah, camping is a big activity in Indiana.
There are sightings, you know. I stick to the rule of thumb that they generally don't want us to know they exist because they have families and want to keep private. But yeah, every so often, and it just seems to be food orientated.
There's almost countless options when it comes to reports from campgrounds. Again, from Salt Fork State Park, you can take your pick in terms of people, you know, hearing the classic sounds that go along with Bigfoot in campground areas. There's campgrounds at Salt Fork now named Bigfoot Ridge that's on their official sign, which suggests prominence of reports. There's one somewhat famous report in Bigfoot circles where people used the campground as a launching point for hikes and they felt escorted out of the woods. You know, that sort of sensation that something does not want you there and is kind of pacing you until you get out of their environment. Anecdotal, kind of a friend report, but one that said that there were people, well, actually I misspoke. This is actually coming out of Athens County. This is in connection to the state forest, Wayne State Forest, in the Athens area towards Nelsonville. There was a group of 3 camping in a tent, and something came along in the middle of the night and slammed into the tent with such force that it moved 3 people from one side of the tent to the other. And the person reporting this story gave the sort of picturesque detail that one of the campers was a friend of his who weighed in at around 300 pounds. So moving those people over took a great deal of strength, whatever it is that slammed into them, but it slammed into them and ran away, presumably on 2 feet. That's just one sort of campground, and sort of the epitome of the campground story is that there'd be some sound or feeling that's sensed, and then later on, once you go in the tent, something comes up and is inquisitive, curious, or maybe even aggressive.
We've had a number of, I've experienced myself, so has Debbie, in campgrounds. We had one campground that was almost weekly that they was coming in to us and come up around us and would come up close to the camp. There was activity was just actually unreal of what was going on around us, which is what we like, because one of the things that we look for while we're here is, while we're out, is it's not that they're here, we know they're there. We want to see how they interact with us and what they interact with the campers and how the campers interact, what they do when the Sasquatch is doing something.
We have a group up called IBRO, and they do regular campouts. They just call them campouts, where they just go out and sit. And so they've had a lot of experiences. They have different views on what Bigfoot is, things like that. Try to keep an open mind on all that. There's a lot of sightings that's just random. I think that's one of the oddest things. But I think it's maybe as Bigfoot has become more prominent, more openly spoken about, we're starting to get some more of those. People making reports or talking to you about experiences that they had. Last minute things, I can think of one off the top of my head that was, family was actually packing up, getting ready to leave. And the dad was kind of hanging behind, checking to make sure they hadn't forgotten anything, and saw what he described as a Bigfoot at the back of their campground. And they just instantly got scared and sent the kids to the car and loaded up and took off. Didn't stick around, didn't have a lot of details to report, but basic description we get of Bigfoot, and it was close.
I do, and I actually have one from my now ex-wife. We were actually camping at Salt Fork, and we were actually staying in Loop A, and this is one of the reasons I think they come closer. We were staying in Loop A, and believe it or not, it was raining. Every time we go to Salt Fork, it seems to rain. And it was raining, and we wound up, she had to use the washroom, and we were parked not too far from where the actual Loop A restroom visitor center is. So she got up to go to the bathroom, and she went outside, and she's like, you know what, I'm gonna sneak around just behind the camper because it was raining, I'm gonna go pee. So she went around behind the camper, and as she's looking, it's raining, she looks, and here's something was staring at her from the woods. And she literally said, well, I don't have to pee anymore. And she turned around and went back inside. But the funny thing is, she wouldn't tell me. She didn't tell me till we were leaving because she didn't want me to go looking for it. And I asked her what she saw, and she didn't get a great look at it, but she said she saw a silhouette, but it had a hand that she said she remembers very specifically. It had put around the tree, and it was like this. And she remembers it looking around at her. But she didn't get like the best look at it because it was raining and it was dark.
I had a report from a campground here in Ohio where someone had gotten out of their tent, so they were just primitive camping, and they had to kind of do their business, we'll just put it that way, and saw what they said was a Sasquatch back in the trees behind where the different tents were set up. Now this was a pretty remote campground, and it was sparsely populated at the time. There weren't that many people there, but that particular campground, there have been several sightings, not just of Bigfoot, but footprints and sounds, and it's not just kids around the campfire making up stories.
Within our own group here in Indiana, we've had instances where they've been camping, we've been camping, or individuals have been camping that are in our Indiana group. They've left handprints on their campers. They've shook them. We've had the handprints. You can go out the next morning and see their handprints.
We've watched them run campers out.
Yeah.
Because they would scare campers. But the campers don't realize what's happening. They think that somebody is walking around their tent at night, because they get out of their tent, they go around it with a flashlight and they're shining around. Then they'll get back in. And then a few minutes later, they're back out with their flashlight again. And about the third time, they're finally loading their stuff up at midnight and leaving. And the whole time, we're sitting back off to the side and know it's a Sasquatch because they just left our campsite. And they do it all the time. We honestly figure that's the teenagers. They're having fun. We're their entertainment. And we say it's the teenagers because when that's happening, sometimes in the valley below us or on the next ridge, you'll hear a scream or a low growl or something. And you hear that, and all at once they're gone.
Parents are calling them in.
So we always kind of laugh and say, yeah, parents have just called them back. So get back, leave them alone.
Not so much a campground, but in a Brown County State Park. We used to attend a couples retreat up until last year. And as a matter of fact, this was just last year after the retreat. We always go hit the trails and stuff. And there's one specific trail there that is very remote, probably about a 4-mile trail, but at the very back of it, you're about as far from civilization as you can be. It was actually my wife that found the print. and we think it was a juvie print because of the size. But as a researcher, I think you have to be the person that you're your biggest debunker. But when we look at the situation where we were at, what the likelihood of a child being 2 miles back into the woods barefooted, that kind of thing. But that's personal experience. That's because we were actually out there camping, but we weren't in our campsite when that happened.
Yes, I've had some. I've had some here in Madison here in Clifty Falls. 2 elderly ladies saw one run across the road here when they came through here. And they contacted me for the simple fact is that they didn't understand what they were seeing and wanted to know what they saw. Since my name's in the area, they picked me because I worked the area. What they described was a tall figure, hairy, matted hair, leaves, matted in it, and what appeared to be a tail. But I can't verify that it had a tail. I'm thinking it might have been a vine attached to it, because I didn't see it. They did. And it didn't move like a tail, they said. It just dragged behind them. So I'm thinking a vine. But there is reports, and I do take them in. I do investigate them. But in my opinion, they're tainted.
Lady went to campground every year. She became friends with the young one. And every summer she'd see this thing, and the mom and dad wouldn't get too close, and then she started feeding it, and yeah.
I know of another campground that's not far from here in Ohio that actually has reported multiple times screams being heard, like in the vicinity. And like it actually was to the point where some people were quite unnerved by it. And like we came out to look around in the area, and it's right in the middle. It's right by, once again, right by a main river system. And I think that's what was happening as they were coming through. So, but I mean, I've heard a few. I've heard of them dumpster diving in different campgrounds and looking for food. Like one lady said at 4:30 in the morning she saw one, plain as day. He was standing like right underneath a light digging through a dumpster. And that was actually at Salt Fork too. So
Where was the one that was close to you?
that one was actually, it's actually, once again, it's out not far from Spencer area. Spencer's a big area. There's a lot of farmland there too. And there's actually a park there that's 600 acres, and then there's adjacent to the park there's another 150 acres, and then that all connects to farmland. And then right in between the farmland and all these acres is is a main river system that comes through. And so I think for when it was hot, I mean, it's like I said, it's not now, but when it was, I think that's what it was doing, is they were coming through the river system up there, because it's so much easy food like in that area too. They have all kinds of wild edibles, from ramps to ground cherries to they have spring skunk cabbage. They could eat all that, and it's just widely available there. And I think maybe that's what they were doing, is just coming through for an easy food source.
I had an instance at one of our campgrounds. It was like 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning. I had my windows open. It was primitive. I heard this little girl laughing, and I got up the next morning and said, "Did you guys hear that little kid up there laughing?"
And I looked at her.
Who would have their kid out 3 a.m. in the morning? It didn't even occur to me,
No, because I looked at her and went, "There's no kids in this campground. We're the only ones in this campground. There's no kids here."
And so the person camping next to us, who's also in our Indiana group, had left treats out. We made an assumption that they got some of the treats and they were just coming across a campground laughing.
Because they had stowed some of the treats, because that's what they do, take the treats that's left out for them.
The profile of the witness in question during the review of any Sasquatch report is always something to consider. When available, this information can give the inquisitive mind a greater understanding of the point of view of the witness themselves. When dealing with sightings involving hunters or avid campers, one must keep in mind that these individuals generally bring experience and a working knowledge of the natural world, along with their tents and hiking boots, when they set off for a weekend of rugged living. This is not always the case, but when it comes to hunters and frequent outdoorsmen, the ability of the witness to assess a potential sighting against known animals yields the possibility for something truly inexplicable. A suburbanite who spends the majority of their days indoors might be more likely to confuse a bear for a supposed Sasquatch in the midst of a chaotic situation. The every-season game hunter is less likely to make the same mistake. In September of 2014, a person identifying themselves as a biologist for a major tech company was camping in Merrimack State Park, located in Franklin County, Missouri. They had undertaken a long and arduous hike on the Merrimack State Park Wilderness Trail, and while passing through a heavily wooded area, came upon a group of isolated, lightly used campsites. Nearby, they also located an extremely strange and elaborate structure assembled out of large tree limbs and trunks. Later, after setting up camp for the evening, the witness reports hearing two extremely loud wood knocks in very rapid succession, faster, they believe, than any human being could have swung an axe or club. Later, they would hear loud, unidentifiable screams coming from deep in the woods. The witness continued to endure a sleepless night, hearing loud crashing sounds, odd vocalizations, and footsteps near their campsite. After rousing from what little sleep they were able to get, they found the campsite severely disturbed, with logs and other objects moved around and stacked in places they had not been the night before. The witness would also note that they had seen what looked like a large gorilla nest at the bottom of a ravine near the campsite.
I think hunters especially do know more of the natural sounds, so I think they can kind of figure out what's supposed to be and what's not supposed to be in the area. And I'm sure they're familiar with like the sounds deers and things make, and turkey and things along those lines. And we have bobcat around here too, so bobcats make an unholy racket if you've never heard one. But I think most people are pretty good at assessing it, but I don't think that they really, I think they write them off more than anything else. Like I think a lot of times they hear something that might be weird and might be different, but they just write it off as being something, oh, it was probably this, it was probably that. I think it's still not a lot of people wanting to believe yet, that are hardcore outdoors people. They spend a lot of time out there. They don't want there to be something like that, I think.
Frequent campers, outdoorsmen, and their ability to identify sounds. I think it's one thing when you're an infrequent camper, or you're out there, maybe a couple times a year, and you hear things in the woods you don't normally hear, and you can attribute that to all sorts of things. But experienced outdoorsmen really do have a command of the sounds that they hear, even less frequently, through animals that are less encountered in the wild. So they're able to rule out things like bobcats. They're able to rule out elk or deer that can make some pretty distressing sounds if you're not used to hearing those. So when you have someone like a seasoned hunter, an experienced outdoorsman who says, I've never heard anything like that, that really gets your attention as a researcher.
Most of them, unless they're really into Sasquatch, into Bigfoot, they can hear it. I mean, I've watched campers in the morning camping, and I hear one scream, and I'm looking around, got someone else with me, and we're both going, you just heard that, didn't you? Yeah, and we're looking at the campers, and they're just still cooking their breakfast like everything's going on. They're oblivious to what's going on. And a lot of hunters, every time I talk to a hunter and they go, I've hunted my whole life, there's nothing out there. I always ask them one question. Have you ever been hunting, carrying a gun, and still got so nervous that you didn't know what was going on, but you just had that real nervous feeling that someone's staring at you? Well, that's because they was there. You was feeling their presence. I felt it when I was in my 20s, never thought nothing about it. I was laughing to myself going, I'm carrying a gun, what am I scared about? But I was two-stepping to my truck to get to my truck that night because it was probably following me out. And I didn't realize this until several years ago. I was in a hot spot. So I always put it back to that. And a lot of them will come back and say, yeah, I have had that happen. That's because they was around you. They was in the vicinity.
Most of the time, if you're a Bigfoot lover, you're out there looking for Bigfoot. You are going to think or hope that everything is a Bigfoot, is a Sasquatch. It seems to be reversed. It seems to be the ones who would love to see Bigfoot probably are not going to, but it seems that the ones who don't believe in it, never really cared about Bigfoot, there it is, and their life is changed.
Some people have a problem trying to identify animals. They don't know what's in their area. Researchers, if they're smart, they'll study and know what you have in this area. So you can identify the bird call, you can identify the howl, the bark. Most campers can't identify that, but some can, but hunters. I've had hunters that hunted in state parks, around campgrounds and stuff, and actually been run out. And I have to really believe these people, because when they come to me and they tell me their stories, like I said, their heartbeat goes up. They're anxious. They're nervous. I had one gentleman come to me. He had actually been chased out of a hunting site in a state park. His faces and arms were scratched up when he ran through the woods. I mean, he was scared. This thing was chasing him. And the reason why he was chasing him, because he took a shot at it with turkey shots. And while he was running, he emptied 3 rounds in a 20 gauge shotgun shell. And after the last round, he dropped it, and he finally got to his truck. And he was on property on a place where I knew, and his friend knew me, and said, "You need to talk to this gentleman." And I went and talked to him. And I mean, the man was all scratched up. The man was nervous. He was shook up, man. As a matter of fact, I think we were sitting there and he lit 3 cigarettes at one time. That's how bad he was, how shaken he was. He forgot he even had cigarettes. And he told me the location. I went back and found a shotgun, found his turkey blind, picked it all back up, found, where something had went through. The ground was super hardened, so there was no tracks I could visibly pick up. I could pick up where he was running, and it was running to the brush. But if you're an outdoorsman, you will know what you're looking at.
You hear both sides of it, but I think our hunters and our outdoorsmen are probably our best resource of reports, because they're not looking for attention. A lot of times they've held for years before they would report on something that happened. And I know you get a lot of people that we call them trolls, but well, I've been hunting for 50 years and since I was a kid and blah blah blah, and I've never seen anything. But then it only takes one report from a hunter. I mean, we have guys hunting from the ground, bow hunting, rifle hunting, any number of things. And a common theme is a lot of them will look through their scope. They see something in the distance, they'll look at it through their scope, and people will say, "Well, why didn't they shoot?" Well, their most common response is, "It looked too human."
We was in one that's in central Indiana, dead central Indiana. It was a spot that we was having numerous encounters almost weekly. And I'm standing on one side of the camp spot. This camp spot is rather large, takes in a far road, but I'm standing away from it, like 180 degrees from our fire. And I'm standing way on the other side, and I'm listening kind of towards the other campers, and I hear one coming walking up. It's walking up the hill, and it comes up in front of me, and I can feel it. I can feel the presence of it. And I listen to this thing walk all the way around that campsite, done 180, and I followed it around the campsite. As it was walking in the woods, I was staying the wood line, and I followed it all the way back around till we come down in front of the campfire. And at that time, I seen a shadow move in front of some brush. And then I'm standing there, and the fire is behind me. I'm looking down in a valley, and then its eyes light up. Its eyes start glowing white. This one had white glowing eyes, and its eyes lit up. And I look at another guy and go, "Is that not awesome?" And we're all standing there. I think there was 3 of us at the time. We're standing there going, "That is just cool." And one of the guys who was with us, he's standing there going, Thank you for showing us your eyes." And it was just a cool night. That was an awesome night to listen to this thing walk around, see the movement. I didn't really get to see it. I just got to see the movement. But when its eyes lit up, I'm looking down in a valley. So I'm not seeing daylight. I'm not seeing any type of light because I'm looking down in a valley. And its eyes lit up and started glowing. looking at me, and it was a pretty cool night.
A great camping story actually happens over a series of years in Indiana, and it's focused around Campbellsburg, Indiana, which is not far at all from the Hoosier National Forest, where a lot of reports issue from. In this case, it isn't a classic state park campground, but it was a group of people who had been given permission to camp on private land. They spent a series of nights, this was in the late 1990s, and on this private land, the first series of encounters first took place as sound. One of the men in the party walked away from their camp, which consisted of, I believe, a tent and also a van that people were sleeping in. He walked away to answer the call of nature, and he heard heavy footfalls coming up a ravine towards him, and sort of a huffing sound when it seemed like he had been perceived as being in the woods. Then those footfalls ran away down the ravine. The other people in that party heard those sounds, but thought it was the person who had left the site. He said, no, that wasn't me. He described what was happening. There was some excitement with that, but no further incidents until they went to bed. Everyone bedded down, I think, in the van that evening. They left the windows on the van open for ventilation, and there was some food that was left across the dashboard. Around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, one of the campers was awakened by a huge hairy arm reaching through the window to grab the food. And it had already evidently been helping itself to that food because a lot of it was gone. That caused a ruckus, as you could imagine. When that was discovered, everybody woke up in kind of a tizzy. The ground was very hard. It had been a very dry summer, so there was nothing in the way of footprints that were left around the van, but they could tell that the ground had been somewhat disturbed. And they, I don't think they stuck around for the rest of the time. They vacated that site for that year. However, the following year, they did return to the very same camping area. They started to have similar sounds that started to issue from the forest, heavy footfalls coming down and up a ravine towards their campsite. And remembering all the things that had happened the year before, they were kind of in tune to this. And so the person who filed the report said they decided to sleep in a tent that night. So he slept in that tent throughout the night, and it didn't take long. There was evidently a creek nearby. He heard footfalls approaching where he was camping, very slowly going through the river, or the creek, but the splashing was very telltale in terms of a bipedal creature that walked all the way up to his tent. And even though he was under cover of branches and so forth, he could hear breathing, and through the rainfly portion of his tent, he could see a head appear above his tent looking in. And he could, the way that the shadows fell, he couldn't see eyes or nose or a mouth, but he could see hairs sticking out around the face. And it wasn't until he gasped that there was a reaction in the figure. It immediately withdrew from looking over into the tent, and he could hear it running away, which was startling, as you could imagine, and left a deep impression upon him. But they stuck it out that night. I think a scream was heard either that night or the succeeding night, but that was it in terms of events that took place. But I think that the looking into the tent is really sort of the epitome of a campground or a camping encounter that people have. There seems to be that curiosity, some sense that there's something in this makeshift structure that a Sasquatch wants to check out. Like I said, left an impression certainly on the campers there.
Scared. It's like, we're human. What we don't know frightens us. Monsters don't exist. When you got these big hairy furball come up, and look aggressive at you, the first instinct is fight or flee. And in this case, he decided he was going to fight. But better judgment, he started to flee too.
So in Kentucky, a lot of people that were born here learned to hunt from an early age. They know what black bears look like. They can decipher really quickly, that was a black bear. No, that was not a black bear. Did not have a muzzle, did not have large protruding ears, had wide shoulders. Bears don't have shoulders. Bears don't have clavicles. When it stands up, the arms hang straight down. You can see the large ears. You can see the muzzle. They said none of that. This thing had a flat face, 3 to 4 foot shoulders, no ears. You rarely get ears on a Bigfoot. Hardly any witness said, oh yeah, I saw their ears. A bear, you can see their ears. So they're great witnesses. And a lot of times they're looking under a scope of a gun. So they're looking at it really good. I got a guy that saw 2 Bigfoot in central Kentucky hunting across a field. One was dark in color, one was reddish brown, which is the most common color, reddish brown. And he watched them cross the field 100 yards in 10 seconds, which is quick. 3 times those Bigfoot turned at their waist and looked behind them. Not at him, he was in his tree stand. What was chasing the Bigfoot, you know? But why were they looking behind them, you know? Maybe there was another hunter. But yeah, that's a great story. That was from Anderson County, Kentucky.
Hunters, man, you know, I do have the hunters who are like, dude, I didn't think these things existed, and it comes out and it's yelling at me, and I'm just up there with my hunting buddies, you know. So yeah, you're gonna see them more.
Use me as an example of this, or my dad. Very well acquainted with the land, very well acquainted with the animal life in the forest, what they do, how they live, their tendencies, their habits, what they eat, their food sources, how they get to water, where they live. So understanding that, you know, is extremely important to understanding the landscape and what they're doing in the forest and how to make your life with them in the forest.
I remember being in contact with a lady several years ago, and I've since lost contact with her, but she told me a story which really interests me now because this happened. I don't want to swear to it, but I thought it was near Burr Oak, which is really close to Wayne National Forest. But she told me as a child, she was a little girl, and she remembers being woke up and there was something big, a big man, hairy man, screaming and going nuts in this campground. And she remembers her dad getting all the kids up and loading them in the car. And as a little girl, she remembers the sea of police lights. Something definitely went down at this campground. And I would like to learn more about that because that's in this area. And I'm sure if I've heard about it, someone else has heard about it that probably knows more about this than me. This little girl was traumatized by that, and she remembers how scared her dad was. I would think in the 70s, judging by her age, 60s or 70s. Honestly, I don't know. I would think that she's either my age or maybe like 10 years older. So somewhere in that time period, there should be some account that happened out there, and I'm sure the locals here know about it.
We were camping, and I was in my camper, and I had my windows open on my camper, and it was 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning, and I heard this little girl laughing outside, and I didn't think anything of it other than who would have their little girl out at 3 a.m. in the morning. But the next morning, I asked these guys if they heard her, and Leroy says, "There's no kids in this campground." It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
We know what that might have been. And we had some people that left treats out, and we made the assumption that, well, she got into the treats and was happy and was romping across the campground.
What Sasquatch may or may not be thinking is another question which must be addressed in campground encounters. Most behaviors we associate with Bigfoot seem to indicate that the creature prefers solitude, at least as it pertains to human company. Observable behaviors are decidedly stealthy in nature, pointing to the conclusion that Bigfoot is nothing if not an elusive creature. Why then would a creature like Sasquatch choose to approach a human gathering or dwelling? Even further, what this behavior might indicate, whether an aggressive action or purely an inquisitive one, may be the most important question of all. Are the howls and heavy footfalls heard by wayward campers a sign of simple curiosity? or a dire warning, something which might equate to "get out." In 1984, in Carter County, Tennessee, a teenage witness and 3 friends were camping in a forested area near home in a suburban housing development. The 4 teenagers were accompanied by 2 dogs, a husky and a collie. The dogs would become agitated after 2 of the friends noted hearing a strange sound coming from the trees. The animals were pacing and panting, clearly frightened, when a loud scream came from behind the lean-to the teenagers had erected to camp overnight. Something slammed against the temporary structure, prompting the group to flee from the woods as fast as they could. They would return the next day, accompanied by an adult, to collect their sleeping bags and camping supplies. They would find the lean-to destroyed, large rocks thrown in the campfire, and reported that a smell worse than a wet dog permeated the entire area.
I think there's 2 reasons myself. I think we're entertainment, plus they're opportunists. If there's something that they can get to eat, a sweet or something like that, they're going to do it. There's been numerous reports opening up the cooler and taking stuff out of coolers. Some of them that's with us, they like to leave them out treats. They like a Walmart apple pie that's in the little cardboard box. They like those. And they like animal crackers.
And the jelly, they like the jelly-filled
jelly-filled donuts. Yeah, they like those jelly-filled. So they come in to get that. If they know that we're around and they leave out treats, they come in and get them.
And I think they're curious, just like we are. If you've got a camper that has some children with them, I think that draws them in. Yeah. They don't do anything, but I think they like to watch them.
Yeah, they like. I don't believe they're doing anything whatsoever.
We've never had any reports.
But they seem to enjoy that. Yeah. And we honestly believe what you're putting off. If you're putting off fear, they're either going to push back fear. If you're too close, they're going to push that type of fear back to you, or they're going to just stay totally away from you. But if you're having fun, they're going to have fun.
Happy thoughts.
Happy thoughts.
Because I think they're in tune to our emotions.
Yeah, they're in tune to it. And they pick it up. How they do that, I don't know. Yeah. But how does a dog know a good person or a bad person? How does a horse know how that person is and how they react? You know, we don't necessarily understand that, but I believe they have those capabilities. They have a lot more capabilities than what we have. So they're in tune with that.
I think a part of it is just curiosity. Like if we're having a fire and stuff, I often wonder, they probably see that and just wonder what it is. And if they hear you talking and laughing, and sometimes people play music and things like that, it might draw them in just out of curiosity to see what it is. I mean, we know like other animals like chimps and things, and apes in general, like can like music and like things like that, so I assume they would be interested and drawn in by it too. But I think another part of it is probably looking for food. You know, like I've heard stories of people leaving out candy bars and then all of a sudden they're gone, you know. So, you know, but I don't know, it could be anything. But I think that's more of a curiosity.
I believe that they are curious, you know, and I think that because of learning about other primates, you know, they want to know what's going on, and especially the young ones. You know, sometimes the sightings where they're closer to people, whether it's campground or whatever, a farm, seem to be younger, and so I think they're just like, hey, what's that? What's going on? And then I think again it could be just you're in their way. You know, they have to get from here to there and the campground's there, and you know, you just happen to catch sight of them. Maybe the yummy smells coming from the campground too. Well, I've heard a few stories and I've taken a few stories about Sasquatch that are shorter. So that's why in my head, maybe they're younger juveniles or something like that. Maybe not, maybe their family line is short.
A lot of times they'll just come in, and that's what I'm saying. People may not even realize it because they'll walk around the campsite. If they're not listening, they don't hear it. But when they do, you have some people that Like I said, they think that a person might be doing it, or if they do come in. And that's where you hear some reports of people that got scared because they did see something maybe that was crawling up through the woods towards them. And they was, oh my God, it was coming in to attack us. No, it wasn't. That's their normal behavior. They're going to come up low from the ridges, come up to the top of that ridge and peek over to see if they can see it. They may low crawl in so they can see it, but trying to stay hid. So this is just normal behavior for them, but people think that it's being aggressive, and it's not. Because if they was aggressive, we would all know it.
Yeah.
Because there'd be a lot of reports of people being hurt and whatever, but that's not the case. So.
They will let you know if they're tired of messing with you and they want you to go. We've had that happen. Their rock throwing gets a little bit more aggressive. They don't hit you. They are very good aims, but they don't hit you, but they...
Well, they will if they want.
They will hit you. I don't know if this is the right time to tell this or not. But we were all sitting around a fire, and Leroy was telling a story, and we were all into this story, and all of a sudden he had a hat on. He got hit in the head pretty hard, right where the little opening is in the back of his hat. He forgot his story.
Nobody.
And none of the rest of us could remember what he was talking about. I said, well, they sure didn't like that story, did they?
They didn't like that, did they? Because it just hit me. It just bounced off the back of my head, and I'm like going, well, sorry.
What'd I do?
What'd I do?
Curiosity, food sources, laughter. One of the things that lots of folks will say if you go on an expedition for these creatures is just be yourself. Don't act aggressively. Don't go in a way where you seem excessively armed, or you look like you're a predator, or you look like you're hunting for something. These creatures are very much so able to assess a situation just like any other animal. You'll see deer around here that knows that I'm not a threat to them. Especially this time of year, I can walk right by them and they don't run off. Fight, flight, fear response doesn't happen with them. They're able to assess better than what we give them credit.
Speculating on why a Sasquatch would come into a campground, it's interesting to say the least. In some cases, it's fairly obvious. I know that there are those who have used the analogy that this is Sasquatch's home, right? And so if somebody shows up in your living room unannounced, you would want to know, what are they doing there? Or B, are they a threat? Or is it something that I can deal with on my own? So I think certainly would be pure curiosity might answer some of that question. They hear sounds, they smell smells, especially smells that would indicate the presence of a food source perhaps would draw any creature in, including opportunistic Bigfoot. I think also, and connected to that certainly, is the threat analysis. What are these people, what's their intention? It's been suggested that Bigfoot know exactly what a weapon is, what a firearm is, and they're checking to see if anyone's bearing those arms, and if not, then they can pretty much go on their business. If they do sense that there's hunters abroad, then they're going to act and behave in a different way, more evasively, perhaps.
Looking for food. I had one, me and my buddy, this is a good one. We were remote, very remote, in a holler, some caves around us. It's a very well-known Bigfoot area, and we were primitive camping. Put my recorder in this little mouth of this, I call it a cave. I'm from Florida, so it's any little outcropping is a cave to me. I put my recorder under there so it wouldn't get wet. 3 o'clock in the morning, I hear howls in the distance, and I turn in my tent. I go, oh my gosh, I hope my recorder got those. Next morning I wake up, I asked my buddy Brent, did you hear those howls last night? He goes, yeah, but I heard something before that. I go, really? We're the only ones there, in our little tents. So I got home, and Monday I took my audio, put it in Audacity, and I go to the spot. What got me excited, 30 minutes before the howls, I hear bipedal footsteps, stump, crunch, crunch, and then I hear a whistle, and it stopped. The footsteps stopped. And then I forgot one part. Right before that, we heard something messing with our fire ring. So something was looking for food, or our pots and pans were there. You hear them kind of mess with that. and then you hear the bipedal footsteps, and then that little straight little whistle, which is common. They do that, which I think there was two of them. One said to the other, hey, probably because my buddy and I turned over in our tents, while we're sleeping, I'm guessing. But again, Bigfoots do whistle quite often, and I believe it's something like that. It's like we got humans present, lay low, get quiet, like kind of like we would do. Like, that's the impression I got.
We're all curious. People get them at a campsite. You come into my area. If I own my property, if you come on my property, I'm going to go out and find out why you're there. So these creatures, they got this area, and you got these campers out there. They got a fire going. They're out there. They're talking, laughing, giggling. They're going to come in. They're curious. We're their TV. As hard as I hate to say it, they're probably out there laughing at how we're acting. Yeah.
The thing that people take as aggression, I think a lot of times is not really them trying to be aggressive. It's just, unfortunately, that's how they're going to communicate. They don't want you here, or if they're come in and they're startled, especially, we don't know what they're going to do. I always tell people to give them the same respect you would give a bear, because they share the same habitat and a lot of the same food sources, and we don't know what they would do. I don't think they're out to get anybody, but I wouldn't want to walk up on one that has a young one, So I've heard a lot of people who swear that they ain't going back, they don't want to go back. And you can't really blame them. Like I said, it's not supposed to even exist. So if you're confronted with something especially close range like that, they're not going to know how to not react. They're not going to know how to deal with that situation.
So one of my favorite stories or reports that I've ever worked on was a gentleman who had seen a 4-foot tall, creamy, white-colored Bigfoot when he was culling coyotes in a pretty residential area. It wasn't tons of houses, but there were farms and houses nearby, and so these coyotes were bothering the people in that area, so he was out there to get them. And he saw in a field far to his left, he saw some wild turkeys, and he saw a white figure in there with the turkeys, and he didn't know what it was. So he's like, okay, maybe it's, it was kind of hunkered down, maybe it's a albino bird, or I don't know what he thought really. But he took myself and my research partner, Tina Sams, to that area and showed us how when he was going into the woods that bordered that area with lots of farms and different livestock and houses, when he started going in there, he saw this figure that he described as 4-foot tall. It was a creamy white color. He at first told us he thought it was like a shmoo or like Cousin It type of thing because he saw the hair on it, and he had no idea what it was, but he started going a little closer to it and it would kind of take a step back. He finally realized when it was taking those steps that it had legs and arms, and it wasn't just this blob of hair. So he thinks it was what he saw with the turkeys or near the turkeys earlier. And as he got closer to it, and he got within about 50 feet, I believe, which isn't very far, he said he could see where the face was and everything, but there was a lot of hair. He said that he raised his rifle up just so he could look at it through the scope, not to shoot it because he didn't know what it was. But he said, his first thought was it would be some kind of a little kid going like, just kidding, in a costume or something, but it didn't. And he said he skedaddled out of there because he didn't know what it was. But he had been, he was a wildlife exterminator, and he had been the head of a nature preserve down in Florida before he moved to Ohio. And he said his best guess as someone who was around animals, knew animals pretty well, was that it was some type of a primate. So at that time, he never thought of Bigfoot because of the color and the size of it, but it was like some kind of weird exotic primate escaped from somewhere. And that was a sighting where within about a quarter of a mile, there were footprints found by another person that had nothing to do with him that same summer that happened.
They even shadow one of our people in our group. When she'll walk along the tree line or from one campground to another along the tree line, they'll shadow her.
Yeah, they'll walk.
They'll walk right along.
She can hear them walking along.
But they're there all the time, so they know who they are.
Yeah.
The reports that I've taken that have been around campsites have either had the Sasquatch just ignoring the people and moving on like it was in the middle of walking, or maybe pausing a little bit, checking the people out, but then turning around. Never really being too aggressive.
Here's the confusion. I get in trouble sometimes because I tell people, oh, they're friendly, you know, they won't hurt you. What I mean is they're not physically going to hurt you and try to kill you, typically, generally speaking. But they are territorial. They will throw rocks, they'll push trees over, they'll growl, they'll bluff charge. We've had that happen to us. But it's more of a bluff. It's just get out of my area, you're in my fishing hole, leave. I don't think they do it with intent to hurt us, just scare us.
I think I found them to be, again, the more curious. They're like, okay, what's going on? You know, what are all these people doing here? This area that I just mentioned, it's one that gets a lot of activity in the peak camping season, but we go a lot in the off season when there's not as many people around. So I think that helps with, you know, they're curious, well, what's going on here? You know, that's what we would think about it, you know, in our human mind.
You know, just anecdotally in the research that I've done, at first my assumption was probably not, but the more stories you look at, it seems to almost skew the other way, where there is an aggressive, or at least, you know, as other animals do, there's a bluff charge element to, what are you doing here? You know, this is my territory and I don't appreciate the fact that you're in it. That does seem to be the case, where you get everything from the reports of slamming into the side of tents or RVs or trucks or vans that are parked at campsites, to just activities like slapping the side of a vehicle or a tent, or pushing the side of the tent in to see evidently what happens, what reaction one might get. And you also have the odd tale of doing things like urination on a tent, which is sort of it's kind of a middle finger in a way. You could interpret it that way, but animals territorially urinate on things as well to mark their territory, and that, who knows if that's an element to it as well. But yeah, there does seem to be an element of letting us human campers know who's really in charge in the forest. That does seem to be an element of campground interaction.
Here in Indiana, we don't have that deep a forest. Our forests aren't that deep. People are always in the campgrounds, they're always in the forest. They're used to us. They walk around us, so they're not really aggressive. They're not being, yeah, they're used to us, so they're not really being territorial or aggressive. The only time I think that they might, when something might happen, maybe they have a young one with them, and they may push you away from them a little bit, and then they do small things just to try to push you away from them in that area, but they're not really being aggressive. People say that they got scared and done this or done that, but when you really listen to them, I always go, did anybody get hurt? Yeah. You know what I mean? Did it really come up to you and grab you? Most of the time, no. Yeah. They might have caught a glimpse of something, but that's about it. If you're out in Washington State or up in Canada or Alaska where there isn't anybody, and then you get some people that go out in the middle of the forest where there's not normally...
In their territory.
In their territory. Yeah, they're probably more aggressive. They're more territorial. Around here, no.
They share the space with us pretty well.
Yeah, I believe I do. I believe that.
I've heard of both curious and territorial. There's a way to be in the woods. There's a way to live your life in association with any wild creature. And if we are intrusive, if we're in a birthing area at the wrong time, if we're separating a bear and its cubs, we're liable to get ourselves into a problem. So I would say that that's probably the primary thing, is understanding how to live your life amongst these creatures, any creature in the forest actually.
It's about food, and they're watching. You know, the Sasquatches know that there's a campsite there, and so most of the time. But yeah, you get some of these hunters who do go way back in, and then the Sasquatch is like my buddy Ed Steele. You know, the Sasquatch basically is saying to him, look, I know you're here. Don't go past this line. You know, I don't like that you're here. Is everything, this Ed is telling me the story of his interaction with this huge Sasquatch. And to me, the Sasquatch is saying, look, I know you're here. I don't like the fact that you're here. We're cool as long as you don't cross this line.
It's impossible to consider the category of campground encounters without pausing for a moment and asking how the people reporting these encounters have been affected. Camping holds innate dangers for even the initiated and well-equipped, but there is a certain level of safety and normalcy one expects when pitching a tent in a campground for the weekend, or in backing an RV up to a set of electrical and plumbing hookups. The sudden appearance of an unidentified, perhaps dangerous creature is rarely on anyone's weekend checklist. A person who is intent on searching for Sasquatch may be camping to that very end, and while this profile of response is likely to be more willing and enthusiastic, the unsuspecting camper can be expected to feel less a sense of elation and more one of fear, perhaps even panic. Instances where families are present, particularly young children, present an additional element of potential danger. After all, what dedicated parent would knowingly take their child into a place where a 6 to 8 foot tall animal, its motivations and behaviors entirely unknown, might be lurking? An encounter with Sasquatch on a recreational outing may shatter any sense of safety or enjoyment the witness hoped to experience while out in the woods, and turn the event into an altogether different and frightening occasion. Others might feel emboldened by the encounter, feeling prompted to begin their own exploratory journey into the world of Sasquatch research. The reactions, it would seem, tend to vary based upon the individual. In summer of 2010, a witness was camping with her husband and 3 children in Shawnee National Forest, located in Scioto County, Ohio. During their first night at camp, they noted small objects such as sticks being flung into the campsite from deeper in the wood. They thought little of it until the next night when they heard something rummaging around in the trash bins they had been using for refuse. They then heard extremely heavy footfalls coming from behind the family's tent, prompting the witness's husband to scream for the family to get in the car. They fled the campsite, driving an hour and a half away to steady their nerves and plan their next move. They made the decision to return to camp at approximately 5:30 a.m. when the husband exited the vehicle to inspect the area while the rest of the family waited inside. He once again heard the sound of heavy footfalls and something breathing, which resulted in all 5 family members spending the night in their vehicle. After the sun had come up, they inspected the campsite a final time, finding their garbage disturbed, and oddly enough, a single pack of ramen noodles that had been ripped open and left outside the campsite.
What are the effects on witnesses after they've had a sighting near campground? Do they come back?
Most don't, because it's so terrifying. A lot are having bad dreams, and it affects their whole life, you know. I think he's getting past it, but like I said, my one friend, Aaron Young, 30 years, he hadn't been back to the location, and we hear some twigs snap, and he's, yeah, you know.
That seems to be kind of a 50-50 reaction in terms of the willingness to return to the forest once you've had an encounter with Bigfoot, a sighting. And I imagine that depends on the nature of the encounter as well. If you get an aggressive interaction with a Sasquatch, then chances are you're not going to want to return. And that's where you do get stories, especially from hunters, I've found, where they say, that used to be my go-to plot of land, I'm never going back. That doesn't mean that they aren't ever going to go back out in the woods, but they're certainly not going to return to the location where they had a sighting that frightened them deeply.
Most don't want to go back. But then I'll tell you this, so many people that had a sighting become Bigfoot researchers. It changes their lives. They want to know what this thing is. They do the research. They go to the conferences. They watch all the documentaries. Their life changes because of this. But to go to the exact spot, some don't. I don't know the statistics on who goes back and who doesn't, but there's quite a bit that don't want to go back.
They've encountered something that they can't explain. We like to be able to explain things away. We like answers. You know, as a pastor and preacher, you know, I teach people that faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things that we cannot see. So there is substance to things. Even if you see them and you don't believe them, you have to understand that this exists, and to some people, they just can't live around something that just shouldn't be in their mind.
We've seen it where someone has experience like that, they're totally into it now. They want to find out everything they can, and they want to go out all the time. And then on the other hand, some other people, done. I'm out of here.
I'm not going back. I'm not going there again.
You know, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm out of here. I kind of laughed because we had our grandson with us one night. Nancy and I had our grandson with us one night. He was younger, but we got one to scream back at us. And that's when he said, I'm done. I don't like the dark. That done it. It's time to go home. And he's never really come back out again.
Over and over again, people say they're hesitant to go out into the woods, but if it happened in open land, they still don't want to be around that area, at least for a while. You know, they take their time getting back up into that area. So for somebody like myself, who I have this dream that, you know, finally I'll for sure see one, I do keep in the back of my head, like, be careful what you wish for, because that doesn't seem to be always a happy thing for people.
Sasquatch reports from across the Heartland seem to follow a simple narrative. Campers, hikers, or other people engaged in outdoor recreation find themselves face to face with the inexplicable, packaged in the form of what appears to be an unidentified primate. A case from 2016 follows this pattern, in which a man was supervising a camping trip for his son's Boy Scout troop. After the rest of the group had turned in for the evening, the witness, himself an experienced camper, was struck by how unnaturally quiet the forest had become. He then heard two distinct knocks, which sounded like wood or stone, and a moment later heard a second set of knocks coming from a different direction. The sounds continued back and forth, with the responding sounds never changing position, but the source of the prompting call drew closer to the campsite. This would occur on the first night of the camping trip and would take place near the Muskrat Cove camping area in Moraine State Park in Pennsylvania. While these and other reports continue to accrue, researchers are left to wonder if campsites present more, better opportunities for investigation, or fewer, even worse ones. This odd mixture of human activity intersecting with the wild places, where habitation is generally temporary and amenities are bare bones at best, may serve to place the, quote, civilized human both inside and outside their own comfort zone. It leaves us with a final, lingering question. When campsite encounters occur, are we, human beings, entering into Sasquatch's space? Or is the creature entering into ours? Or does the answer lie somewhere in the middle? Much in the way campgrounds lie between the safety of our homes and the untamed world outside.
That was at the campground where we are now. I mean, we're all parked. Yeah. And that was in February.
Oh, just this year?
Yeah. No. It's probably about 5 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
he was there all by himself. There wasn't
nobody else.
No other campers in the whole place, because me and him, we like to go out winter camping because you got the whole place to yourself. That way, in case something happens. I kind of like went in shock for a few minutes, and when I turned back around, came back to, all I saw was this flashlight running through the woods. Like, oh shit, I don't want him out there by himself. So we went out there, ran down this path, fire trail, and it met a footpath. And I was like, well, you go out that way about 100 yards, and I'll go this way 100 yards. We'll see what happens. Nothing. And then we was like, well, so we met up in the middle. And was like, well, okay, I guess whatever. And then something started hissing at us. And when I say hiss, it's not like a snake kind of, it was a sound that come from a massive set of lungs. It was just, just so super powerful. And so, like idiots, me and him ran toward that sound, right? And we get there's nothing. And we're talking about it like, what? And then we hear it further down the hill, stomping its foot. It wasn't like it was vibrated the earth, but you were close enough to it where you could feel slight vibrations. So we ran down to where we thought it was coming from, right? And of course it was gone. And we don't hear anything moving the whole time. So we thought, well, let's just walk a little further down because it's leading us down. I had one of those green laser lights, those real strong ones. And if you take the cap off, instead of having it go out all over, make a broad pattern, you can make it into like a pinpoint. But I was just, the four of us were standing around like this. We were just talking, and I had it in my hand. I was shining it through the forest at night, And whatever it hits, paints it green, no matter what, So when you hit the side of a tree, it's a green tree. And I was just shining it around, and I hit something. I'm guessing I hit it in the eye with the laser because there was a red flare. So that grabbed my attention. That's when I said, Chris, go grab your flashlight, But maybe it's a sign or something, I remembered the words coming out of my mouth as I saw. So I turned my head, I guess. But I remember the words coming out of my mouth, like, my God. Just saw right then and there the face of it. Here's what I saw. I saw this much of the forehead. I went down. This is my laser light coating on it. Went up right above the flare of your nose and back down under your cheek and back up. And of course it had the nice, thick brow ridge. And it had very high cheekbones. I remember because the eyes were sunken back in, I guess. So they were in the shadows. And what I saw, what really got me was that the face of what I saw was as human as ours. There was no hair, there was no animalistic look. It looked like there was a 7.5 foot tall person standing right by the tree just watching.
So that was in this part?
That was in Morgan Monroe.
That was in Morgan Monroe. Okay, what's the area like there? Was this by a stream or anything like that?
No, this was just like we're off the road here. This is how far it was. Pretty much almost everything, all our encounters have been just off the road on pull-offs. Just happened to be at the right spot. There's no creek, there's no hill. Trees just like this.
You want to see one again?
Oh yeah, heck yeah. I do, my wife don't.
My name is Suzanne Ferenchuk, and I live in Western Holmes County, Ohio. Late January 2015, I was in my house, kind of stuck in the house after a couple weeks because it was so cold and I just had to get out. So at like 11:30 at night, I went outside and it was 5 degrees and dropping. And I just decided for as long as I could stay out there, I was going to listen to some music. And of course, I always had the recorder hanging because the Bigfoot activity had been so fierce for the past couple of years before that, that I actually just wanted to kind of clear it out of my whole system and not even think about it anymore because it was taking over my whole life. Having said that, I went out there and my speakers died and I went back in the house and I got a new set of speakers. I'm like, you're just crazy, Suzanne, for doing this, but it felt good to be outside and it was just, you know, air was crisp and super cold. And then all of a sudden I look over and at the bottom of the power line, 100 feet from our house, was a Sasquatch right like this, looking right at me. And there was no trees next to it or anything. The snow was, you know, probably a foot deep at that point, and it was just a complete outline of a Sasquatch, and it was doing this. And I'm just like, that's not happening right now. I can't even believe that that's happening after I've been trying to get it out of my head. And so I ignored it. And I'm just like, just pretended it just didn't even happen. And so then, of course, my speakers die again because it was 5 degrees out. And all of a sudden, I hear this huge whack right from the hill, right next to where it was, next to the power line. And I've got it on tape, and I swore the F-bomb a couple times. But then I'm just like, you know, it's just too much. It's taken over too much of my life, and I just can't, I don't even want to talk about it. I didn't want to tell my husband about it. I didn't want to tell anybody. So for a day and a half, I said nothing, and then that was all I could take. After a day and a half, it just had to come out of my mouth. So I told my husband, and you know, he was surprised I hadn't told him before. And I'm like, yeah, well, I'm trying to get this out of our lives now, and this isn't going to happen. You know, don't want it to happen all the time, but that it happened. So it's not a story that I tell often, but yeah, as far as power lines, yeah, I'm down with the power lines. They go there.
Although far from the Heartland, one could argue that the most famous case of a Sasquatch-like creature near a railroad is the story of Jacko in British Columbia from the 1800s. On July 4, 1884, the Daily Colonist newspaper in Victoria, British Columbia, published an article about the capture of a human-like creature resembling a gorilla on June 30, 1884, by railway workers near Yale. The creature was described as on the small side and of the gorilla type, and was allegedly housed in a local jail before being taken away by a showman. Other newspapers of the time quickly exposed the story as a fabrication. The Mainland Guardian reported that no such animal was caught and called the tale journalistic fiction. The British Columbian newspaper reported that hundreds of people showed up at the jail where Jacko was supposedly being held, only to find the creature did not exist. Decades later, the original Daily Colonist article was rediscovered by researchers and began circulating as a key piece of evidence for Bigfoot's existence. Harrison Hot Springs native John Green investigated the story thoroughly, and in 1975 co-authored an article titled "Alas, Poor Jacko." He revealed that the contemporary newspaper accounts from 1884, which were easily accessible to anyone at the time, had already discredited the supposed capture. Green found it regrettable that despite the evidence proving it was a hoax, the Jacko story had taken on a life of its own and continued to be circulated as fact in books and various media. By 1975, it was clear that this story was an example of newspaper fiction and sensational writing. Speaking to the allegation that a P.T. Barnum-type showman had taken custody of Jacko, pioneering cryptozoologist Lauren Coleman wrote in a blog post, If Jacko had been real and shown in sideshows, zoos, or at universities, the entire history of anthropology and zoology in the Americas would be different. Alas, the saga of Jacko appears to have been an editor's tall tale. However, it helped imprint an image on public consciousness, that of strangeness along the continent's railroad lines, so many of which had been cut through dense wilderness. Though the means of transportation would change over time, the image remained sharp. There were consequences for invading wild places. Some of them were hairy and not quite human. Regarding the Heartland itself, one of the most recent well-known cases involving railroad tracks is the latest Monroe monster sighting in May of 2025. Two bow fishermen, a father and son, had accessed a secluded swamp and seemed to scare up something large that had been bedding down. Plenty of sign indicated the presence of a deer herd, so they chalked up the sounds they were hearing to deer leaving the area. Hearing sirens in the distance, one of the fishermen was trying to use a police scanner app on his phone to get more information when suddenly something huge dropped from a nearby tree and landed with a massive thud. It stood up from a crouched position and started toward the elder fisherman. Their dog raced to meet the creature, which changed direction, and the stunned men watched as the dog chased the hairy figure up a slope and over a set of train tracks. The younger of the two described it by saying it was big as a bear, but it looked like a gorilla. Retrieving their dog, the two heard other crunching sounds on the forest floor, which so unnerved them that they left the area immediately. In order to get to this location, one must follow the railroad tracks that are still active, tracks that cut through a marshy area and include multiple bridges. This railway runs directly through the city. This seems to be of no concern for such a creature, though, as the railway that parallels the waterway could provide an easy mode of unobstructed transportation. In addition, its proximity to Monroe could provide the advantages of a lack of hunters in the woods, as well as a healthy deer population. Railroad tracks, roadways, power lines. All of these demonstrate humanity's effect on the environment. A great deal of anecdotal evidence suggests that the opportunistic Sasquatch will sometimes piggyback on the changes made by man, for reasons all its own.
They don't want to be put on TV or nothing, but there was one. We have a train that comes through here. We got a train yard, like where they drop off boxes. And there's this one gentleman, he was working one night, and he said the train had just come in and dropped off some box cars and some cattle cars and stuff. It was empty. So he thought, he goes, he saw this figure come out. He said, and it was all hairy. He goes, there was light there in this yard. He goes, I saw it clearly. It was hairy. It was at least 8 foot tall. It just stepped off that railroad car onto the ground. And that's when I got thinking that, you know, you see these railroad cars sitting along these railroad tracks out in the middle of the country and stuff. What if a Sasquatch would get in one, seek shelter from the cold or the heat? All right, train came in, picked up the cars, all right, relocated them, stopped somewhere else, dropped. So you get these sightings in erratic areas.
I don't know famous cases, but I do know that there's been sightings of crossing roads and, you know, in different places. And I actually think that happens because my personal theory is that it's because of like the old Native American trails. Like a lot of the old Native American trails and where the cities were, we wound up putting in roads and railways and things like that. So I think they're crossing just more on like a muscle memory kind of thing, like following the pathway that was always handed down generation to generation.
One that comes to mind, it was a mother and daughter traveling home after an event, and the area, they took a different route than they normally would, and it was very rural up and down the hill. I guess the Bigfoot wasn't crossing the road, but it was just sitting on a stump at the end of a driveway, and this is like 11 o'clock at night.
Situations like that have happened over the years in Ohio. Railroads, I remember one down near Port Washington, Ohio, and where an elderly couple. They were walking their dog down the railroad tracks, and how they judge their distances by the whistle poles, they're called. About every mile there's what they call a whistle pole down the railroad, and it was an old abandoned railroad bed, I believe. And as they were walking down the railroad line, they noticed way in the distance a tree fallen across the tracks. So as they were getting closer and closer, their dogs started getting really excited about something in the distance, let's just say. And lo and behold, they look up, they see what they said looked like something like bouncing on the ground around the one side of the fallen tree. It was like this bouncing thing. And the dogs were going pretty, ballistic over it. And as they were looking, all of a sudden, from behind the tree, something else stands up and comes around the front, and it's the parent. And a very large adult Sasquatch was standing there, and the small thing was bouncing around at its legs. And as it took a good look, and they were kind of stopped in their tracks, let's just say, and the creature kind of stepped forward, looked down in the ravine down the one way, and continued down there, and the little bouncy thing then stood up erect, followed its parent right back down into the ravine. Well, they got up the courage to walk toward it, and they got to where the fallen tree was, and they said they looked at the tree real well, and there was looked like something had torn out all the bark off the tree, because there were all these ants and insects that were on this tree. Apparently they might have been feeding on them, and so they had a very uneasy feeling about it, so they turned around and walked back the other way. And as they were walking back, the dogs started acting up again, and they turned around, and there was the adult standing by the tree again, watching them as they walked away. And I know I said Port Washington, but it was Old Washington. That would have been in Guernsey County, and because there is a Port Washington in Ohio too. So, and that happened like in the late '80s, early '90s, and if I remember correctly, the actual adult was a white creature, like a white silverish individual.
There are certainly well-known crossings stories, and it's been said many, many times that is the best chance that most people have for observing a Sasquatch, is not necessarily going out in the woods looking for them, but just being in your car, driving, especially the back roads, and you happen upon something crossing or in the road for whatever reason. Many, many reports that have been filed focus on those scenarios. One of the most well-known, at least in Ohio, actually took place in Holmes County. And this is a report that was collected by Mark DeWerth and corroborated by Mark Maisel and some BFRO work that he's done. And what's so exciting about this particular report is that there were 2 carloads of people involved, separate from one another, but who both observed precisely the same event. This Holmes County report it took place in the summer of 2012 near Nashville, Ohio. There were 2 carloads of people independent from one another heading west out of Nashville, and observed a Sasquatch coming out of the tree line, entering into a bean field, and then crossing the road in front of their cars. As it crossed, both cars slowed down to get a better look, presumably. And the interesting feature here is that the Bigfoot in question appeared to look over his shoulder and look at those who were looking at him before he continued on his way, going up a steep embankment. The people who first reported this to the BFRO, it was a grandmother, grandfather, and their 11-year-old grandson. They had been at a baseball tournament for most of the day. And so when Mark DeWerth did a library presentation in Holmes County, this family went there to talk about their experiences, and they shared what had happened to them, and that they had observed a car in front of theirs that slowed down, and they had to have seen the same thing, otherwise there would be no reason for them to slow down. And as luck would have it, there was a person in the crowd who raised their hand and said, "We were the other car." And that's the first time that they had communicated with each other, or that this other family had communicated to anyone, to any reporting body, about their own experience. So they were able to compare notes. They saw the same creature, somewhere in the neighborhood of 7 feet tall with a grayish brown color. that was very clearly observed by all of those involved in these cars. So at least that's an Ohio famous case, but one that I think is really persuasive based on the number of witnesses. Walking or hiking along a clear-cut area with power lines or along a railroad, or driving, and they see something crossing the road. So I think that it is prominent. Certain areas in Ohio go through flaps, and I think that could be attributed more to just a creature or family group moving around from place to place. Holmes County was a hotbed for a time in terms of those sighting reports. In 2012, the aforementioned report of multiple people seeing a Bigfoot crossing the road was corroborated by other roadside sightings and things of that nature, and then those sort of fade away. And I think that's attributed to the mobile nature of these creatures, and they go from one wooded area to another. They don't necessarily stay put all that long in one given area.
I took a report of someone something crossing 162 out by Spencer Lake area from a sheriff who actually saw it. He said that it crossed the road in 2 steps, and it's a 2-lane road. It's pretty good size. And he said that he wasn't going to go on record saying it was a Bigfoot, but he said what it wasn't. He said it wasn't a bear and it wasn't a deer, and it actually caught his attention so much he actually turned his cruiser around and came back to try to find where it went, so there's that. 2 legs crossed in 2 steps.
A personal favorite of mine, and one that I've talked about for a long time with various people, is the Big Head sightings that took place in Richland County. Again, an Ohio-based case. Over the course of a couple days, the so-called Big Head Bigfoot, because of the size of his noggin, appeared to be at least 3 feet across, which is just astounding in terms of what might actually be the cause behind something with such a big head. Also with large reddish-orange eyes that were estimated to be the size of golf balls. I mean, just an outlandish creature. But it was observed here again by not just one singular person, but a group of people, in this case children from the same family, and all the sightings took place in and around a railroad crossing. Railroad bed that was near their home. They spent a lot of time there playing and doing what kids do along the train tracks. And that's where they had their series of sightings, which is pretty exciting, because for a long time these folks were known by name. It was published in the local papers. For a time they would have been contactable by researchers, but I think the last known members of that family were either unwilling to talk or were in poor health, so that they didn't want to mess with that portion of their lives anymore.
The other one was up on 421 going to Versailles along the Jefferson Proving Ground. There was 2 people that saw one actually run across the road and go under the fence. There was a culvert, and the fence went across, and you could crawl underneath the fence. And it ran across through there. After they told me that, I went there. It was like a couple days after they saw it, and I went there. And sure enough, something large had actually went underneath there because it was still wet. I found a partial footprint, and these people were so bothered by this, they wouldn't come back to it. They had to actually just point to it on a map. I had one of these maps of the area. And it's right here, there should be a culvert, and you'll find it. I said, well, you want to go back with it? No. We're not even traveling that road again. But yeah, and something else here, at the proving ground, most times we put razor wire up or barbed wire up. It's facing out to keep people from coming in. At the proving ground, that's reversed. They're trying to keep something in from coming out.
I had a report come to me. I did a public lecture over in Fremont, Ohio, which would be Sandusky County, and I had a family come up. They were very excited. They wanted to talk, and I said, hey, let's see what they have to say. And apparently they were going down, I believe it would be State Route 19 South, heading toward Fremont. This was in broad daylight, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, middle of the day. As they were coming down the road,
I think the kid in the back seat said something to the fact that it was that, hey, what's that crossing the road? And as the parents looked up, they saw this very large creature take 3 steps across 19 and go into this woods on the right-hand side, which dropped down into a ravine. When they got up to where it was, they had slowed down significantly, almost to a stop. Where it came from was an old cornfield that had yet to be taken down. Matter of fact, I believe the date was October 27th or 28th of that year. And the corn was just starting to get coming down, so they kind of got the idea that maybe that the corn was being worked on the other side, and whatever they saw was in that field, and decided it was time to make the move, and they made the move, crossed over to the other side. I got out to that location within, it had to be 2-3 days from when it happened. And because my talk was actually the day before, or the day after it happened, I believe. Yeah, because they came to my talk because they heard I was speaking, wanted to tell what they had seen. And so I got out there like immediately, and that ravine was a creek valley that it basically just fed into a larger body, a larger river type, situation in that county. They said it took 3 steps across the road. They said the arms are really long. They said it kind of walked with a slouch, almost like bent forward. And if you go on the BFRO website, I think it's up on there, listed under Sandusky County, just for reference. At the distance, they were about a 1/4 mile away when they saw it. And of course, they're going 55 miles an hour. So they got up onto it pretty quickly. But it just really seemed to be determined to cross the road. And when I got there, the cornfield on the left was pretty much almost completely taken down. I mean, they were removing the corn. It was harvest time.
What's the prominence of these type of sightings in Ohio?
Yeah, I think that what it says is that there's a lot of areas that can hide an individual like that, or a group of them. For example, a cornfield, a tall cornfield that is 8, 9, 10 foot tall can easily hide 2 or 3 of them that are just sitting down in the corn during the daytime killing time until it gets dark. Obviously something spooked them to cause them to move, or that one to move across the road in that type of situation. So I mean, typically, where there's shelters where they're going to be, and when things change, they got to move and move quickly. And think about it. How many places in Ohio actually have roads that go more than 2-3 miles before you hit another road? So they have to be crossing them no matter what.
One that I just find fascinating, and there's crossover here with railroad as well as state forest land, and this took place in July of 1980 near Nelsonville, Ohio. 3 students at Hocking Technical College, on a hot night, they decided to get out of the dorm and walk into town, and the easiest way to do that was to go along train tracks. It was the Hocking Scenic Railroad tracks that ran right into Nelsonville, so it was not unheard of to go from the dorms into town, buy some groceries, and head back. And so there were 3 witnesses in this case doing this at nighttime, and something they were very used to doing. But they saw something in the distance, sort of obscure light that was towards town, crossing the tracks, going to the other side. They didn't really know what to attribute that to, but as they got closer, about 50 yards from where they had that sighting, one of the witnesses looked to his immediate right and reports that no more than 10 to 15 feet away was a 7 to 8 foot tall creature with... The detail about this report that I love is that he was so close to it that it didn't have like the classic red or orange eyes. He said the moonlight was reflected in the eyes of this creature. And it just stunned them. They had been in town, were coming back, so he dropped all the groceries that he had purchased, which for a college student, you think, that's not a small deal. Spending a lot on groceries probably out of what you have. But he dropped the groceries and they ran away, got back to the dorm, told a couple other people what had happened, and they somehow persuaded one of the witnesses to get in a car and go back to the approximate area where the sighting had taken place. But as he got closer, and this is not necessarily a feeling of being watched, but the closer he got to the sighting area, the more freaked out he became. He broke out into a sweat and really started to react emotionally. He did not want to see this thing again. And so his friend sort of had mercy on him and said, okay, well, that's it, we'll go back. And one of the amazing things to me about this report is that two of the other witnesses who all saw the same thing went on to careers in either law enforcement or forestry service. So these are people who had no reason to let themselves be attached to this report unless they were reporting it as a true event that had happened to them.
The only one that comes to mind is the one where we were going down that road in the forest and looking out the rearview mirror, and someone saw one run behind us across it was a lane.
Yeah, and on that one, went back and there was prints actually casted off of it.
And then where they had been kneeling down. As we were going by, the person looked out the rearview mirror and saw them cross as somebody else was coming down the trail behind us, or the road. We made an assumption, because that's all you can do, is they were kneeling there, took off, because they thought we were gone, but then this other car came up.
But then we had one of our other researchers from a number of years ago. That's what got them into it. They was ghost hunters, and they're driving through one of the state forests. Had been doing ghost hunting at some of the cemeteries, I believe, and early 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and had one run across in front of them. And that's what got them totally into the Bigfoot. And then they just totally got into it, and ended up writing 3 different books and a number of things off because of that, and then where they really got into it. And we learned a lot off of what she had done doing habituation sites and stuff because of having that one sighting. And that's what I mean, some people just totally get into it, where other ones are out of it.
While sightings of Bigfoot are, by any definition, rare occurrences, a large percentage of them happen in conjunction with the activity of driving a motorized vehicle. Occasionally, this activity overlaps with man-made pathways like railroad tracks, a combination highlighted in this very recent account from the Buckeye State. On May 14, 2025, a truck driver in Jefferson County, Ohio had a remarkable mid-morning sighting. The driver was hauling oil to Steubenville, a route he had been running twice a day, Monday through Friday, for 10 months. So, he expected to see a lumberyard below the highway with railroad tracks behind it as he traveled northbound. He looked out the driver's window with an elevated view, and what he did not expect to see was a Sasquatch. But there it was, standing in the middle of the railroad tracks, a very large Bigfoot with brown hair from head to toe, with black hair or muddy hair on its chest. The driver called out on the CB radio to get someone else to confirm what he had observed. He was driving 55 miles an hour and estimated the length of his sighting as 1.5 seconds. According to the driver, the 2 things that stood out were its totally brown hair, except the dark black on its chest. The other is the size of its shoulder muscle, which he described as the size of a basketball. Another case from Ohio involves a husband and wife traveling by pickup truck in Fairfield County on December 20th, 2019. In the complete darkness of winter, around 9 p.m., they came to an intersection where they both watched as a very large, very tall bipedal creature approached their truck from the left at a full run, coming within 3 feet of the driver's side. Traveling at approximately 60 miles an hour, they could only react in dumbfounded silence as the near miss took place, the running figure passing behind their speeding vehicle. Comparing it to their cab's roof, the couple estimated the figure stood at least 8 feet tall, with consideration for its slouched position while running. They noted that in the headlights, the fur had a reddish blonde cast. A potential explanation for this sort of reckless behavior is that the creature might have been in pursuit of deer. There is a preponderance of deer in Fairfield County, so much so that the male witness had collided with deer on a previous nighttime drive. Both witnesses are crystal clear, however, that what narrowly missed them that December night was nothing like a deer. A third Ohio-based account presents a chilling encounter with the unknown. A young man, who was a senior in high school, had just dropped off his girlfriend in Mahoning County near White House Fruit Farm. It was July of 2004. He was driving down the road about 10 p.m. and thought he saw a very large man walking on the side of the road. As he got closer, he realized how huge this walker was. The driver moved over and slowed down to take a look. They both looked at each other. The witness realized in a heartbeat he was face to face with Bigfoot. The young man sped up, and the hulking figure started running next to the car. The eyewitness claimed he was going about 45 miles an hour, and it still kept up with him. At this point, the high school senior floored it. He got on the cell phone and called his parents, crying all the way home, about an 8-mile drive. When he arrived home, his father had to drag him from the car and into the house, where he hid next to the fireplace for the rest of the night. By all accounts, the witness was an all-state athlete and very good student, and in the words of his brother, he would freak out over nothing. Except for one night near Canfield, Ohio. And this young, upstanding man is not alone.
I've taken a few reports of it. One of them was out by Finley Lake too. It was in the middle of the night, and same basic thing. It was an older couple was coming home from their family and watched it cross over the main road there by Finley Lake and went right into the park. Most of the stuff that I get is people bumping into them though, or like having them on the property.
Road crossings is a very big thing, but there's also people that see them standing off the side of the road or something like that. I would say 90% of the time it's a road crossing.
So why we're talking about everything, the road crossing, the rail lines, and the power?
The power lines, I mean, we're doing a study on that right now, the power lines. Okay, it's always been thought that, it's an easy access route because it's cleared out. We're actually right now doing research with EMF because those big power lines put out an EMF sound, vibration, or what you want to call it. So we're using that too to see if there's a correlation. And they're following it as something to, like birds, they got this magnetic thing in their head, they know where to go south and when to go. Certain animals know which way to go when they migrate, something that draws them. So we're thinking, what is these power lines are drawing them? And that's where they're in these power lines. But like I said, they think, well, it's an easy access route. You don't have to go through the weeds, nothing. But for something to be totally all the time in the woods concealed, why would you go into a place that's not concealed to be seen?
I think it's not just Indiana, but I'd hate to guess a percentage, but I think the majority of sightings in a lot of areas is probably the road crossings, those unexpected times. Early mornings is relevant. People going to work, coming home from work, coming home from an event like I just mentioned. The early morning, late nights, I think are just surprises. You're very fortunate.
Yes, I would say so. I would say that most people, when they do see one, it's crossing the road.
Or out in the field. We've had reports of people driving down the highway, there's one over there in the field walking along.
They'll see one walking along in the field. But there could be a lot more of those. But when, like around here, we figure the average height on one around here is maybe 7 foot. 7, it might be, they could range. But on the average, I'd say around 7 foot. So if you're looking at something 200 yards across the field, 300 yards across the field, 7 foot, you can't tell the height of that. You can't
tell for sure even what it is.
Yeah, so someone could see one standing in the back of the field, something like that, and they just think it's a person. And it's the same thing with hunters. Because there's the different reports of hunters and I thought it was a person walking up on me until it got right up on me. Then I realized it wasn't. Because you can't get that judgment on size. So unless it's running right in front of you on the road where you've got a close-up view of it, then you're not going to catch the different size of it.
In Ohio, there are plenty of those type of stories. And again, without doing a scientific comparison, I think at least 50%, if not more, of the reported sightings take place in those situations where a person's either walking or hiking along a clear-cut area with power lines or along a railroad, or driving, and they see something crossing the road. So I think that it is prominent. Certain areas in Ohio go through flaps, and I think that could be attributed more to just a creature or family group moving around from place to place. Holmes County was a hotbed for a time in terms of those sighting reports. In 2012, the aforementioned report of multiple people seeing a Bigfoot crossing the road was corroborated by other roadside sightings and things of that nature, and then those sort of fade away. And I think that's attributed to the mobile nature of these creatures, and they go from one wooded area to another. They don't necessarily stay put all that long in one given area.
We know that they do tend to follow power lines, that they'll travel the power lines, and it makes sense that they would travel railroad tracks because it's easy. They're like any other animal, anything else. They're going to take the easiest path there is. They're not going to exert any more energy than they need to. So it makes sense that they would follow something like that, especially if it's in the middle of nowhere where someone's not going to see them, because that's whatever they're doing. They're very self-aware of themselves, and they know where to stay at where people's not going to see them. And when they do cross a road, from the stories that I've been told, when they cross roads and people see them on the road, it's because they was chasing something. They was actually in the midst of chasing or running after something, and they ran out in the road. Someone seen them in a car, seen them in a car. They didn't step out there in the car and go, hey, we have found prints right behind trees, right beside the road, where it looked like they was hiding behind that tree as cars would drive by, and they could hide behind that tree and look as you drive by.
Again, you mentioned the power lines, you hear a lot that it's an easy path from point A to point B. And I think that in Indiana especially, I think the mobile Bigfoot is more common. And if you see that if you read through a lot of the reports or people you speak to aside from the public reports, because it seems like there'll be a rotation within counties, or they're not like in one place for long periods of time. A lot of our Indiana reports are, it was over a 2-year period, and then it just kind of nothing. We have a guy right now. You said you're up in Brown County yesterday near Nashville. We were part of the IBRO's. We started a conference last year, Indiana's Bigfoot conference. And after the conference, we had an older gentleman from Columbus approach us, asked my son-in-law if he was a believer, and he said, yeah. And then he ended up inviting us out to his property where he and his pastor had a daytime sighting of a female. He has about a 10-acre plot of ground that he has kind of made a wildlife refuge kind of thing. He just wants to protect it. When we were first going out there to meet him, we're driving out, we leave town, and as you get out, it's just a little more country, which Columbus area is starting to get a little bit of forest and hills, but still a little bit flat. And as we're driving out there, I'm thinking, man, there's just not a lot of area out here that, where a Bigfoot would hang out, and the wildlife. But then as we got out there and get to talking to the guy, you've got a big creekway, creek, not even a quarter of a mile from his house, but there's a lot of these little patch woods all the way through the area. And I think it's kind of like a safe place. They find places that they know are safe, and I mean, even this small property, we've had 2 or 3 deer on it while we were out there the first time. So I mean, there's food, there's water source, so it could support a large creature. But I think Indiana a lot is kind of a travel through area. I really do.
Yeah, well, I think there's different reasons in each case. The roadside thing has always fascinated me because it seems like a real vulnerable spot for a Bigfoot to use. Almost nonsensical. Like, if you have other ways to get around, why would you even bother with a road crossing unless there's some compelling thing on the other side of the road that they're after? Otherwise, they're very vulnerable in some cases. One thing that seemed to make sense to me is a handful of reports that I've heard or seen where somebody's driving along, they come around a curve in the road, and there's a Sasquatch in the middle of the road, lying down, like almost in a fetal position. And one might think, well, what's the deal with that? But it's been suggested, and we all know, that asphalt roads at least absorb heat. So that might be a reason to lie down in a road, is you're absorbing the heat from the road that it's gotten all day through the sunshine and using that to warm up. And then they pop up and they're on their way if they hear the sound of an engine approaching. Aside from that, it just would seem like closest between points A and B involves a road and you cross it. But again, they're making themselves very visible and vulnerable when they do that. So in the case of like power lines, that seems to be there's more logic behind that, simply because there's forest line all along there, but there are less obstacles. So if they're really trying to get somewhere, following a power line would seem to be easy, or easier than roots and rocks and going through trees all the time. If there's a perception that they could be seen, the forest is right there and they can duck in there and become concealed.
Crossing the road, I mean, people go to where it had been going. They follow the trail where it had went. I follow where it came from. I want to know why it was coming from this way. Was there a reason, or is there something? And most of the time there's a food source.
They're not walking down the middle, so they're not leaving obvious sign, but they're still utilizing the openness.
Yeah, easy movement, yeah. And they may use the trail, especially if they know that they're not leaving a print.
Especially power lines, I think, because
yeah, power lines.
Who's going to walk down a power line, especially the big transmission lines, and look for prints or look for signs?
But I've always heard numerous reports about, it's in a power line, and they travel the power lines.
I've heard that more than the railroads.
Yeah, I've heard that more than railroads. And you take a blacktop trail, walking trail that's through the middle of a forest or park, they may well use that some, but they're not going to walk down it during the middle of the day, but they could use it because they know they're not leaving a print, because they're that aware of what's going on.
Oh, very easily, just for travel at night. The least path of resistance is the biggest success for a large mammal-type creature like a Bigfoot is, and so they're definitely going to utilize the roads. Plus, it tells them directions too, because I'm sure they remember everywhere they go because they're constantly moving. Something that constantly moves has to know where they're going.
Well, I think it's just like anyone, honestly. It's, the path to least resistance, really. I think they're going to use them when they can, just like us, they're going to want to find an easier way, I'm sure. And power lines and things like that, they're clear cut so they can cross and they can walk them pretty easy. So I think that's literally what it is. It's just an easier modes of transportation to get from point A to point B. And if it's there, they'll do it.
Trains too, would seem to carry a similar function as a cut line through the woods, with the added benefit that many railroads are built along waterways. So you've got a lot of the railroads constructed along rivers, which already made it easy for the railroad builders. Ponds and lakes, railroads seem to ring those. So you've got the benefit for a Bigfoot of having both cover and plenty of water to use as you're making your way from one to another. And with the decline of rail travel in the United States, at least in North America, there's still many active lines, but there's also a lot of deactivated railroads, which is a bonus for a creature that doesn't want to be seen, because you get the sense that here's just a trail for my exclusive use that isn't going to be interrupted by a train. So I think a lot of those things may work together to make those attractive as a means of transportation or easy travel.
When it comes to road crossing sightings of Sasquatch, it's uniformly estimated that such events make up the majority of reports. Factoring in additional sightings around railroads and power lines, it becomes even more apparent that these creatures utilize these areas as a means to get from one place to another with little resistance. Another aspect that's often overlooked when considering these kinds of sightings is that many old, obsolete right-of-ways, railways, and roads have been converted to bike paths or hiking trails, adding sightings along these man-made trailways to an already robust number. Continuing to another area of the Heartland, not yet discussed much in this series, the researcher Stan Courtney out of Illinois, who has a vast library of recorded nature sounds as well as a catalog of Illinois encounters, has had his own shocking experience near a railway. He and a friend were standing near active train tracks and had even been talking about the possibility of Bigfoot using railways and even trains themselves for transportation. The idea of Bigfoot hopping on a train is one that Courtney admitted that he found hard to swallow. That's what makes what happened next absolutely incredible and nearly absurd. A train came down the tracks at that moment, and about that train, Courtney writes the following. It was one of those trains carrying large cargo carriers, double-decker style. It was traveling at perhaps 30 miles an hour. In between each car is a good-size area. About halfway through the train, I saw a very large hair-covered animal sitting down with its back towards the container. I only could see it for a couple of seconds, and then it was gone. I was in shock and awe. It was almost surreal. It did not look at all like Patty from the Patterson-Gimlin film. This had 5-inch long, dark brown hair covering it down to where I could see its waist. I couldn't make out any facial details, and it was looking down and not directly towards me. To this day, Stan Courtney maintains a detailed blog, an extensive online archive of animal sounds and Bigfoot reports from Illinois. He freely shares that his brief but dramatic sighting has left him with more questions than answers. Not only has Courtney seen things he can't explain, but he also has collected reports of others with similar experiences, such as the account he gathered for the Bigfoot Field Research Organization in 2005. It was submitted by an eyewitness who was just a youngster in 1973, living in Hamilton County, Indiana. The witness, 13 years old at the time, was riding bikes with a friend near some abandoned railroad tracks when they heard a crashing sound. A tree had fallen nearby. They first noticed it was a maple tree. Then they observed what had likely caused the tree to fall. Standing less than 100 feet away was a 7.5-foot, 450-pound man-thing with very long arms. After a stare down that seemed like it lasted 2 minutes, the creature started towards them. They wasted no time in pedaling home as fast as they could.
The reason that I love this particular story is that I travel this road almost every day. So it's from Geauga County in Ohio along Wilson Mills Road, which connects the Chesterland area with Chardon. And a lot of people in Northeast Ohio have heard of Chardon because it gets a lot of snowfall. And this particular story happened in February of 2005. Woman was driving down Wilson Mills Road, heading east, close to Chardon, when looking over to the right-hand side of the road, which she's driving east, that'd be the right-hand side, she saw a flash of red-orange eyes, and knowing that they just seemed to be at a different level than like a deer's eyes would be, she started to slow down, and in her rear view mirror, she saw an extremely large humanoid figure come out into the road behind her car. Came almost to a complete stop. It was a full moon that night, so a lot of detail was visible to her. And the height comparison, she didn't give a footage amount, but she said it had to be about as tall as a stop sign and very thick in all of its limbs, and walked across the road from south to north with a strange sort of slouching posture, almost like it knew that it had been seen and was trying to make itself as small as possible before it could reach the tree line. So that, I like that so much because that's an area that I'm very familiar with. It's heavily wooded. It lends itself to that sort of sighting. It's relatively recent, from 2005, and I could see that happening in that area just because of all the ravines and the creeks that run through the northern portion of Geauga County.
I was looking through my database, I don't even have it published, but there was a report over in, it would have been Lorain County, right on the corner of Route 18 and State Route 58 in Pittsfield. And this was one of those instances where someone that I knew I was a Bigfoot investigator. She called me in a panic, but the lady that told me that she just passed away recently and is, you know, so it was very sad too in that breath. But so she called me up and it had to be around 11:30 at night or 12 midnight. It was late. It might have been past midnight. And she's all excited. I'm like, Charlotte, what's up? And she goes, you're not going to believe this, but my sister-in-law and her husband and daughter were coming up from Florida, coming to stay with us in North Ridgeville. So they would have been coming north. And as they bisected State Route 18 going north, heading toward Lorain County, so they would have been technically, I believe, in getting just out of Medina County, the daughter, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said, Dad, what's that? And they see in the headlights this big rear torso, rear end, and like something else dangling from it across the road right in front of their car. So he stops and turns around and goes and looks, and apparently it walked into a cornfield. Well, and so he says, well, tell me what you saw. And she goes, well, I saw this large, upright, hair-covered creature with something like in its arm, okay? And well, lo and behold, when Coyote and I got out to the scene, there was evidence of a deer being hit on the side of the road. So apparently, it looks like it went across the road, grabbed the deer, and when their car came up over to cross 18, it turned and walked right back into the cornfield, into that direction. Well, we got out there within a day of the incident, and we checked around the cornfield, and there were impressions, but nothing discernible because it was very dry. And of course, it was a big wooded area that led over, pretty close to the Black River area, things like that. So there's definitely water, but it was an amazing report because she drew a picture of what she saw. And like I say, at first she wasn't sure what it was, but after we saw the evidence of the deer hit and everything like that, it apparently looks like it was carrying a dead deer in the one arm as it was crossing the road, because some people thought it might be a juvenile, but no. I think this was a deer that was, because the way she drew it, she goes, it looked like it had a tail when it crossed the road. The tail was the carcass of the deer that was hanging there, and because they were going 45 miles an hour, coming up over 18, and then boom, it was right there. So give her the impression of that, which makes total sense. That was a very, very interesting report. And then, of course, I had one report that I don't ever publicize because of the witness, but let's just say Amish in a buggy, seeing one cross in front of a couple buggies, and there was about 10 people in the two buggies that saw it. And the Bigfoot did not seem to be concerned with them at all, which you could make sense because it's a horse pulling something. And, if you ever, and I'm sure that you've learned this, that people that are on horseback seem to have more gentle encounters because the Sasquatch, sees the horse as another animal and doesn't feel as threatened.
All sorts of creatures utilize man-made pathways that allow for ease of movement while also providing concealment. Railways often follow rivers which attract a variety of animals to an environment rich in sustenance. The rail line itself, much like a power line, provides an unobstructed avenue to travel between points as quickly as possible. Often these areas are also close to a wood line, which would give both an area for a creature to quickly hide if spotted and an easy way to monitor prey walking along the track from a position of stealth. Additionally, man-made throughways allow for Sasquatch to move into areas that may otherwise be difficult to access without being seen. For example, the BFRO recognizes that in places such as the Cuyahoga Valley National Park in Ohio, or CVNP, there are numerous pathways that Sasquatch might use at night to reach the CVNP from surrounding counties in Ohio. In other parts of North America, Sasquatch seem to follow creeks, rivers, and ridgelines when moving long distances. In the region around the CVNP, sightings and track finds suggest different primary pathways for long-distance travel. Those primary pathways are high-tension power line routes, abandoned railroad beds, and the Buckeye Trail. Sasquatch isn't the only monster that is reported to utilize areas like railway tracks for movement over the decades. The Enfield Horror, another Heartland cryptid, is an example of this. The Enfield Horror terrorized Enfield, Illinois in April 1973. Described as a three-legged, gray-colored, ape-like beast with large pink eyes, the creature allegedly attacked a young boy and tried to enter several homes, leaving behind strange tracks. The events began when a young boy, Greg Garrett, reported being attacked by a creature with 3 legs, short arms, and reddish eyes. Shortly thereafter, on April 25, 1973, Mr. and Mrs. Henry McDaniel returned to their home, and Henry had an encounter with a thing that looked like it had 3 legs, 2 pink eyes as big as flashlights, and short arms on a 4.5-foot tall and grayish-colored body along the Louisville and Nashville railroad tracks in front of his house. McDaniel claimed to have shot the creature, but it ran away, and he found strange footprints nearby. The incident led to widespread panic, with many residents arming themselves to hunt the creature. We also have stories such as the Defiance, Ohio werewolf, which was spotted along both a railway and a road. On July 25, 1972, Ted Davis, a railroad worker, was on the Norfolk and Western train lines. With no warning, he had an extremely close encounter with a 6-foot-tall, hunched-over werewolf, which, for some reason, was holding a large wooden board. Ted soon discovered the board's purpose. The woven creature hit Ted on the shoulder with it and ran away. Then, on July 30th, Ted and co-worker Tom Jones both witnessed what was evidently the same monster. This time it showed no aggression, for when the wolfman realized it had been seen, it disappeared into the underbrush. Davis and Jones filed a police report. Chief Donald Breckler admitted that while he didn't take the initial report seriously, something about the eyewitness testimony made him think twice. For the sake of public safety, an investigation was launched. Then, a third sighting occurred. A grocery store employee driving home from a late shift saw what today would be called a dogman run in front of his car. Newspapers such as the Toledo Blade and the Defiance Crescent News covered the strange sightings with varying degrees of seriousness, and the sightings ceased as abruptly as they started. Road crossing sightings are often comprised of quick glimpses of a creature moving from one area to another, apparently surprised by the sudden appearance of an oncoming vehicle, but sometimes ignoring the vehicle altogether. Harkening back to the recent Monroe monster sighting, the original incident in 1965 included a Sasquatch emerging onto the open road, but instead of fleeing, it attacked the car driven by Christine Van Acker before returning to the woodline. A late-night drive turned terrifying in an instant, leaving physical and emotional scars. Paved roads are more than just a means to an end. The Lincoln Highway and Route 66 evoke feelings of nostalgia and, to many, represent freedom. Railroads and trains are much the same. When looked at from the perspective of history, they can stand as potent symbols of progress, adventure, and the American spirit. So it may be only natural that these modes of transportation would bring us into direct contact with the mysteries that occupy this land, while giving said mysteries the opportunity to find us. There is no doubt that humanity has changed the face of the Heartland, imposing our will with power lines and railroads and expressways. These crisscross the terrain, steel and asphalt testifying that we have changed this place. But as long as Sasquatch are seen in these same places, the sneaking suspicion remains we haven't conquered it. Not even close.
There was, called neighbor, everybody in the country, it's the neighbor if you live within 5 miles, but he told me of road crossing on Township Road 211, the side of it that's heading down to the Mohican River. And he and another gentleman were coming home from a party, and they saw it cross the road in front of them, and then ended up in a field that was connected to our field. And he said the one guy that was actually drinking a beer in the passenger seat took his beer and it went all over when he saw it. But yeah, that was 2 weeks after I seen it down the power line.
Were there any distinctive features aside from the stance, obviously? Could you tell like fur color or anything like that?
As far as when I saw it come down the power line, it was just all black. It was absolutely all black and just, it was standing there like this. Very imposing looking, you know, but I think by the time it was, I did measurements, I went out there afterward, and sure enough, there were snow tracks that, you know, kind of looked like boot tracks, but they came across the field, and nobody was going across the field at 5 degrees, you know, in the middle of winter. So they came across the field, crossed the road, and then went up the power line. So, I mean, but that's a big deer trail too, so it could have just been following that, and then they, you know, he saw this crazy woman outside in the middle of the night, 5 degrees. He was like, what's that? You know? And then I ignored it, and then it made a big, huge, loud sound. So, I mean, and maybe it was a tree that was exploding because it was freezing. I don't know. But it certainly scared me. And, you know, then I found out about that other sighting 2 weeks later, and I just, you know, felt a little bit better about it. But just because of the emotional part of it, of not saying anything to anybody for a day and a half, I thought, well, if I didn't say anything to anybody right then I just can't say it at all. Then they're just going to think it didn't happen. And then I, you know, found out later from, you know, somebody, a psychiatrist that happened to be at a camp out that that's trauma, and that was a actual normal response. And I'm like, oh, cool, I feel so much better. But yeah, I mean, you can never underestimate. I have such sympathy for people that have these like really close encounters, and mine was 100 feet away. I mean, I feel sorry for the ones that are like 10 feet away, you know, what they have to deal with, because it can really turn you upside down. And, you know, this is 2025, and, you know, that happened 10 years ago. And I'm finally coming out and saying something about it publicly.
Would you want to see one again?
Not necessarily. I mean, if it was like kind of far away, I wouldn't mind seeing it, you know, just cruising along, but I don't want it. I don't want it that close. I'd do better with it now than I would have back then. But back then I was just still scrambling for all kinds of information, and, you know, what is it, and is it dangerous, and, you know, and I just didn't want to be one of those people who's like, oh yeah, I saw another one, so now that makes 2. You know, I just didn't say anything to anybody about it. So it's just so great to have more information and the support people around me. And I don't care as much anymore. I'll say it.
In 2017, I was in an area, and a really active area. I've been working this area for years. And actually driving along the access road, I was looking for footprints for something had crossed over the road. And I did. They were fresh prints. So I get out, I pull off the road where I found the best prints I was going to cast and document. I took my handgun off, put it on the 4-wheeler, took all my material out. I'm out here measuring, writing down measurements, and taking pictures and everything like that. And I'm so engrossed in these footprints. About that time, I got a whiff of something. And, oh, Lord, man, somebody's septic system is overflowing. And it dawned on me, well, I'm way out here in the middle of nowhere. There's no septic system. And I happened to look up on the southern side of my 4-wheeler, which is not but 40 feet away from me. This thing was standing there. It was still in the area when I was pulled in. And it was standing there looking at me. And I'm down here kneeling, down here by these prints, you know, I'm getting ready to cast. You know? And I'm looking at my 4-wheeler, and it's on the other side of my 4-wheeler, and this thing was huge. And I'm thinking, should I run and go get my handgun or just stay here? But I sat there and I just looked it in the eyes, and it looked at me. And all of a sudden it kind of looked, sniffed the air, grunt, and started walking off. And I'm sitting there and it dawned on me, I'm gonna videotape this. So my wife had got me a flip phone because she didn't trust me with a regular iPhone, you know. Oh, cheapy. So here I am, I'm running down here and I'm getting it ready like that, and all of a sudden I'm filming. And I'm watching it as it walked off over the edge of the ridge. So I close my phone up, I jump on my 4-wheeler, go back to my truck, I go home, And I'm excited. And my wife goes, "You got something on film, didn't you?" I said, "Yes, I did. I got it." I said, "Just like the Patterson-Gimlin film, it's there." I downloaded it like that, and I popped the video on, and my wife goes, "That's a real nice shirt I brought you." In the confusion, I had flipped the phone around and was filming myself. And I tell this story because it actually happened. You know, it's not because I was stupid or nothing. It was because I was so excited. I didn't pay attention to what I was doing. I had these big old alligator tears, you know, and I had to get a little beach towel. And but yeah, I mean, things happen. But that was the most thing. I mean, every time I tell the story, just like right now, if I had a heart monitor, you could tell my heart's beating. I could smell him, you know. I got that whip when I was telling the story. My hair stands up. I mean, that was one of the things. I was scared to death. I didn't know what to do, really. But it didn't see me as a threat, I think. That's why it walked up. Later, me and my former partner went back and where I was kneeling, and we took a tape measure and measured where I saw the top of his head. He was 9 foot, 21-inch footprint. I did a sketch of what I saw, the face and everything, right after that, because it was still all fresh. I did a sketch because I went to hair and art school for a little bit, so you know I got some artistry. And I did a sketch, and it's at Cliffs Berkman's museum on the wall. What I saw, Goliath. That's Goliath.
Can humans and Sasquatch become mutually used to one another? This is the question at the heart of a concept called habituation. In a scientific sense, the term habituation is defined by the American Psychological Association as growing accustomed to a situation or stimulus which diminishes its effectiveness. Habituation does not always occur in the same way. Several factors can influence how quickly one becomes acclimated to a stimulus. Habituation is not always a singular process. Many variables can influence how rapidly habituation happens, whether a person is becoming accustomed to a new annoyance, a novel sound, or even an undiscovered animal making cautious attempts at human contact. There are various elements of habituation that are worthy of consideration. One such element is change. If a noise is growing louder or more frequent over time, then it may be more likely to attract notice. Conversely, a regular repetitive stimulus, whether sound, appearance of food, or any number of things, may after a while be considered regular and not worth noting. Then there's duration. If that noisy neighbor's loud banging were to stop and start unpredictably, you'd be less likely to become used to it. Also, one must consider the duration with which a certain activity is applied. For example, if a sound is heard only once or for a brief period of time, it may quickly sink from memory and lose all significance to the one hearing it. Frequency likewise plays a role. If someone were to wear the same perfume every day, they would be more likely to stop noticing the scent earlier than if it were worn only on special occasions. Researchers even outside the realm of Sasquatch studies have noted that frequency is of tantamount importance. In order to become comfortable or habituated to given stimuli, one must first become familiar with it. It's intriguing to note that very intense stimuli leads to slower habituation. Sometimes habituation will never occur. In some cases, such as deafening noises like a car alarm or a siren, that makes sense. A car alarm wouldn't be very effective as an alert if people stopped noticing it after a few minutes. The more intense the stimulus, the longer it will likely take to become accustomed to it, if it happens at all. A shock to the system will be less effective in the art of habituation. More subtle approaches are supported not only by anecdotal stories in the world of Sasquatch, but also by peer-reviewed research. When discussing Bigfoot, the term habituation is often used to convey a scenario in which humans perceive the ongoing presence of the creature in a given location. This is established by a property owner or researcher frequenting or living in a known active area, sometimes being so specific as to wear the exact same clothing each time to create a consistent visual impression. In addition, this is where the practice of gifting comes into play. Items such as food or visually attractive trinkets might be left in easily discoverable locations, and when these items frequently disappear, the question then becomes who or what is taking them.
From what I understand, it's long-term witnesses, activity that happens around someone's property, and it happens over a period of years. And so then you can start building up different patterns and things that have happened that are Sasquatch related.
I think habituation is kind of a two-phase thing. It's our habits of how we live in our area, how we respond to it. But as I've kind of studied that a little bit, it also, there seems to be a desensitization of it. You know, when you're in and doing something over and over and over, you become more, more desensitized to it. I give an example. I grew up living next to a railroad track when I was younger. And I mean, it's our modular home is literally within 30 feet of the railroad track. And when you first lived there, it's like that's all you hear. Then after a period of time, you almost don't notice it. I mean, when the train goes by. But so you become more familiar with your atmosphere, the area you're in. So that's kind of the way I say habituation is this study of that, how you interact.
That's when you take and you gift them, whether that is gifting shiny objects, stuffed animals, something for them to pick up, or gifting them some kind of food.
A treat.
Some kind of treat. I don't encourage anybody to have habituation close to their house, especially if they're doing any type of treats or anything else, because I think they would have a tendency to bring them in and be beating on your door wanting something, so I wouldn't encourage that. But we have one area that has been habituated twice over a period of better than 10 years, and both times they done the very same type of things. That's ones that we call Oscar and Felix, because one's real messy and one's not. Edie Cato was the first one that really started habituating that site, and she got amazing things out of it. That's where we learned by her habituation that they understand what you're saying, because she would ask them to do certain things, like to bring the trash back up so she could pick it up, and they started bringing it back up to her. And people look at you and go, meh. But hers was hid down in the middle of the woods inside of a Tupperware container with a lid on it with bricks on top of that. Things would disappear, and everything that she put out, she'd write a date on it. She would write the IBRO on it, and she would date it. Like a bag of animal crackers, that bag may be gone 2 or 3 weeks. Then once it's back in the container.
It's empty.
It's empty. I'm back in the container.
They
She goes,
want more.
well, they want more. That's when they want more. When they brought it back is when they wanted more. She would gift them balls, little something shiny or a little ball, and it may be gone. I think she had stuff that was gone up to a year and then would reappear and be all muddy and smashed, and She's got one ball that's got permanent imprints of fingers in it, where it just had smashed that ball so much.
Habituation is where people are sharing their environment with the family of Sasquatch or a Sasquatch, or they're supposedly living on the same properties. I don't really know. I mean, a lot of times when you hear people talk about habituation, they talk about it in spans of years. So I would associate it with that, but I would figure if even a year would still be living there. So.
Habituation, and what I'll say is this: habituation is, where people have the idea that if they sit there and work an area hard and long enough, that they'll get the Bigfoots comfortable enough to come forward and possibly interact, maybe at a good distance, or maybe by doing exchanges for things, leaving this out for that, hoping it takes it and leaves you something back. But I think what it comes to is that unless you see it, take it, and leave something in return, it's hard to say 100% that it's accurate. It could be, but I have never seen anything 100% certain that would tell me, yes, that's absolutely happening.
She had eventually moved. She moved to southern Indiana, and another guy come in, and he started habituating that side. He worked with Edie, talked to her on the phone, and he started doing it. And they treated stuff the very same way. They still opened the packages the same way. You could see that they probably used their fingernails to cut those packages open. The packages wasn't chewed open. You could tell they had been kind of cut, or it would be open just like you or I would open it up. And again, would put stuff back neat. One would be messy, one would be neat. And they still treated things the same way. And he didn't know that. He was getting the stuff and he was saying, hey, look what I got back last night. And I'm looking at it and going, that's awesome. That's wild, because that's the same way they done when Edie was doing this. They done it the same way. They're still treating these things the same way.
In 2022, a woman named Suzanne Forensic was interviewed by a local news station after capturing audio of what may very well be a Sasquatch right at home on her property in Columbus, Ohio. Suzanne has been involved in the search for Sasquatch for years and had her own sighting in 2013. She would describe a large, hairy creature standing approximately 7.5 feet tall. Suzanne's sighting would take place within the Heartland, where her present-day research is still centered, Ohio. Suzanne's position as a Bigfoot Field Research Organization researcher has afforded her many opportunities to continue the search for Bigfoot, and her own encounters with potential habituation give further credence to the idea that the practice, when applied to the Bigfoot question, may be more than just a novel idea.
I guess you could call me a long-term witness now. Things started happening around our house in 2013. I had a road crossing nearby, but then we had two big, huge howls that happened a couple weeks after the road crossing. And then there was just tons of knocks for the next year or so. And then there was another sighting on our property that same day, end of the summer, 2013. And then I had a Bigfoot approach me on our porch in the fall of 2014. And then there was another one that was down by the power line in 2015. So then there was a period of years where there was nothing that happened. And then things started picking up again in 2022 when I recorded some howls. And I've been hearing knocks on a fairly consistent basis since then. So I guess that's what's happened around our house, and that's, habituation, long-term witness. It's just what I'm hearing and what I'm studying.
So the next question was going to be about cases or locations or sightings where this kind of thing has taken place. And since we're talking about this, I'm just curious. The guy that moved in after she left, was there activity happening, and that's what sparked him to do the gifting?
You got to understand that he was there 24/7, 365 days. He was there all the time.
He camped there. He camped.
He lived with them pretty much.
Yeah, and lived there all the time. Homeless by choice.
Yeah.
He's homeless by choice. He does YouTube. So, yeah, so he did YouTube, so he was homeless by choice. He slept in a tent, and he was coming through Indiana, and he had met us once, but he was coming through Indiana, and he got a hold of me and said, "Hey, I'm coming through Indiana. Is there some place that I could go that I might experience something?" So I told him where to go. I gave him the site, said, "Go here. Go to this location, go to this campsite." That was in June, I think. I think that was June. He left then. He left that year, Thanksgiving morning is when he left, because he started having activity the very first night, and it intrigued him so much that he stayed.
Yeah.
He went home for the winter, come back, and then didn't leave for almost 2 years. He stayed there. He would switch from campsite to campsite, location to location in Indiana, but he spent most of his time in that location.
And he did habituation. He got a lot of interaction with them, and he'd always say, thank you, you know. He was very polite. He said they were polite. He said they always let me know they're coming in.
Yeah, he's the one that...
But I never know when they leave.
Yeah, he's the one that we was sitting there one night, and he goes, and he told me, he goes, you know, they're pretty polite. What do you mean they're polite? He goes, I hear them walk up. He goes, we hear them walk up, but we don't hear them leave. So how can they do that? If they don't make any noise leaving, why do they make a noise when they come up? Besides to let you know they're walking up here.
I mean, I knew some locations where people would leave food out for them, and they would allegedly come. And there was one older woman, and I believe she was down in like Coshocton, Muskingum County, right in that area, where, you know, she was leaving some things in jars out, and she claimed that they were taking the food. But once again, there wasn't enough evidence to back it. But it's basically a gift exchange, and you know, I don't know. Like I say, it's just not one of my cups of tea, let's say, because if I see it, if it's seen and it happens, then I'd be behind it. Could it be? Of course it could be possible. Anything's possible, because the great thing about Bigfoot or Sasquatch, it's an ever-learning cycle of ideas and evidence.
There's a certain logic to the idea that Bigfoot would want to remain in a stable environment. A number of reasons could play into this, including a surplus of food, shelter, and water, as well as a natural cycle of birthing and death. If there is no immediate threat and the resources are abundant, there's no biological reason to move. If this changes based on seasonal differences, human interference, or a natural diminishing of resources, animals in general tend to relocate to survive.
It has to be food related. If they have everything they need, which they do in eastern Holmes County, they've got waterways, they've got plenty of deer for sure, and there's a ton of wildlife that is in abundance without any other large predators to go after them. So why would they leave? If they, you know, feel safe and they feel covered, then, you know, there's a good reason for them to stay there.
I think that goes back to, I mentioned a while ago, the gentleman we met in Columbus. I think they have a sense of safety just as much as we would. And that's why I think you see, you know, there's certain areas you go to that we research that it's kind of like you get that sense or that understanding that, you know, that's where they stay. They're in that area. And I think that's because it's safe. It's, you know, they can monitor what comes and goes in that area. And I think that's when you see a lot of the, I know there are aggressive reports out there. I did not know of any in Indiana that I know of. They may be out there because a lot of people don't like to talk. I think sometimes it's that territorial thing, as I mentioned a while ago. You know, they're like, okay, you're too close here, you're done. And a thought just hit me that an area we're actually going back to this fall, the gentleman has a huge property. It's 2,200 acres. And he had an area that he went and cleared for us, basically to give us an easier path out to this other area. And he went out and dropped several decent sized trees off the side of the trail to make it easier to get up to this other area. And that afternoon, my son-in-law and about 3 others had gone out there, hiked over to the area, and he had tied off ribbons so we could stay on the trail. And they climbed this hill, come back down. They thought, man, this just really get that sense that this is a squatchy area. So I got back, I'd gone with someone else because we were doing some casting that afternoon. When I got back, my daughter goes, "You're going with your son-in-law tonight." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "You need to go where they went today." I said, "Oh, okay." So we went out that night and we traced the ribbons, followed them. We got to this point before you go up the hill, and 2 of those trees had been pulled over, blocking the trail, completely blocking the base of that trail. And I'm not sure I'm all in on structures and things, but there was a very interesting twisting of branches and things that was in front of these 2 stumps. And they knew for 100% that those trees were not there earlier, because 2 of the girls that were with them didn't want to climb the hill. So they sat there on the stumps that were on the side of the trail, waiting until they came back down, and then they all headed back to base camp. That's probably the one that sticks out to me the most as a personal experience of like, okay, don't go any further.
The only thing that would cause it to stay in one area would be an unlimited food source where they're not being detected, or that there's a pregnant individual or a newborn individual that needs to be cared for, or a sick individual. That's when they're going to put their feet in the ground and take a stand, and if something goes down, they're going to defend it.
I think they're like anything else. I mean, I believe they have a home area that they stay in, that clan stays in. Unless they get pushed out of that area, they're comfortable in it, they know it, they know where they can hunt, they know where they can stay hidden at. And the only time that one leaves, which what I was always taught, was the teenage male is the one that's shoved out, just like a lot of animals is shoved out, and they have to go find them a female somewhere. They're the ones that will end up running down across the road or whatever, or get out there and get into something that people report, and it's because they're out traveling trying to find them a new place. But other than that, it's like the one clan we've been messing with. We know that they've been there well over 10 years because they're there all year round. The habituation, they do the same thing. We've seen the large prints, we've seen the baby prints. In some of the areas, we've seen baby prints. 6 months later or whatever, you see a larger print, but still small. So you see that the babies are growing up, that they've had young ones, they're growing. We've seen that. And a lot of that is because of the habituation and being in that one area. Yeah, and where they're often.
See, that's a question I've been trying to contemplate for a long time. I don't know. The only thing I can think of is maybe if it's a readily available food source there, that's something that stays there, that they can have year-round. That's the only thing I can think of. Maybe it's just high in food, or maybe some people have an area where maybe they're coming in and having young and staying for a period of time till they're old enough to move on. That's about all I can, that's just my theories.
In examples of habituation, a variety of behaviors have been noted. Some examples, such as what appeared to be a habituation scenario in Small Town Monsters' Bigfoot project, and subsequent years since filming, reveal that there is not only a pattern related to certain months of the year, but also a pattern of years between interactions.
I've tried over 12 years now to figure out what a pattern would be. No, I can't find a pattern to it. There's been activity in the wintertime, there's been activity midsummer. I do seem to hear things regularly towards the end of April. And then I do hear a few more knocks in the fall, but it's been hanging around for all 4 seasons. So I can't really find a pattern to it. Now maybe, people are out in the spring mushroom hunting, turkey hunting, and then in the fall, it's deer season, so there might be more opportunity for people to encounter it. But there's stuff that happens in the wintertime too, so I'm around to see it or hear it.
I really haven't. It seems like a lot of the Indiana reports move more towards the fall. But like I said, they go back so far, 50, 60 years. It's hard to establish a pattern, but a lot of them the majority of them are that fall time period, October, November, December.
I think it's consistent. A lot of people say that spring and fall is when there's more activity. I think that's more activity from human than it is from them. That's because in the winter, people aren't out there in the winter, and they're not out there in the middle of summer when it's really hot and sticky. Yeah. People tend to kind of stay away. In the spring and in the fall, everybody in there, around here, you get in the spring in Indiana, they mushroom hunt these woods so hard, there isn't an area that isn't covered in the spring, people looking for mushrooms. So yeah, you're gonna get people turkey hunting and going back out hunting. So I think that's why we get more reports. Come the fall, everybody's hunting again. Every woods in Indiana is trampled during deer season. So I think that's when there's more reports.
The ones that I've heard of, they would lived on a property constantly year round. That they would come, I'm trying to remember names, but I remember, was it Mary Green? I think it was Mary Green was one of them that supposedly had quite a bit of habituation on the property, where they would even come up to the door, and they were family friends, they grew up together. I think that was her name. Don't quote me on it, but I do believe that was it.
Well, I would say this. If they're there all year around, something's not right. If they're coming once in a great while, maybe every few years, maybe yearly, maybe every 5 years, that makes more sense. So, because one part of Bigfoot's success, in my honest opinion, is their willingness to just be nomads, wanderers. A wanderer never has to rely on one spot. A wanderer keeps finding new sources. Something that's successful keeps finding new food sources, and it keeps doing it. And then as it circles back around in an area, hey, I remember that apple orchard over on 113 in Elaria. Let's see if it's still giving food and things like that. Then if it isn't, guess what they do? They don't sit there and whelp and cry. They move on to the next location. Something that has to rely on one spot won't be successful. That's why I think Bigfoots are constantly moving. I think on both ends more the Sasquatch than the humans, because if the humans, really truly feel like they're habituating with these things, and if it's real and it's really going on, it could get violent. You never know. Anything's animals, big things like this can be unpredictable. Where the Sasquatch, I think, no matter what, they can just get up and leave. Like, for example, if you're yipping yapping too much, they can just leave and say, wow, that person doesn't shut up, I'm out of here, and they just move on.
It seems self-evident that habituation with the Sasquatch would pose imminent risk. Presuming that Bigfoot is a physical creature, then we know from experience that creating a situation where a wild animal becomes comfortable with humans can ultimately lead to a dangerous situation. Either the creature itself pushes boundaries with new and unfamiliar humans, or they become too expectant on gift exchange. Humans can become endangered through this, as wild, non-domesticated species are always unpredictable, and also violence could ultimately occur if the creature becomes unhappy, if gift exchange or familiar behavior is not kept up continually. Stories abound of seemingly docile animals suddenly becoming dangerous, attacking and even killing human beings they had previously been comfortable with. It's a sad reality, but any person considering undergoing a study in Sasquatch habituation would be wise to bear this in mind.
Well, I suppose if the person living there wants to take out a gun and try to shoot it, then, was it Grover Krantz, Dr. Krantz, that said you better reload? There's no safe thing you can do to try to mess with the Sasquatch. They're large, they're in charge, they're gonna do what they want. I wouldn't mess with it. I think that's the danger, is if you try to mess with it.
I think only if you habituate close to your home.
Yeah, close to your home.
And it's not a danger, but they might be more, and I don't want to use aggressive either, but they might be more apt to come up to your house.
Yeah.
If you don't have something out there that they want,
Yeah.
especially if it's food.
And it depends on what you're habituated to. If you're going out there and giving quite a bit of food, yeah, that could be harming them. Whatever you're feeding them could be giving them harm. But if you're going out there and giving them just little treats here or there, and it's not all the time, then it's a treat. It's probably not doing a whole lot to them. No more than what they're picking up out of the trash or whatever,
Whatever they do.
Whatever they do. But we've also learned by doing that, they only take what they need. It's like if you take a dozen donuts out there and leave on a stump at night, they'll open those donuts up, but they may only eat 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah.
They won't take the whole thing.
And leave the rest.
But there'll be clearly just 3 or 4 donuts that's gone. And you can see the handprint on it. So that's what they do.
I think it could if you didn't respect it, and I think that's probably only going to come from the researchers that recognize what an area is. Because I think there's people that have experiences a lot, but because that's not on their mind or in their thought process of what it is they're hearing, what they're experiencing. But I think it could, if someone was overly aggressive, as far as humans, as far as us, if we're overly aggressive in an area, just like the story I just mentioned with the trees, the guy that was kind of serving as our leader that night, we got to that point and a few of us were like, well, let's just keep going. He's like, no, we're done. This is our sign to stop right here. So I think it could be, but I don't think I don't want to say you won't hear about it, but because obviously if some big thing happened, it's going to be news. But I think your serious researchers and the people that are curious are going to respect that a little more than just you have your gung-ho guys that want to go out and shoot it, that kind of thing.
I think so. And the only reason I say that is, like, even if the family's friendly with a group of Sasquatch, it's like they get used to human beings. I'm afraid that they may go stride to someone else's property that isn't so likely to have them stay, and they might get shot at or something along those lines. I mean, they're technically, it all depends on who you ask. Like me, I still think they're an animal. So I would say, just like any wild animal, you'd have to give it a fairly wide berth. I'm afraid that like somebody, might mistake something they're doing as being friendly, and it may not be, and they could wind up getting hurt.
We had a bundle of bananas one night. They took one banana off that bundle. That bundle was sitting on top of a stump where there was just enough room for the bundle and a battery operated disco light that Edie had set up there. I go back to Edie a lot because in earlier years we did a lot.
Yeah.
But she had a battery disco light and a bundle of bananas that was sitting on top of a stump. That's about all the room there was. We heard one scream, so we walked back there. It's maybe 100 yards back in the woods. We walked back there, there's one banana gone off that stalk. Disco light's still there, just one banana gone. So I don't know what could take one banana off of that stalk and not knock the rest of them off there or do anything, but it was completely gone. So again, they didn't take the whole bundle.
It's easy to assume that an undiscovered animal would be inclined to explore its surroundings in the same way that classified creatures do. Habituation plays a key role in this exploration, helping animals to select appropriate behaviors. Habituation is a key mechanism for filtering out unnecessary sensory input, allowing the animal to focus on more critical information. For example, black-tailed prairie dogs become habituated to the sounds of non-threatening humans, ceasing their alarm calls to conserve energy, according to published studies. Harbor seals may become habituated to the calls of non-threatening orcas, but remain sensitive to calls from dangerous orcas. Wildlife in national parks may lose their fear of humans after repeated exposure, allowing people to approach closely. This point invites sobering speculation, for if Sasquatch reach a level of fearlessness with humans, only to be threatened in some way, what might they be capable of doing in retaliation?
I think the Sasquatches, one could break off, you know, like maybe like a young adolescent male could break off and find his own area. It's hard to tell because, you know, unless we're seeing them all the time, again, it's hard to develop a pattern about it. But I do think, I mean, it seems like when a juvenile, maybe like a subadult, they're more vocal, they're a little more curious, and they move in places that maybe the older ones don't. That's when you start catching a lot of reports. So I think it depends on who's out and about and why.
I think a little bit of both, but I think because there are areas that we research that you see a lot of the same patterns, I mean, it's not like you could set your clock by them, but you know, they have decades of experience in these same areas over and over and over, activity-wise. And so I think there are pockets that are like that. Now, I think Indiana is more of a travel-through area because I think that's why the reports are so scattered.
No, I think they have been coming through the areas all along, and I think as they are young Sasquatch, their parents take them to areas and instill in them, this is an area of food. So as generations go on, and let's just say it's an area in, we'll just say Muskingum County, where there's 500 acres, it's been the same family and no one goes back there, and then all of a sudden one family member decides to put a cabin back there. They're gonna come back and check it out, wonder what's going on, touch, feel, whatever, and if they interact with people, you know, that's possible too, because they still consider it a comfort zone until something goes bad.
I think we've encroached in so much of their area that they're moving into like society. And I actually think they're coming a lot closer, a lot more frequently than people think they are. Like I said, in Ashland, the lady was a fitness studio, and she came outside and saw them digging in a dumpster. So it's like, and that's not out in the woods, that's pretty close to the city. So I think that's what they're doing, is they're moving in just because we're encroaching.
I think they've been here.
Yeah, I think they've been there. Yeah. I think the areas that they're in, like the one area that we're talking about, habituation, there were several years there that nobody was doing any habituation on it. I just couldn't dedicate myself to go out there that much to actually do it. So there were several years that nobody was habituating that, but as soon as the one guy started, they was immediately taking it.
But there was interaction with that in that area.
Yeah, there was
before the habituation ever started.
there was action that went on. There was interactions there all along, whether we was habituating it or not. There was activity that's always been there.
In his book, Impossible Visits, investigator Christopher Knoll relates an account that captures the delicate nature of the habituation relationship. In 2005, a young female Sasquatch began making return visits to a rural homestead in Kentucky. The woman of the home saw the juvenile creature and called out to it in a high sing-song voice, repeating the same invocation each time. She had no luck attracting the frizzy-haired, barrel-chested entity during the day, but at night, she had incredible success. Singing her welcoming song, she would leave a paper plate of pancakes near the edge of her backyard pond and watch as the visitor emerged from the forest, usually about 20 minutes later, to receive the gift. Footprints were routinely found at the pancake site, impressed more deeply into the ground than those of a 200-pound man. Eventually, the family contacted the BFRO, which obtained infrared footage of the juvenile Bigfoot, reaching out to take the familiar plate of pancakes, revealing a thick frame and musculature reminiscent of a gorilla. Knoll also profiles 5 different families that have reported ongoing interactions with Bigfoot in North Carolina, Oklahoma, upstate New York, and Texas. In most of the cases, activity has been acknowledged for decades, touching many generations within each family, and becoming so normalized that pet names are used to describe the mystery primates, such as the hairy kids in the woods, the shadow people, the feet, and even personifications like Mama and Junior. In some situations, elaborate gifting scenarios are described. In others, the creatures engage in vocal mimicry of their human neighbors. And for one of the families, the presence of the creature became a baffling nuisance, as it apparently delighted in slapping the side of the house at all hours and making intimidating huffing sounds. In a similar fashion, Julie Scott, in her 2010 book, Visits with the Forest People, devotes 91 pages to a recollection of her family's experiences in a rental home on the Washington coast, interacting with a group of Sasquatch over a series of months. Many track photographs are included in the book, along with shots of the rainforest terrain and descriptions of close-range sounds and sightings that boggle the mind. And then there's the supremely astonishing story of Dora Bradley, as retold by Tom Powell in his classic Sasquatch book, The Locals. Powell interviewed Bradley in 2002. Growing up in the early 1960s in rural Missouri, Bradley assumed everyone had Bigfoots in the woods around their home. She did, and they annoyed her. As one of 8 children, she often slept close to an open window with no screen. And there were several times when she awoke to feel a large, leathery hand on her chest. For whatever reason, she was not terrified, but simply bothered by their smell, and even as a child, she reasoned that if the creatures wanted to hurt her, they would have done so already. Incredibly, she also recalls playing with a juvenile Sasquatch along with her brother and another acquaintance when she was 7 years old. Dora remembered the creature playing rough and smelling terrible, but things were only getting started. According to Dora, she and her brother were taken out of their room one night to a cave where they witnessed a deceased infant Sasquatch being buried. The mother of the baby pulled Dora into an uncomfortable embrace before another Bigfoot carried her back home. She vividly recalled, "I was like a football in its arm. It took big steps so gracefully." It wasn't until she was a young adult that Dora realized her experiences were extremely unusual, and she could only guess that since she was deaf, the Sasquatch felt some sort of compassion toward her. It's an extraordinary account that author Tom Powell treats with great respect. If authentic, it's certainly among the most remarkable human interactions with Bigfoot ever recorded. A display of full cross-species acceptance, perhaps even affection.
Yeah, there's a report that B. Mills worked on in 2016 where the family was basically terrorized by one of these, and the homeowner took a gun out and shot it. And one of the things that happened after that was every single game bird that they were raising was stomped to death with blood and guts all over the barn. And, stealing of, farm animals, all that, screaming. It wasn't until she got there that the situation calmed down, and she just kind of helped everybody calm down. But yeah, I don't piss off a Squatch. It's not gonna go well for you.
Kentucky, yes. You have sites that, people that have gone years with gifting sites that, they set things out. We were talking about railroad crossings and things a while ago. There's one story that was shared with me that these people were gifting, and they started getting railroad spikes left, in this area, and the closest railroad is like 5 miles away. So it's, that's not something that just a random person would pick up and carry around with them and then decide to set down. So it makes you one of those curious things that, like, oh, this is interesting. And this same property I mentioned, this big property we're going back to in the fall, we were there a couple years ago, and over in one particular area of the property, we kept hearing it sound like a cow. And people were trying to brush it off. Oh, we're in the country. You're going to hear cows. You're going to hear horses. I'm like, I don't think so, because it was in the opposite direction of any of the properties. And we were talking about it one night at the base camp, and the property owner was sitting there, and he goes, "I'm going to tell you guys right now, do not refute these." He said, "I hear them all the time." He said, "You're hearing cows?" He said, "The closest cows is 3 miles out the driveway and across the next valley." He said, "If you're hearing cows this way, it's not from anybody around here. There are no cows this way."
Oh, actually, I did not, because I was so excited about what I had found. My attention at that time was on these footprints, documentation, because I take measurements and everything before I cast and everything, pictures of everywhere like that, So my attention was on this, and no, the only thing I got, the whiff of that smell made me look up. Now, I probably would never have saw it if I didn't get the whiff. Yeah, that's a habituation site. We did a lot of habituation sites and research in that area. We got a lot of evidence out of that area. We got, like I said, I got hair samples out of it that came back to gold standard, found back gold standard. Been checked by Dr. Meldrum. We got video at nighttime on the floor at that place, of something standing. The next day we'd have somebody stand out there where it was standing, and it would be several feet taller and wider than that gentleman. And he's 6 foot, a little bit more 6 foot. I'm looking for the truth. I mean, what I saw, and that thing walked up on me, yeah, I'm not going to sit here and say that when I go out in the woods, I'm not scared. I am. Because I don't know what these things are actually going to do to me. Yeah, I'm cautious. But if I'm in an area with people and stuff like that, my focus is on my people and not myself. I got one of the best crews in the world. And I don't want to get one of them hurt, or even anything happen to any of them.
Okay, this was my first encounter, the one that got me into the Bigfoot phenomenon. This was back in November of 2002. at a place called Ferdinand State Forest in DuBois County here in southern Indiana. A couple counties over from where we're at right now, matter of fact. The southern Indiana belt line through here, very, very squatchy area. But I didn't know that at the time. I didn't know anything about Bigfoot. So I made a little fire there. Well, let me explain the area first. You know, it was down through at the end of the forest. There's a rock road over a dam. There's a lake here, and there's a little cutout back there in the back. Had like 4 picnic tables, fire pits, and an outhouse, and that was it. You could primitive camp there, but again, there wasn't nobody there. There wasn't nobody in the whole park but me. Like I said, it gets dark early in the fall, about 5:30. It's probably only around 8, 9 o'clock at the most. And out of this quiet November night, there was a big hill there that went up around the lake. And there's a hiking trail up on top of the hill. And from that top of the hill, something started coming down it with real loud, thunderous footsteps. I'm talking breaking tree branches, breaking sticks on the ground. It sounded like a Sherman tank was coming down off that hill. I mean, I've never heard something so loud out in the forest. Matter of fact, I was completely baffled and sitting there dumbfounded as it kept getting closer and closer. And I'm like, OMG, man, what is this coming? So there's a big white birch. You can go out there now, it's still there. Big white birch, about 4 foot in diameter. He stopped right behind that tree. And that's when I could hear the breathing. You know, he was only 20 feet from me. 20 measly feet. And I could hear the I mean, it sounded like coming through a bass speaker. And again, I'm like, oh gosh, what is this? I mean, what is going on, man? I couldn't comprehend it. I really don't want to believe what's going on, man. I mean, I'm at the point of, am I in a monster movie? But the only difference, this is not a movie, it's real. And there's some kind of beast right there. You know, I just got out of the Navy a few years back. I'm well trained in arms. I can defend myself. And whatever that was coming down, sitting there behind a tree, I had to do something quick. And I learned in the Navy, you know, for every action, there better be a reaction. Because if you don't have a reaction within a split second, you could buy the farm. That could be your last breath. So I remembered, I jumped up, my Grand Prix was parked right there. I had a 45 in the console with a clip in it, halfway up the handle. So I reached in, I got it. I put the clip in, I cocked me around in the chamber, and I was ready. I was on my feet, I had the gun pointed towards the tree. I kept talking to this thing. What are you? Who are you? What are you gonna do to me? Don't hurt my dog, don't hurt me. I had all these different emotions running through my brain. Good ones, bad ones. Am I gonna die? Am I gonna get out of this alive? I mean, I don't know what's going on. And I was doing everything I could to scare this thing. I was saying every cuss word in the book. And I mean some of them multiple times. But again, the breathing, he wasn't going anywhere. So I told him numerous times, if he come around that tree, I was gonna blast him dead. I told him I had a firearm in my hand and I was gonna kill him. I'm like, look, I don't want no trouble from you. I'm not here for no trouble. I go, just leave me alone and everything's gonna be all right. And I started getting angry. I started getting my warrior mode on. I was ready to do battle. No, I didn't run. I wasn't scared at this point. I was defending myself and my property, my dog. So again, I'm screaming for Buddy. and he would not come. So I knew I had to get one thing. I had to get my dog, get him back to my car, and get out of Dodge. And I had to do it now. I was killing precious time. Every second could cost me my life. So I baby stepped up to my dog, not taking my pistol off that tree. I got to my dog. I got him up on my lap. Yeah, I'm right-handed, so it was kind of hard lifting a 120-pound dog up and still taking aim on that tree and knowing you're in a vulnerable situation where he's gonna come out any second. So I'm going back. I'm taking steps back to my car. Again, I keep telling him, don't come around that tree. I'm gonna kill you. So as I get to my car, I throw Buddy in the back seat. I jump in and I back up to the back of the dam where the rock road goes over the dam. So I went back up there and I hit my brights. And I glanced up at that tree, and lo and behold, I seen an arm from the fingers back to the elbow wrapped around this 4-foot tree, covering the whole length of it damn near, with black hair hanging on it. I couldn't get off of my mind what happened. What was it? Who was it? I was just baffled, man. I mean, it blew my mind and changed my whole world that night.
Far and wide across the United States are spread massive, wild, and beautiful stretches of land referred to as state parks and national forests. Nearly every corner of the Heartland is within reach of a state park or national forest, and very often, depending on where one happens to be, there's likely to be more than one. The Heartland is riddled with them, from Ohio to Michigan to Kentucky to Indiana and beyond. The history of state parks and national forests in the United States is rooted in the 19th century conservation movement, but their creation and purpose evolved along different paths. National forests were established for the multiple use of resources, while state parks developed as a response to local recreational and conservation needs. Regardless of designation, these areas in which human beings meet the woods are also areas in which they occasionally meet something truly wild. In 2021, in Mohican State Park in Ohio, a woman and her best friend were enjoying a quiet afternoon in an RV when one of them suggested they try issuing a Bigfoot call, as they'd recently seen on a television program. They did so expecting nothing to come of it, but shortly after heard two sharp knocks coming from outside the RV a short distance away. A bit later, a rock approximately 6 inches in diameter was flung at the RV from beyond the trees, its source not visible. Finally, the witness would describe seeing a large, muscular leg with a human-like foot and a bodybuilder's musculature disappearing behind a tree as an unidentified creature moved out of sight. Within the Heartland, precise numbers vary, but on the whole, state forests easily outnumber national forests. For example, Ohio has 24 state forests to its 1 national forest. Michigan has 6 state forests and 3 national forests. Kentucky has 10 state forests and 2 national forests. Indiana has 15 state forests and 1 national forest. Between all of these states, there are millions of acres that are designated as state and national forest land. It should be noted that there is a difference between national forests and national parks. Perhaps the greatest difference between the two is the multiple use mandate for national forests. While national parks focus on preservation, national forests are managed for a variety of productive purposes, including fishing, timber, and recreation. A family hike in spring of 2017 yielded a sighting of a black-coated Sasquatch by a man and his 2 daughters in AuSable State Forest in Michigan. This gargantuan 9-foot-tall specimen sported a patch of white hair on its back near the shoulder. The witness reported that the creature ran with amazing speed, but the strangest aspect of the report concerned a second animal, a wolf, which ran alongside the upright creature at full stride, seeming to indicate a relationship with this supposed Sasquatch.
State forests, there's a bunch. We've had a lot of ground set aside, from very small ones to larger ones like Clifty Falls here. Others right around the road. Hoosier National Forest is probably the most prominent national park we have. Other than that, you get up north and they're really not parks. It's like along Lake Michigan, they have the dunes and things like that, but they're really not parks. The southern half of the state is the majority of the Hoosier National Forest. And then a lot of the state areas, Morgan, Monroe is kind of to the north side, up where you were with Nashville and such yesterday, up in that area. Morgan, Monroe is up there, Brown County State Park, and Hoosier National covers huge ground. But there's a lot of, Spring Mill is a big one. It's also down there a little bit east or northwest of here, but the majority of our larger state parks is the southern part of the state.
Forest, and then we have Cuyahoga Valley National Park, which isn't technically a national forest, and then state forests. You're going to have the big ones are going to be Shawnee down in Scioto County. You have Zaleski and Tar Hollow in Vinton County, and then of course you're going to have Yellow Creek, which is going to be over in Columbiana County, and the Pike State Forest in Pike County, and so there's some pocket state forests here and there, but we do get reports in and around those areas, and it's usually by people just passing through the area. I mean, I remember in Pike State Forest, I think that was a funny one because the guy literally, it was like one of these coming home at 3 in the morning, had to take a leak, just pulled his car off the side of the road right on the edge of the state forest, goes to take a leak, and his car's running, and all of a sudden he hears something move, and he looks over and walks right behind his car, but a Bigfoot. And of course, he got caught with his pants down, which is even more ironic.
We have state forests, national forests. I think we only have really one. I think it's the Wayne National. I think, right? And if I remember right, that's big. It's like 240,000 acres, I think. So I think that's the main one. But I mean, with any kind of state forest, like national forest, they've got so much terrain that they can cover where they could be in there without ever being found.
There is a large presence of state parks and state forestries.
Yeah, and in and around Wayne, there's always going to be sightings here popping up here and there, but you have to remember something. A national forest like that, during the summer months, we'll get a lot of activity in terms of people activity, but not a lot the rest of the year. So there's a lot of times during the year where that big forest is not getting any visitors. The ATV trails are closed, and and there's the Buckeye Trail that goes through, and you get a few reports in and around there, but it's such a big area. And if I'm right, Wayne is close to like 250 or 300,000 acres or more. So it's a lot of acreage and it has a trail network, but not like you would want. And yeah, we've had reports in and around the edges of the forest and things like that. But I mean, not as many as you would think, and I think it's because of the lack of people.
The state of Ohio is home to 24 state forests and 1 national forest, which is Wayne National Forest. For whatever reason, the national forest is split up into 3 units or tracts, one of which is Athens near Ohio University. The other 2 are as far south as Marietta, and then Ironton is the 3rd portion of Wayne. So 1 national forest, 24 state forests, and of course 1 national park as well, Cuyahoga Valley. I think the unique thing about our state forests, and they have this in common, is that I think without exception they're all second growth forest, which is to say we don't have much, if any, in the way of old growth forest left in Ohio. But what we do have at this point are second growth forests that are somewhere between 40 to 100 years old, which gives the impression of at least an old growth or long-term forest. And certainly it's led to a renewal of the health of our outdoor areas. And like in the case of Salt Fork State Park, for example, it's shocking to look at the pictures from when that park was founded because there are no trees visible. We tend to think of Salt Fork as this huge forest, but it's a second growth forest, and all those trees were planted so that everything that we see now, back in the mid-20th century, that had all been harvested, that had all been cut to the ground. And it's hard for us to conceive of, so that when we go back historically, it's really hard to take almost to look at what had been done to those areas in terms of their deforestation.
Well, I think, we have an abundance of food, which is good. We have less large predators, so I think it makes it better for them for having, young and things like that. That's just my personal opinion, that they come in the areas, have young, and they don't have to worry about fighting off bears everywhere and mountain lions and that whole kind of thing.
What makes our forests pretty special is just the tree species that produce mast for the forest floor. It's typically oak hickory forests, a lot of them. And anything that produces a heavy mast on the forest floor is going to have a big deer population, which is going to attract people who want to hunt the deer, and obviously Bigfoot want to hunt the deer. So that's going to be a direct correlation that, when you have oak hickory forest, you're going to have Bigfoots around because the deer are going to be around.
Hoosier National Forest has come up a few times. What is unique about that versus the state parks? What's the difference, I guess?
It's massive.
It's massive, and it's scattered all across southern Indiana. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's not all together, so you'll have sections of the Hoosier National in different areas. Some of the areas that you can go in can be a lot larger, thousands of acres, and then others may not be that much, but it's scattered out all over southern Indiana. And then on most of that, they have primitive camping in it, but that's about it.
And that's just pull off the road into a spot, pretty much.
Yeah, you pull off the road into a spot. There is Hardin Ridge that sits down on Lake Monroe, which is part of the Hoosier National, and that's a national park down there. Yeah. Most of them are heavily wooded, may have a lake in them. The parks are geared towards, like any other park.
State parks.
Camping.
Youth activities.
Youth activities and things like that. The state forest here, that's timber. Yeah. They're a tree farm. That's what the state forests are. That's the difference because the state does log all of our forest. They log it for the logs to make money off of it, to help fund a lot of the state funds and local and county funds come from timber out of the state forest. All the state forestries are hunted. They're hunting areas, and then even the parks, they hunt the parks to keep the deer population down. Yeah. So they have to hunt the state parks.
The state forests and national parks of the United States may seem similar on the surface, but have distinct characteristics from territory to territory. Owing to the natural climates and environments in which they are found, our forests and parks are diverse environments, allowing for extremes in temperature and severe weather. Noting the differences between these types of land is important, as it affects what activities are permitted there, and by proxy, how many potential witnesses are likely to be on the ground in a given area at a particular time. More often than not, national forests border national parks or other federal lands. However, it's also pretty common to find national forests on their own nowhere near a park. It all depends on the use of the land. National forests are still managed by the federal government, but they have a different approach to protecting the landscape within. While parks aim to preserve the natural scenery, forests usually incorporate a more multi-use approach where people are allowed to utilize the land for services. This could include logging, grazing, mining, fishing, off-roading, hunting, and more. Each forest has its own limits on what can and can't be done on its land, but most forests are typically more relaxed about recreation restrictions. State forests are managed through a planning process that sets goals for multiple uses, such as timber production, wildlife habitat, and recreation, while also focusing on forest health and biodiversity. Management strategies include implementing selective logging, tree planting, controlled burns, and controlling invasive species to foster a resilient and diverse ecosystem. State agencies develop annual work plans and multi-year strategies that are often subject to public comment, ensuring transparent and collaborative management of these public lands. And on very rare occasions, state officials become directly involved in handling Bigfoot reports. In August of 2020, a Muskingum Watershed Conservancy District park ranger working Ohio's Mohican State Forest filed an incident call record report detailing a series of events that unfolded in a primitive camp area. A husband and wife with 2 kids experienced sticks being thrown at their campsite, with other loud sounds escalating their sense of unease. Finally, an abrupt knocking noise on the side of the wooden outhouse drew their attention to a tall, hairy figure running into the shadowy woods. The ranger conducted a sweep of the surrounding campground and found no evidence of a threat to the family. The official sighting report was provided by managers of Pleasant Hill Lake Park, the location of the incident.
See, the hunting thing is what always impresses me, because there is a lot of people where we have a lot of the state parks and stuff have, public hunting. So a lot of these guys are out there, and they're the ones who run into them. And the thing that always amazes me is, like, you never hear of anyone taking a real shot at one. You hear stories, but there's nothing that can be confirmed. And I think that's what it is just these hunters are out there, they go out a little farther than the average person who's just taking a stroll. And, they run into them doing whatever they're doing about their business, hunting, sleeping, whatever, and they come across them, or sometimes I think that the hunters are actually found by them because they're curious as to what they're doing.
Yeah, at least in logging, that is one of the things that the state forests are charged with doing, is managing logging. So any logging that's done on those lands is done in connection with those departments. Certainly hunting and recreation is another major feature of the state forest lands and the national forest as well. And that's one of their reasons for being. So they're trying to split the difference between doing those two things. The leasing is the portion that I'm least, I have very little information on that, but I would assume that that goes hand in hand. And at least in southern Ohio, there's fracking that's going on, and I don't know to what degree state forests or national forests are involved with that, but I'm sure that there would have to be a number of regulations that would need to be met in order for that to take place. But that's still to this day, it's hotly contested, the practice of mining and fracking those lands.
You know, there's been some incidents over near like, Yellow Creek State Forest, which the creek, Yellow Creek, flows right into the Ohio River, so that'd be Columbiana County, over in there, where there were a couple just hikers out there hiking along the creek and encountered not just like multiple, but like 3 or 4 individuals at the same time, and it was still light out, so they got a look at all of them as the 4 of them moved away from the area. And the interesting thing, that report happened around 1989, and what I liked about it was right near an area that had a ton of known activity, including audio recordings, Class A sightings, sheriff reports, things like that. So it kind of helps substantiate some of those claims being totally unrelated. They had no clue of these other stories, didn't know anything about Bigfoot. It just was a couple hikers, innocent people, let's just say they went to Kent State, and so a couple young ladies, but it scared them, even though the Bigfoots did not threaten them. But to see them there, and basically they were pretty close to the creek edge when they were seen, and they pretty much just skedaddled very gingerly away up the hillside. But it really, let's just say this, that the hiking trip ended. Their little adventure, as they called it. So they said there was definitely one much larger than the other 3, and that the 2 smaller, the 2 were at least 6 feet tall or more. So, and the biggest one was probably 8.5 feet. So it was probably a mom, dad, and a couple, teens, let's just say. And but they didn't show any fear, no aggression. Like I said, just kind of spooked them, and they went typical Bigfoot.
It was in a state forest. There were several of us back there in this one parking area way back in the forest. And we were just all standing around talking, and we were getting some interaction. Some rocks were being thrown, some little noises and stuff. And I don't know, for whatever reason, I walked around the vehicles and then along between the vehicles and the tree line. And when I walked around there, lo and behold, right in front of me was this tall Bigfoot. I'm getting chilly bumps. But he was, to me, he was 10 feet tall. But he wasn't that tall, but he towered over me. I couldn't see his eyes because he was tall enough that he was looking down at me. But I just stood there. You would think you would scream bloody murder. I mean, oh my gosh. But I just stood there really calm. I didn't really feel anything. I remember his face. I remember his hair or fur or whatever you want to call it. It was beautiful. It was black, but it was like, it just cascaded down over his shoulders. It was just, I think he was beautiful. But, and that was basically it. I don't know how long I stood there. Everybody else was over on the other side of the vehicles doing their thing. But it's just like, I just walked away from him and come around. And the first person I saw was Nancy, Leroy's wife. And the only thing I said was, I've got the heebie-jeebies. And that was it. I never said anything for a couple of days. I don't know. I know what I saw, and I knew he was real. But I guess in my mind, I was processing it. What did I really see? Did I really see what I feel like I saw? And of course, when I finally did tell them, they were all mad at me because, why did you say something? But I did walk back around a little later, and of course he was gone. But that was my experience. I still see him to this day. If I think about him, I could see him. His eyes were closed. It was kind of wrinkly a little bit, I remember. I won't say it was like a gorilla's face, but maybe a little bit. I didn't notice any hair or anything on his actual face. It was just, everything else was covered in that beautiful black, long, like he just stepped out of a salon almost, to me, it looked like. And that was basically it, because it was like, I don't know if I was mesmerized or whatever, but it was just like, I just stared.
I just stood there and stared. And were you the first to walk away, or did he?
I walked away.
The logging areas, when they go into the state forest and they log that area, it'll push them out of that area for a while.
Yeah.
Then they will come back once the growth comes back. But I think it just pushes them around. We got one area that they logged by us not too long ago, just kind of ruined the area that we was in. It's like, dang it.
Yeah.
You kind of ruined that area, but it probably pushed them farther back in, more into private land that borders all these state forestries. They push them more back into those private lands. But once the tree growth, the undergrowth comes back up and it gets dense in there again, then they'll be right back in that area again. They don't stay out that long.
A lot of our state parks just in the last few years have opened up for controlled hunts a lot, more than just free hunting, because a lot of them may butt up to a military type base or things like that, industry. So they'll have more controlled hunts, and it's basically about population control when they do those. So that's only been more prevalent in probably the last, I'd be afraid to guess, maybe 8 to 10 years at the most. And they don't do large number of hunters.
Yeah, I mean, it's a common practice, especially now, the leasing of the lands to other hunters. And yeah, there's a lot of incidents where hunters have, Class A, Class B encounters with Bigfoots while hunting lands by just even doing how should I say it, surveying the land, things like that, especially for hunting season. They're doing their scouting, having weird incidents happen. A lot of wood knocks, a lot of howls, a lot of things like that, some sightings here and there. I mean, but it is pretty common, and like I say, it's just one of those situations where you got to be in the right place at the right time, but they're out there and they're around. There's just a lot of land to cover.
And there's also a story out of Athens County, Nelsonville, Ohio. It's September 1994. From a squirrel hunter who was just out walking along a certain ridge line, and he walked past something in the woods that originally he took for a large stump that all of a sudden took off running. He said he was within 10 feet of this object and he thought nothing of it because it was not, he wasn't doing anything, it was moving, it looked like a tree. But after he cleared it, he heard it running at first and looked over to see something 7 to 8 feet tall, dark brown in color, running away. And as it ran, it made what he described as a high-pitched monkey sound. And in the wake of that sighting, he broke down on the spot. And he said he was, all the hair on his body raised, even hairs he didn't know that he had. And he broke down in tears for reasons that he wasn't completely, cognizant of why, but just the sheer shock of the experience. Here was an experienced hunter, and he had been fooled, essentially, by this large creature that had been standing stock still and had let him go by and then run away. So I think that's pretty notable as far as cases go.
How these lands are used is another important aspect of the equation, as this also plays a role in determining how many people are likely to be around. Hunting is permitted. In U.S. national forests and in nearly all states it is quite common. Hunting in a national forest is not much different than hunting on most public lands, but there may be rules about seasons, species, and areas in which you can hunt. National forests are not national parks, the latter of which tend to have more strict regulations about hunting. The key difference is that national forests are managed for multiple purposes, including timber, recreation, grazing, wildlife, fish, and more. National parks, however, have a vested interest in preservation, keeping the land and its wildlife as minimally altered as possible. State forests seem to follow the same rules, but are bound to state regulations as would any national forest depending on which state it's in. Logging is a trickier subject and appears to be up to the state to determine when it comes to state forests. In recent days, the executive branch of the United States government has issued orders allowing for streamlined permitting in hopes of increasing production by 25%. As one might expect, this action was met with concern and controversy, sparking debate whether or not logging would solve the problem of wildfires. Regardless, the U.S. Forest Service has appeared to support this initiative. The subject of leasing state forest land is a somewhat tangled one. The bottom line is that leasing is allowed, though often restricted to specific uses and regulated by state agencies, such as the Pennsylvania Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, which has a system for leasing campsites, and the Minnesota DNR, which has studied forest management leasing. In other words, interested parties need to check with the specific state's forestry or natural resource department to see if leasing is permitted for an intended purpose and to understand the applicable rules and procedures. Of course, state regulations mean nothing to a creature that calls the forest home. In 2002, a man was surveying the border of his property where it met a logging area near Pennsboro, West Virginia, when he saw a large figure walking on two legs, which he described as being 7 to 8 feet tall. He mentioned he had a distinct feeling of being watched while in that area of the woods, and that he had also heard strange howling noises coming from the woods near his home.
Probably mostly up there in the Brown County, Morgan Monroe area, as far as there's a lot of one that sticks out to me was a father and son doing a spring turkey hunt, and they both observed this creature, and kind of sounds like the daughter took a break from hunting for a while, but she had been fairly active with her dad, but it gave her put a little fear in her, I guess, just seeing something like that and not being able to reconcile it in your own mind quickly, so it had affected her, her wanting to be out there. But that's probably one that sticks out the most. More recent.
Yeah. Did it come up to them, or was it like seeing through a scope?
No, it was actually a not too far of a distance view, and it was very. That was another one of those times where they say it looked very human.
Some of the backstory to that is that we was in this area and we had a guy that Nancy and I used to work with, and he had been divorced, new girlfriend. We happened to run into him during the day, and he was introducing us and telling us that we Bigfoot, and she was all excited and wanted to go. So I said, well, we're going tonight if you want to go with us. So they came. Now total joke to him, it's a total joke. So we had some rocks or something that was being thrown at us, but then I called him throwing a rock back in. So at that point I just discounted anything that we heard, but it wasn't just shortly after this in the short time frame, which would have been like 90 degrees from us, someone called. They said, hey, I just seen something walk across the road down there. And so we're kind of looking at that, and then it wasn't too long after that, which would have been 180 behind us, is when Debbie walked around that side of the truck. So if there was something over there that was in front of us that was throwing something at us, went down, went across the road, and come back up the other side, and that's when she had seen him.
Yeah, and later, because I believe that they are aware or tied into your emotions. And when I talked to Edie about it, the person he mentioned before, she said, I was going through some stuff, personal things, and she said, he wanted you to see him, or you would not have seen him.
And
she says, and that's why you felt the calm. When you saw him, you felt calmness.
And we believe that is true. The one lady that I was telling you about, that it's around her house. Same thing. Whenever she was having a lot of issues, that's when she would see the one. We had a guy just this last year that's going through a divorce. Same thing.
Yeah.
He had one stepped out, and he's seen it. Yeah. You know, because he was just mentally in a rough spot. Turmoil going through his divorce. And we have heard this several times when people are having a major stress, major problems, that one will step out and show theirself.
I just know there was one fella in Salt Fork. He actually won't go back hunting and fishing because he actually had an encounter there, and it scared him so bad he literally just decided he's not going to go back. And his report was from 2016. I'd have to look it up, but he was out there hunting with his brother-in-law, and they were separate, you know, and he came across one, and it scared him like so bad he wound up running out, and he to his car, literally left his brother-in-law out in the woods and never came back for him. They wound up finding him almost at dark, you know, when they came back. He was waiting, he was stationary, he was actually hunting, and it walked up to him. You know, he saw it coming over a hill line, and that was it for him.
Did he let his brother-in-law know anything?
Nope, he just took off and ran.
There's a story of a series of sightings and culminating in some minor interactions taking place in a location called the Haga Ridge. This is on a property that borders the Wayne National Forest down in Athens County. And things really got started there in November of 2001, where a teenager in this family claimed to have a sighting of a white Bigfoot at relatively close range, about 50 feet. When the Bigfoot perceived that it was being seen, it growled audibly at the teenager, who turned tail quickly, went home, told the family what was going on, was originally greeted with skepticism. But things began to happen around that household that were not easily explained, typically described in terms of footprints that were found. On a couple different occasions, 2 or 3 trackways were found simultaneously, suggesting the existence of a family group in those places. And things sort of came to a head when one of the family's bird feeders was bent almost in half for the apparent purpose of being the feed inside being accessed. Around the feeders, tracks of various quality were discovered. I don't know if those were casted necessarily, but that led to 2 or 3 sets of red eyes being observed in the surrounding forest by various members of the family, including kind of the matriarch of the family, who was still living at that point. Again, this is 2002. And so all of this was taking place in land bordering the Wayne National Forest in Athens County, which seems to be, at least at a certain time historically, we're getting a lot of reports to BFRO out of that portion of Athens County.
We've had just a ton of reports in and around that Scioto, Adams County area, all through there. It's all associated with Shawnee State Forest. You know, just people driving through, people being followed out. You know, hunters. I remember one where the hunters were hunting. I think it was Hobie Hollow, and they were legally hunting coyotes, and not that one. And
And of course, when you hunt coyotes, you do like wounded fawn, wounded rabbit cause, and they have like a red light, because what happens, the coyotes don't see the light, they come in and then they see them and they shoot them. Well, of course, they hear something coming through the creek, okay, which is what Hobie Hollow is. And when it came through the creek and came into view, it wasn't a coyote, it was about a 9-foot tall Sasquatch that scared the living bejesus out of the hunters. And of course, the Bigfoot, and here's what really interested me, because they said the Bigfoot didn't appear to see the light. That's the one thing, like as investigators, we tend to use red light in the field at night, because we're going with that theory that they don't see the red light, so they'll come closer to you, where if you have white light or any other, they bolt and they're long gone. So it was kind of interesting that it came that close. And it just turned around, went back into the holler. And I remember being on that investigation. I had my brother with me. This is many years ago. And I remember we were walking out the holler, and you know how you just have that feeling something isn't right? And it was like we're on one side of the creek, and literally you'd move, you could hear something on the other side, snap, tap, crackle, pop. You would continue, you'd hear something again. So not that you saw anything, but it was just, that was one of the few times I think I've ever been in the woods like that, where even though it was daytime, you just were very uncertain. Something did not feel right about there.
State and national forests, with their varied purposes, have consistently brought people into close contact with the natural world. When those people have a positive experience in nature, they often become advocates for a careful use of its resources. But when they have a frightening experience in the wild, the relationship becomes complex. An encounter with Sasquatch leaves some wondering if they'll ever pitch a tent again. An extraordinary encounter was reported in June of 2008 by Bigfoot Field Research Organization investigator Pam Lovins. Brought to the Daniel Boone National Forest in Rowan County, Kentucky, to evaluate ongoing activity near Cave Run Lake, Lovins ended up having an extremely close-range sighting of her own. In the glow of her red headlamp, she happened upon a Sasquatch no more than 20 feet away. She described its face as gentle and intelligent, with a heavy brow ridge and human-like lips. One of her companions obtained video footage of eyeshine at the same time as her sighting, coming from a different part of the woods. In September 1978, a mother driving across the Upper Peninsula of Michigan pulled over to rest at a picnic area on the edge of the Hiawatha National Forest. With her 18-month-old son in his car seat next to her, she fell asleep, only to be wakened by a horrible odor. She turned on the headlights, expecting to see a bear, but instead came face to face with a gigantic Sasquatch bending over the hood of her car, peering in through the windshield. Throwing the car in reverse, she fled the area, but continued to wonder why the creature didn't flinch when she had turned the headlights on it.
And I started going to a forest closer to my house, Clark State Forest in Clark County, Indiana. Indiana's largest and oldest forest, by the way. That's where this next encounter took place. I was walking on a trail called the Knob Stone Trail. It's considered to be rough as the Appalachian Trail, but it's only 66 miles. So it was 2005, right around the same time period in November. Right around Thanksgiving, it got dark around 5:30. So we were at the turning point, and it was still light. Not as light as here, but it was getting late in the afternoon, but there was still plenty of light. And we sat down. We always sat down in one spot, the turnaround point, I called it. And this little deer comes walking by. Yeah, he wasn't no bigger than 2 feet off the ground. Yeah, he looked like Rudolph. A little proud buck. He had little sprouts coming out, his little antlers that were fuzzy, and he was prancing into these, looked like a big wall of ivy, a big wall of honeysuckle, that kind of green that stays green the last part while everything else dies off. And he walked behind that, and I couldn't see what happened, but a big commotion broke out. I heard a lot of stompings, sticks breaking. It sounded like an all-out fight going on over there. Buddy's ears are up, something was going on. Then all of a sudden, this deer comes flying out of there. He wasn't thrown out. He jumped, and he was flying like a reindeer. He hit the ground, he did it again. So all of a sudden, Buddy's head went from looking at the deer, he snapped over this way, and immediately his hair all stood up. He started growling really, ferocious. Never heard him like that. And I'm sitting there, going, oh no, I know. I just knew it had to be a Bigfoot there, but I was wrong. When I lifted my head up, it wasn't a Bigfoot. It was two Bigfoots. And I was totally just freaked out, amazed. I finally got to see one up close and personal, about 50, 60, 70 feet away at the most. And they were standing there right by that ivy. Well, they just tried to get that deer there. And they were standing shoulder to shoulder. Not too far, like I said, away from us. So I got up on my two legs. I didn't have a gun. I didn't have a knife. I didn't have anything. All I had was Buddy. I wasn't expecting to see these things again. I thought that was a million shot in the dark would happen out in Ferdinand. It'd probably never happen again. But it did. And they were standing there. And the first one I looked at was a big red one. And he had wrinkles all on his forehead, receding hairline. He looked very, very old. I really didn't fear that one. Then I looked at the other one. He was like Little Kong. That's what I nicknamed this one, Little Kong. He was huge. Just big bustling muscles, ripples everywhere. I have never seen a specimen like that in my life. Just pure strength and power. And they were standing down that hill, and they were eye level with me. So, and I'm 6'5", 6'6", so they were every bit of 9, 10 feet, looking me right in the eye. So Buddy was going nuts trying to get at him. I'm holding him back. All this stuff's going through my head. We're gonna die. There's no getting out of this one. 2 against me and my dog. We're not gonna make it out of here. So it was almost like I knew I was going, but they just sat there looking. No sounds, no movement. Just like 2 statues, like you are standing right there. They did not move one bit. And they kept looking down at Buddy. You know how you hear a lot of dogs are afraid of them? Well, I guarantee you this, Buddy sure wasn't. So I call this the knobstone stare down. This was a good 4 minutes of looking at these creatures, beings. I hate using the word creatures, but back then I really didn't know too much about them. But anyway, I told Buddy, I said, well, it's time to leave. Let's get out of here. And I looked at the 2 Bigfoots and I said, sorry guys, we're not on the menu today. We're leaving. And it's been nice watching you. I put his stuff in my backpack, threw it over my shoulder, nonchalantly, start walking down the trail. So I'm glancing over at them. I just know they're gonna come after us. Because when we were up on a hill, maybe they felt like I had the advantage because I was uphill from them, and that's why they didn't come charging me or whatever. defensive mode. And so I figured they'd come out and flank me and get me from the side on either side of the woods, as I walked down the path. And I got back to my car safe and sound. Never seen the two gentlemen again before. And that's what I like to call them now, gentlemen, because they were perfect gentlemen that day. I hear all these terrifying encounters and, Bigfoot almost killed me and this and that. It was nothing but love that day and respect. I respected them. I didn't cuss them. I didn't say one word to them. I just looked. And they looked at me. And that was a huge step on my journey to the truth. And I've had encounters after that. But this was my day that I actually seen them in daylight, how big and massive they are, and how one looks so old, and how one looks so like the king of the forest. And that was it's another encounter that I think of daily, just like all my other ones. I mean, I wake up sometimes, that's the first thing on my mind. I will never forget them two massive beings there staring at me for 4 minutes.
Now the house that I'm getting ready to show you was built in the late 1700s. It was a log cabin. Blackwater got up, flooded it. The logs come apart, floated down Blackwater. Oh, wow. They went and gathered the logs back, made out of old American chestnut, which is now extinct. Yep. And they built this house back in about 1910 or 20. Jay Keaton, connection to the Bigfoot situation, is living on this farm here, the Blackwater Farm in Wellington, Kentucky. The reality of this creature interacting with me and my family over many, many years. So right here, there was one of the first things that I noticed that was very, very odd, that got us in contact with the BFRO here, the Kentucky BFRO, was there was a pine tree that was located just almost where I was standing at right here. It was about 8 to 10 inches in the main trunk stem. It come up at roughly about 8 feet, and it was snapped off and was laying about 30 feet that way, the top, still connected. But right here in the middle of nowhere, there was a deer head jammed down onto the break. So where the tree had been snapped, it was about like this, and the deer head was jammed, I mean literally jammed down, like somebody stood above it and pushed it down. A little basket rack 8-point buck right here. I got on my hands and knees and tried to track whatever it was to see if I found any kind of indentions, any kind of a footprint, any kind of hair on the tree. No claw marks, no climbing, no hair. Something brought it here. The animal was not killed here. It was not drugged here. The head looked like it had been twisted off. It wasn't like a cut, but it looked like it had been broke off and was jammed down in the break right here, actually right here. And there's a break in the cliffs that goes back behind me to my right, facing this way, and there was a huge trail going through here. And so I was looking at this just to see how the deer was moving when I noticed the deer head in the tree, jammed in the tree right here.
Jay Keaton's family has been in Morgan County, Kentucky since the 1700s, owning this particular piece of ground for almost 50 years. His family is only the second to possess this property, with the first family being awarded it as payment for fighting in the Revolutionary War.
And I was always the big kid, so I couldn't I couldn't fit underneath of there. And Jeff said, I'm gonna go in there and explore that. I can tell that's a big cave. He goes in with a flashlight, and I was probably 10 at the time. He was probably about 14. And I hear him from way back underneath the rocks, the formation. Oh my gosh, he says. He goes, it's a cavern in here. And he lifts up a big piece of slab about this big, about that wide and about that thick, and there's a human skeleton underneath of it. In which we turned in, which we knew what it was, so. And it became that, it was a native grave. Hey, hey, this is a great amphitheater, and this was a place that they would meet. The chief would sit there, and the people would be gathered around the edges of this, and you can hear anybody talk all the way around through here.
With strong ties to this region, Jay is both Shawnee and Catawba, being very active in his heritage by speaking the Shawnee language, drumming and singing traditional songs, and living in a native way, which is to say Jay and his family are very connected to the land.
Waga, habing, Michigan amblada me kamawaga, oni dejima, shegamanis naga ponun and dema, kijimana tukochitbe. It's a great place to camp. It's soft here. You got the wintergreen. Those are wild blueberries, which all the animals tear up.
On roughly 1,000 acres, his property is not only massive, but also has no shortage of geographic diversity within its boundaries. There are roughly 6 miles of cliff lines. The property is scattered with remnants of old homesteads and roadways no longer used. There are many rock houses and caves present as well. It's also home to 2 main waterways, the Blackwater Creek that flows into the Licking River and the Baldwin Creek that flows into Blackwater. Activities started on this property between 20 and 25 years ago.
Okay, so this has been a good 20 years ago or so. There was a man here that wanted to hunt here, and there is 6 or so, 7 miles worth of cliffs on this property, and some very, very rugged and remote areas where the caves and things exist. And he wanted to hunt down there. It's very difficult to get to. It's a rugged landscape, and he wanted to bring his camper in up near the cemetery, and he wanted to camp up there, but the night before deer season, he was going to go and hike down into the cliffs and hammock camp closer to where his tree stand was at. So they didn't have such a far walk in the morning of opening day of deer season, which is, like I was telling you, kind of a sacred day to those of us who love to deer hunt. It's a very jovial time. Everybody's geared up, ready, excited for the hunt that's going to follow in the morning. Well, my dad comes in off of the porch. I had come down from Ohio. I hadn't retired yet. My dad was a very matter-of-fact man, Native American man. He had a cup of coffee in his hand. We were all on the inside. TV was going. We couldn't hear what was going on the outside. It was getting near dark, and he says to me in a very matter-of-fact way, "Did you just hear that?" And I looked at my brothers. My brothers looked at me and said, "Hear what?" He goes, "You all didn't hear that." And very forcefully he was, and was not joking. I said, "No, Dad, I didn't hear it." He goes, "It shook the windows of this house and you didn't hear it." "No, we didn't hear it." I said, "What was it?" And he looked at me and he said something that I'll never forget, because we've hunted all over the eastern side of the United States. Those moose horns that's back behind you, they are ones that my dad shot in Canada. We're very acclimated to the woods. And he looks at me and he says, "I don't know what it was." And when he said that, instantaneously the room went quiet. We all looked at each other and says, you know, as if to say, there's nothing that Dad doesn't know about the woods. And so he was very concerned about the man that was hunting up from us with the sound that he heard. I asked him what it was. He says to me, he goes, if I had to describe it, he said it sounded like a man, but an animal, as well as a man. I said, make the sound. And he did this funny face, and he said it just let out a roar, and then it turned animalistic. And he said, he goes, whatever made this sound had a massive set of lungs. He goes, this animal had to have been a mile away down in the holler down in here. And he said it shook the windows of the house. And he goes, we need to go and check on this man and make sure he's okay. So we did that. We jumped on the ATVs. It was now nighttime. It was the night before deer season. It was mid-November, which is when we see a lot of activity around here. And as we approach the camper, it's a little different than what my dad has said before. And I think maybe just to protect certain folks, but I'm going to tell you now that these people are all gone. He had kept himself in the camper and had barricaded himself in his camper after he heard this noise. And when we knocked on the door, he opened up the door to us and asked us if we had heard this. And my dad said, that's why we're down here. We're checking on you. He said, I'm a combat veteran. He goes, I'd fight any man. He goes, I've been in places all around the globe. He said, but there is no way I'm staying here. He goes, whatever's in the woods, he goes, I'm not dealing with that. And he left as we stood there the night before deer season.
What if there is another world right under our feet? Depending where one stands, that can be more or less true in North America, which is home to the world's longest known cave system, Mammoth Cave in Kentucky. Formed from limestone, Mammoth Cave measures an astonishing 400 miles in length, with portions yet to be explored. Most regions of the Heartland are peppered with caves of one form or another, even if not on the same dramatic scale as Mammoth Cave. But when one considers that caves can support their own unique ecosystems, and that humanity has added to subterranean spaces in the form of mines, it begs the question of what could be down there that normally goes unnoticed. More pointedly, could a species like Sasquatch use caves as shelter, if not a means of concealment?
There aren't a lot of caves in Michigan, and that's a shame because they'd be so fun to play in. But when I was a child, certainly not as an adult, but there are some up in the UP, and then there was one very small cave system near Hillsdale, Michigan, and it's the Doty Caves. And it was named after, I'm going to make up a name, Silas Doty, who was a horse thief. And in 1866, he got out of prison and he hid a real live full-size horse in a cave that was found near the Irish Hills area of Hillsdale, Michigan. And so there's a real live cave system there. I've never had the opportunity to go there. I do know that at the time they tried to shut it down so that it wasn't as big because they were actually afraid of the guy and they didn't want him to come and rustle any more horses there and hide them. But that is a cave that is large enough actually to go into. And right now it's really the only one that I 100% know about in the Lower Peninsula.
the Lower Peninsula is a lot of sand, right? It's surrounded by all sorts of water. Up in the Upper Peninsula, there are probably some caves. I don't know to what extent, you know, they're spelunkable, if that's a word. But they do exist, and I have no doubt that, you know, I believe these beings are a people. They have a voice, they have a culture. I mean, I've listened to them interact, not only with me in my recordings, my encounters, I've recorded a few of those, but the conversations, if you will, that I get from remote recording are pretty profound. So they're a people, they have a culture. I've heard them singing.
In your opinion, do you think that caves or underground caverns in Kentucky could provide a hiding place for something like Sasquatch?
Yes, I know around here I have the most sightings, and there's a lot of caves and old clay mines around here. So, and I think they stay here all year round because there's sightings in February and then in the summers too. So it's not like they're leaving for winter and stuff.
They could, but a temporary shelter or hiding place. And the reason I say that, I have over 700 documented reports in Kentucky in 3 decades. I only have one of them seen at the mouth of a cave. So what I believe, they're too smart to play house in a cave. There's too many hikers, splunkers, they're gonna walk up on them and they could get trapped. So they keep moving, from my belief, and they sleep wherever they can sleep. So I don't really believe there's a connection with that. Now during inclement weather, yeah, they could take shelter there, but they won't stay long, is my belief.
He could,
by all means.
Yeah, he could probably talk about the mines, whereas
so, yes.
caves are more for me. Yeah, definitely, we've got some cave systems around here. They average at length maybe 1.1 miles, but some of these caves are huge. One of the caves at Carter Caves supposedly has the largest cave room of any caves in this county. So yeah, definitely, there'd be great places. And matter of fact, there've been a blog or two on the internet that speaks of a cave system over around Grayson Lake, Grayson Reservoir, that they suspect Bigfoots are using for shelter and whatnot. So yeah, it's highly possible.
And speaking of the mines, what kind of mines again?
It was clay mines. They shut down in 1961 roughly, and there was quite a few of them. And there's, well, here and what we call Aden, it's over by Aden Tunnel in things. They was actually on both sides of the creek all through this area, and it was a big operation in the 40s and 50s.
They mined the clay for fire brick. We used to have fire brick factories around here.
You also had numerous brickyards through here that would process that clay. And there's only one now, and y'all passed it up our ground. It's a little one.
Here's a piece of petrified tree right here, and here's the tree growing right above you. You can see it. If you explore the caves around here, even on this farm, they were dwelling places for ancient peoples before. They lived there. There are still fire marks on the walls. They provide good cover. They're a pretty consistent temperature year-round, typically found near water sources or in the middle of the woods, so you've got pretty much everything that you have need of there. A place to hide, a place to feel safe, a place to eat, a place to lay down, a place that you can inhabit pretty much year-round that's going to stay pretty consistent for you. Well, let me tell you about my experience here with this backyard Sasquatch. If you want to call this place this, I guess you could call this backyard, even though we're sitting in the middle of the woods. In my yard, I come down here in 21. I had a shoulder surgery, rotator cuff surgery. So I had to sleep in the front room in a recliner because I couldn't lay down. And as I was in there sleeping in the chair that I showed you, window right next to me, I hear a rock. And you know how when you can hear something, you can identify what it is. It's an amazing kind of a picture that your mind creates. I heard the rock hit the window and then it falls into the gravel, and I could hear the rock fall into the gravel. and the noise that it made. At that point in time, I had a Presa Canario dog, which is a very aggressive guard dog, big dog, well over 100 pounds, begins to act very aggressive and then turns very afraid and crawls up in my lap. Likes to kill me, but he crawls up in my lap. So he and I both didn't really want to look out the window. And so the next night, it was such an odd thing. It was a very calm night. There was no wind and there's no trees around my house. I pushed them all out when this was all forest here. And the next night I asked my wife, won't you come out here and sit with me and let's sleep out here and see what if this happens again. Sure enough, at almost the same time, again, a rock hits the window, lands in the gravel, the dog wakes up, the dog gets aggressive, the dog wants to hide and climb in my lap. The other story that I would tell you, the backyard stuff, we've heard several slaps on the house, things hitting the house. When my dad passed away in 21, my dad always wore turkey feathers in his hat. We found a matching feather to one of the ones that was missing, and it was embedded in the gravel at the foot of my steps, roughly 4 inches deep, pushed straight down in the gravel, where when I exited my house and come to the bottom step, it was right there sticking perfectly straight up in the air. You couldn't have put a level on it and made it any more straight and pushed down into the gravel. And this was left here by the tribal pole for us. This is our tribal colors. And this was also what was left for us at the bottom of my steps. This was pushed down, one just like this, about 4 inches down into the gravel, sticking straight up at the bottom of my steps when my dad had passed away. So we'll insert this right here and kind of we'll see if it hangs around for just a little while.
I think a lot of the stories that we all grew up with, historically, we relate to haunted things, have a relationship with Bigfoot. For instance, I grew up in Central Ohio, and part of the Columbus Metro Park system was Clear Creek Park down near Old Man's Cave. And I can remember as a teenager, there was a hanging bridge that went over Clear Creek, and it was believed that sometimes when you were there that there was a ghost named Mary, and she would throw rocks, sometimes make loud noises when you got near her. Of course, now, years later, we recognize that as typical Bigfoot behavior, and that's a great place for a Bigfoot. So I think that many of the legends that we see across Ohio and other states, you know, have some type of maybe a root or a background that might be Bigfoot related. You know, it's well known Bigfoot are commonly seen around graveyards. I look at graveyards similar to I would a right-of-way. Is there anything that there's an edge, and anytime you have an edge, it attracts wildlife. There's varying different plants, things like that, and I think that that's probably why things like that are getting seen, and people are saying there's a ghost.
Yeah, I've taken a lot of reports clear up in Ashtabula County, which is clear up on the lake. Hawking Hills area, where Old Man's Cave is, there are several reports. A lot of people are renting cabins and chalets and cottages, and they're putting stuff out. They're putting food out and stuff, and I think these creatures are starting to get a habit of coming around and taking these offerings, because I've had emails from people saying they've heard noises at night and they've smelled very stinky odors, and they've heard something walking on the deck or back porch of the cabin, and a lot of them are, you know, exchanging information on social media about a certain cabin where they go out and they'll fry bacon and they'll leave food out. You know, they're coaxing these creatures to get in closer to take their offering, but I think you want to be very careful before you start a pattern like that.
I'm Michael King, and we are in the heart of Hocking County. This property is 750 acres. It's almost entirely wooded. It is has a long history. I don't know if you guys realize, but when you turned on my road, there was an Indian mound you drove by. So it's got ancient culture has been in this area for thousands of years. The Rock House is a very popular attraction. It's 3 minutes from the cabin. So, and that's a giant cave like that the indigenous people used to live in. The terrain here is roughly, I think the cabin's sitting at 800 feet in elevation, and it goes up to 1,200 feet up at the tops there. And we're kind of in a ravine right now, and I own what's called a hollow within this, between two ravines, which I call, and then the only neighbors you kind of have are about 60 acres apart. And I think in 10 miles, there's 10 people that live on this road. And when you live in an area like this long enough, you get a sense of the ambience of what it feels like when it's normal and what it feels like when something's off. And a lot of stuff started in the beginning. I'd hear like little girls giggling out in the woods, which this cabin sits on 750 acres. So it's not near any public hiking trails or anything. So it's always odd when you hear what you think are humans out in the woods. Then my cabin started getting hit with rocks, sticks, my bedroom window right up there on the second floor. We get tapping on it. When it's summer in this area and the foliage is full up, it seems like the activity follows that. And it's strange. And I hear a lot of knocks out in the woods. I was sitting out here by the bonfire one night, and it's really dark out here, and you can't see into the woods very, very close. I was hearing movement, and to the point where I just had this little fire, and I'm hearing this movement, and I thought to myself, well, there's bears in Hocking County too. So I went inside, I grabbed my firearm, I hid it, but I just put it hidden in my pants and went back and sat down. And the next thing, a rock from in the woods comes and hits right beside me where I'm sitting by the bonfire. So I'm like, okay, that's very unusual. And as I'm listening, a bunch of rocks hit this portion of my cabin right here. At that point, I think, okay, I'm kind of nervous to be sitting out so close into the tree line. I moved to the deck on the other side of the cabin, and I'm sitting on the deck, and I start getting little rocks hitting the cabin, hitting the deck, hitting this portion of the cabin. And I can feel at a certain point, I'm just sitting out there, and I can feel the presence of something. I don't know how to explain it, except you feel it's a powerful emotion. You feel like someone's staring through the back of your skull. And I thought, I'm just gonna sit here. And I put my hands, and I'm in the dark, and I just sit down like this. I just feel this presence behind me. And the next thing I know, down in my pond, I hear, it sounds like there's people swimming in my pond. And I'm like, man, what's going on here? I just sat there. I just waited as long as I could. Finally it went away, and everything kind of calmed down. The next morning, I look out my pond, and there's a sapling in my pond. As I go down to inspect, something had taken this sapling, and all the fish lay their eggs around the edge of the pond, and it was taking an entire sapling, twisting it like this, and collecting all those eggs on the branches. And there was like a 15-inch print and a small print beside the lake. So I'm like, okay, that's 3 right there. And it just felt like whatever was behind me was there to make sure that I didn't move, and the other 2 getting something to eat out of the pond. I mean, that's the only explanation I can think of. One time, I was sitting on my deck. It's pitch dark, and I'd been out there a long time because I like to sit out and stare at the stars here. I'm sitting out there and I hear the tree knock across the pond. So I kind of look at my phone and I'm like, I waited for about 8 minutes and I just did my own little mouth pop, you know? And something came down this hill. It sounded like an elephant down the hill and hits the top of my carport. And it sounds like a gunshot. Like immediately telling like, that was not us, that's, you know, you don't do that. And I've never done it since. That was about the same time where after that happened, I'm frozen. And I finally collect myself. I think, okay, I'm going to go into the cabin, but I'm going to just do a lot of stuff in there. I got lights turned on, turn off lights. And while I'm doing that, I grab a recorder. And I take this recorder, I turn it on, and I just put it in my screened in room here. Go back in, do a bunch of stuff, turn all the lights off, and I go to bed. And I have the window open up there, and I can hear knocks and stuff, and I'm just laying there. I finally go to sleep. I get up 5:30 in the morning, get up, and I go out, and before I leave, I grab my recorder. And it's very interesting. You hear me going in and out of the house. You hear me first shut the cabin door. You hear a knock. As soon as I go in the cabin, you hear a knock out in the woods. And then within, I would say an hour, you hear something step on the deck. You hear my screen door. The recorder's in my screened in room. You hear my screen door open. You hear something go across there. It kicks my recorder. Kicks my recorder across the floor, and it just sounds like it sits down. And then I have this little antique door with a little cheap latch, like the old time latch. You can hear it shaking, like trying to open the door to my cabin. Now, on the recording, you can hear my alarm go off. As soon as my alarm goes off, this thing gets up, and you hear the screen door shut, walk off the deck, and you hear, just sticks and stuff breaking. That was 6 hours that something was in there. And I had no idea. So I didn't listen to this till later that night. That changed everything about how I live out here. This used to be really dark. I put in solar lights and motion lights because I get ready for work, I'm grabbing my coffee. I've never in a million years thought something could be in that screened in porch. But obviously something was. I've had eye shine here. A really strange experience happened right up this hill here. And I came out and I had a headlight on, like a headlight. At times I do some night hiking here. But I came out of my cabin and just as my headlamp was on, as soon as I hit up the ravine there, these eyes look like this. They look like oval shape, about this far apart and staring at me. And I'm just looking, and you can see because of the eye shine, it looks away, looks back at me, blinks, looks away again, and something just moves off. And the next day I went out there, the only thing it was standing behind a tree. And it's probably a good 6 to 7 foot pine tree. And it was above that. And so that was definitely some strange eye shine. And it was reflecting back red. As recent as July 4th of this year was the last time something happened. Pretty incredible here. And I got some thermal footage from that. I got some live footage of stuff hitting my cabin. On the 4th, I didn't go anywhere. I stayed here. A lot of time, I live here by myself, and a lot of times I'm here, no visitors, and I was out working I have a Harley, and I was out working on my Harley. And I noticed earlier that night when I was working on my Harley, I was hearing sticks breaking out in the woods again. And I don't know how to tell you, it's like a sense. Because trees fall out here all the time, sticks, you hear all that stuff, but at times it's the way I think you hear the things moving. And a couple times I heard like a pop, or I heard something, and I didn't think anything about it. I continued to work on my motorcycle, got it running, I'm revving it up and I put it in. I go back into the cabin for a while and ended up coming back out on my deck. And almost immediately when I came out on my deck, something hits. You know, now it's pitch dark out there. And something hits really close by to me and I'm looking around. I'm like, well, that could be anything. It could be a nut, whatever. I move over and I'm actually just out there looking around and it does it again. So as I move around the deck, it's like whatever's it's hitting right beside me. And then, I mean, it sounds like a gunshot out there. And that's why I'm like, I need to start recording this, you know, nervous. But I went out there and it was doing this like every 10 minutes, either something little or something big. And I was at that point pretty nervous. So I went into my screen porch area and I just thought, I'll just sit in here and listen. That got me nervous enough that I didn't stay outside too much longer. I went in and I turned off all the lights and I have a really good thermal now. And I locked the doors and I went upstairs facing the front and I just slid open the window. I already had my thermal on. Started looking out the window from upstairs and I catch a thermal hit on the top side of my carport. My carport's like 10 feet tall. And as I get the thermal hit there, something pretty loud hits right above my head. Scares me, you know, I'm cussing. I roll back into the room, collect myself again, I go back out, that's gone. And I pan around and there's another big thermal hit. Hey! At a certain point, you know, and it ends up disappearing. And then it's every 10 minutes to like 3 in the morning, stuff hitting the cabin. I end up laying in bed, I'm just listening, and sometimes it'd be a little tink, other times it'd be boom. And this is going on almost all night. It's pretty wild.
Caves offer a very specific environment with stable temperatures and protection from the elements, making them attractive to a range of living creatures. Beyond the obvious need for shelter, caves are ideal for animals that hibernate, providing constant temperature and seclusion from predators. Along those same lines, caves can function as places in which to safely give birth and raise young. And long-term life in a cave system may lead to sensory adaptations, such as enhanced hearing or smell. It isn't too difficult to imagine how something the size of Bigfoot would benefit from any or all of these features.
Their behaviors for shelter and cover and concealment would play well into the fact that they do in fact use caves. They use it probably anything that they can, although they seem impervious to rain. Many of my encounters have happened in the rain. I think they like to move in the rain. There again on that cover and concealment sort of thought. They know when, and they function very well in inclement conditions. Yeah, the cave thing, yeah, they're real. I'm certain they use them. I don't have any personal experience as having found evidence of their habitation within caves, because we don't have a lot in here, not in the Lower Peninsula.
Do you think that Sasquatch use caves for shelter?
Yes, without a doubt. Yeah, because what we found is they make their own burrows. So, yeah, if there's no caves around, they're gonna either make themselves makeshift shelters or burrow into the side of riverbanks. We've been up and down some rivers, and you find, one thing about Sasquatch is they move a lot. They don't really want to be seen. They want to move at dark. In fact, they get kind of upset if they are found out, and so they have multiple locations, and they'll rotate those locations, and they do a really good job of covering their tracks. So they might spend the night at location A, and they might burrow in the side of a river, And then the next day they're going to cover that up, cover their footprints, and move to the next location. So yeah, they do what they have to do.
But yeah, if I were any old animal, you know, in the elements, I would want to be somewhere that was protected from the wind or the cold. I mean, it just stands to reason. I will say that in Michigan, when winter comes, you don't get the howls. You don't get a lot of reports. They just don't come because it would be hard to live out there. What do you eat? You know, where do you get fresh water? It's just cold. So you'd have to be in areas like with cedar swamps or something like that, which will be dramatically warmer than the rest of the area, but even then it gets pretty darn cold in Michigan. So I would think that if I were a creature, I would look for some place to hole up, or I would migrate, just like people do, you know, go where it's warm.
I think the cave system and the clay mines around here they're out in the middle of nowhere. So they're gonna go undetected around those places. They're gonna be able to go and get their food, their water sources and stuff, and they're not gonna be around people. You know, they're out in the woods.
Caves would provide temporary shelter for a Bigfoot. Like I said, I don't think they're gonna stay there very long. We don't have a lot of evidence of that. They're too smart for that. We have reports of them sleeping under downed trees with leaves on them, and then they move. I believe within their territory, they sleep and move quite often. They never set up shop, they never play house. It's too risky, we're gonna walk up on them. And that's why we don't find a lot of elaborate Bigfoot houses, if you will. Most of their shelters are, I believe, are territorial markers, just to mark their territory. And that's what they use them for, but to live in one, they typically just sleep wherever they can.
I'd say for a lot of these remoteness, if you'll take this area here, for instance, a lot of cliffs and all, principally limestone and sandstone, it's the remoteness, and also a big creature like a Bigfoot. Caves have a year-round temperature in the upper 50s. So a big creature like that during this time of the year, man, they'll get super warm. Caves would be ideal situations for them to locate in.
The mines would be the same way, of course.
Yeah.
Food sources, shelter, and water, the three main things that any animal is really looking for. A place to be safe, a place to be out of the elements, a place that it can guard, a place that would also provide water nearby, a place where it could have its young, a place where it can eat. And all the caverns in Kentucky, the caverns on this farm, provide all those elements for all the animals that use them to this day. In one expedition that we had here on this farm, we were being paralleled by something, and you could tell it. The group that I was with was on a ridge over here, and it was very dark. We had the red headlamps on, and we were walking along, and as we would walk, it would walk. And it was maybe 20 to 30 yards inside. We were on a logging road, and it was inside the forest 20 or 30 yards in from us. And as we would stop, it would stop. And if you wasn't careful, you would miss the shuffling in the leaves, the and so we would stop and it would stop. So paralleling, definitely. I have a friend that lives nearby here who, her and her brother were in a truck traveling where you stayed, just down from there, and in the tree line stood one of these creatures. And as they drove by it, they seen it, they didn't say anything, and they later on said, okay, did you see what I seen? And yes, they both did. Neither one wanted to think that the other was crazy, so when they went back, the creature had gone. The creature seems to understand how to use a backdrop, how not to stand in the open so that it's highly visible, but how to use a backdrop and blend itself into its environment. The one thing that we've noticed here is definitely the tree knocks. The location of other creatures, the whooping sounds. I've heard songbirds at 2 o'clock in the morning, whistling, and it seems to be nothing more than communication between these creatures to let each other know what each other's doing. They seem to have an understanding that we don't have. So I would say definitely communication.
It's an image that resonates with human beings at a very deep level. A mysterious monster emerging from a shadowy lair. There's a reason it's been a mainstay of literature for thousands of years. But while the idea haunts our collective nightmares and seems like a plausible, logical solution to the problem of where a Sasquatch might live, there may be some practical problems with the reality of cave dwelling as a habitat choice for mystery hominids, especially in the central Great Lakes region of the United States.
What are some problems with the idea of Bigfoot using caves as a space to be, period?
Humans, we know where every cave is almost. There are some caves that are hard to get to, and those would be safer. Like even here in this property here, he's got a cave now he has not been in, so we're anxious to go check that out. So I just think they're too smart to do that, from my belief.
We know, according to archaeology, according to anthropology, that ancient man has always used caves. It's an instant home. It's an instant refuge. It can be a place of safety, a place of hiding. It can provide all the things that we talked about before. It absolutely is the best place for any kind of creature to use to call it home.
Problems for the Bigfoot?
Well, just problems with that idea in general.
No, I wouldn't see. If I was a creature in this area, that would be the remoteness of some of these caves would be an ideal situation. And I would utilize a shelter like that.
Researchers come across all manner of accounts when dealing with Bigfoot sightings. The ones that take place in the immediate vicinity of caves invite us to ponder the connections. Could it be coincidence that the creature is perceived in proximity to a cave? Did it use the cave momentarily, driven by circumstance? Or is it possible that the cave is utilized as either a way station or a more permanent shelter?
I know that there's a lot of sightings at Carter Caves, and then there's another set of caves called Tart Kill Caves, and I have some sightings there as well. Now, I don't have sightings right at cave entrances, but, in close proximity to that. And also, once I was back in the woods and I heard rock sliding on rock, like something was moving something in front of a cave, like a hiding spot or something.
Yeah, they were camping in a cave. It was near the Red River Gorge, where we are now. And I think he got up to go relieve himself. And there was a Bigfoot standing just outside the mouth of the cave. And if I recall, he mentioned the Bigfoot was kind of antsy, nervous, kind of pacing, almost like it wanted to get in the cave. That was my impression of that. There was, I believe, a full moon, so he got a good look at it. No evidence of the Bigfoot living in the cave. There were no tracks in the cave, no bones in the cave. So we don't know why the Bigfoot wanted to get in there, but this gentleman was camping in the cave.
My neighbor doesn't live very far from the Carter Cave State Park, so there's access to plenty of areas in there that may have another structure that they could possibly use as rock shelters. rock shelters around here have a lot of waterfalls that come over in front of that rock shelter, so source of water and protection from the elements. That's the only thing I could relate to as far as reports being close enough to caves that they say, well, maybe they're using, you know, the cave system.
Around here?
Yeah.
Yes, around here I've heard many people talk about caves where they've been seen at along the Blackwater River, along going up next to the Licking River, around the Cave Run area. All these areas have associated with them, typically around these waterways, you have a lot of cliff ledges around in this area where people have said that they have seen them at. So typically it's assumed then that they're living in this area and living in these caves.
It's safe to say that Sasquatch is not the only creature that could potentially take advantage of caves for reasons of shelter. All types of discovered animals make regular, long-term use of caves, everything from bats and salamanders to wood rats and black bear. Deer and coyote both are known to use caves as place of temporary refuge. There might also be competition for cave spaces from known animals that should not exist in a given location, at least according to the proclamation of local government officials.
Basically, anywhere that a Bigfoot could live would be the type of area that a bear would live. If a bear can live there, a person can live there. If a person and a bear can live there, then maybe a big old primate could live there as well. So I would think that if we're looking at any kind of a structure, or if we're looking at a cave or something to that effect, if you could run out a bear, then you could probably take that area. I used to do research on like Neanderthals and stuff like that, and their competition for living space with cave bears and things like that. I was always fascinated by that. And it's kind of funny because I have thought about that. What if, let's say a Bigfoot exists and they want that cave and there's a bear in there, how do you get rid of it? Because the last thing you want to do is tangle with an animal that can hurt you. It just makes no sense. And so what can you do to dissuade the bear to not be there so you could be there? I don't know, it's just an interesting theory to think about. So it seems kind of silly to even ponder that, but it's something that I have.
We have bear and we have cougars, although the government will tell you we do not have cougars. So I would say that would be competition for...
Well, suppose there are cougars here, even though most people say they ain't, but they really are. And there's black bears here, and they would compete with food source. And that'd be the two largest ones. And
Bear, maybe. We've had recent sightings of a lot of
the bear population is moving up in this area big time. And,
if I was a Bigfoot in this area, a lot of researchers think that their primary food source is deer. We have all kinds of deer in this area, and as well as turkey. But I kind of think I associate Bigfoots with their environment in the woods. They have the coyotes, so coyotes are predators. They go out and make a kill. How nice it would be to go out and follow the coyotes and, hey, look at here. There's nothing going to compete, run the Bigfoot off. He can come in and get the kill, and there you have it. So there's, there seems to be a connection there too, I think.
Also, I found numerous deer cartridges and carcasses in the woods that I don't believe was killed by hunters and things. That had either been partially eaten and the rest of it decayed or whatever. And so, that could be a source of food. As a matter of fact, I believe it would be.
Yeah, these things need a lot of calories, so, yeah.
Definitely the bears. We're getting a bigger bear population in this area. Pretty much we're starting to see evidence of them nearly every week. When before, 30, 40 years ago, they were rarely seen, but their range seems to be expanding into this area. Also bobcats, also There are reports of the mountain lions we were talking about before. I've seen big cat prints here. So there's lots of larger predator animals, the coyotes especially, that love to use the caverns to call home.
Bears. We have black bears here. And it's funny, we were talking about that, about the population of Bigfoot. And I know there's some scientists like Dr. Meldrum who speculate for every 200 bear, there's one Bigfoot, roughly. I think it's a lower ratio than that. I'm sorry, that would be a higher ratio. I think there's actually more Bigfoot than that. There's 1,000 Bigfoot in Kentucky. There's 1,000 black bear in Kentucky estimated. And if you did that ratio, that's not very many Bigfoot. I believe there's more Bigfoot in Kentucky. So I think the ratio is probably more like, believe it or not, anywhere from 50 to 100 black bear to one Bigfoot.
Well, here in Michigan, there is no competition, but the only, they're the alpha predator. We do have black bears and we're surging with cougars as well. But yeah, I don't see them, the black bears are smaller in Michigan. I don't see them being any kind of competition. And if they are, they're for food and deer, and the Sasquatch will chase them off, so.
Caves occur naturally in many different forms and types of rock. They are to be discovered in the course of normal wilderness wandering. But there are also stories passed down of Sasquatch using abandoned structures or barns in an effort to find shelter. It's fascinating to consider that mystery primates may occasionally benefit from the handiwork of humanity, if only indirectly.
There was a Detroit sighting, and someone said they saw a long hairy arm out of a window of an abandoned house. And Detroit has gone through a lot historically from an economic perspective. There are a lot of homes and entire neighborhoods that are just neglected by or damaged by neglect, and a certain type of people, I'm sure, take advantage of that. Now, I've recorded vocalizations around Ann Arbor, Southfield. I mean, these are bona fide, I've established the verifying vocal elements, identified these, explored the audio, and it's these cryptid beings. Now, there could be different kind of cryptid beings, but they have this low, furtive, harmonic resonant sort of speech that I've recorded in depth, both in Ann Arbor and in Southfield. And they're thriving, even around the metro areas. I once hired Cliff Bergman. He said that if the Finding Bigfoot series had gone on an extra season, they were going to select Detroit as the #1 spot. It's like a suburban, urban sort of Sasquatch. Detroit has the Huron River system, the Clinton, and the Rouge. Those are 3 really extensive and significant systems all around the Detroit area, and these beings live within our watersheds, and the offshoots of them, and the drainage ditches. I've actually found evidence suggesting that they live subterraneously, whatever the word is, under Mount Clemens, which is along the Clinton River. And yeah, I believe they live in access. Talk about caves. Okay, since lower Michigan doesn't have a lot of caves, we do have drainage systems, the storm drains under our cities. I have reason to believe one of those is occupied in the Mount Clemens area.
Any kind of living creature needs to find a couple of things in order to survive. They have to find food, water, shelter, things like that. Not necessarily in that order, but shelter could be something like an old barn. Shelter could be and you'll see this a lot. You'll see old mobile homes just in the forests, because people will have them out there. They will use them as hunting lodges, and they also double. You just roll the window down and it becomes a hunting blind. But those can be used by any animal in order to, or person for that matter, in order to seek shelter in in Romulus, Michigan, which is really close to Detroit Metro Airport, there was a woman who I spoke with, and she had an old barn in her backyard. Now, Romulus, you think right outside of Detroit, it's going to be, just building upon building and road, but once you get to the southern part of the airport, it's all woods. And then there are metro parks there also. So she abuts one of the metro parks. And she started to hear these weird noises coming from her barn. And she described them to me as a deaf Amish person. And I'm like, I don't even know what a deaf Amish person sounds like. And so she was trying to mimic it for me, and I'm like, I really don't understand this. And she said, fine, I'll get a recording of it, and she did. And what you could hear is a cross between a howl and a moan, and it's very odd. But whatever it was, she thought was living in her barn. And it was taking like old straw and stuff, and making like little nests and things like that. And so that's a possibility. I also know that we're gonna have to edit this out. I can't remember where it is. There was another place that was just south of Traverse City, where an old mobile home, or actually no, I take it back. It was an old trailer that was kind of like a camper is the word I'm looking for. We're gonna start that all over again. Wow, imagine me as a teacher. I'm just gonna redo this, kids. In an area that was south of Traverse City, about half an hour south of Traverse City, which means it's about a half an hour north of my property, there was a camper that was out there that was derelict. A mountain biker had stopped near this camper in order to get a drink of water or something like that. And they heard something in the camper. They turned around and looked in the window, and they saw what they said was a Bigfoot looking back out at them, which would have been disconcerting. So the guy gets back on his mountain bike to go away, and the creature then got out and moved toward him, and scared the heck out of him, and that's the last that he saw. But he said it was a large, brownish, darkish creature that was on two legs. So it may have been hanging out in there or something like that.
I knew a lady that lived near Grayson that had some horses, and she could have had maybe a mountain lion or something. Anyway, she couldn't get her horses to go back in the barn, and I just immediately told her, I said, you sure it's not Bigfoot activity? Because she did have a Bigfoot sighting prior to this. And so she was afraid to go to the barn, but the way she was describing the encounter and all, it sounded like something large was in that barn. That could have been an incident where maybe Bigfoot used a structure like that, but I'm really not. Most of the sightings around here, if you're lucky, you may drive down a road and one go across the road in front of you, or you'll see one standing at the edge of the woods or by a tree or something like that. They've even been spotted going across the Interstate 64 early in the morning things. But us, I would more than likely think that I would probably see one out in the woods the way we go hunt the things.
I do know a guy that had trouble getting his horse in the barn one evening. Of course it was occupied barn he used all the time, and his horse didn't want to go in the barn. He wanted to stay out in the lot and run around, and he was skittish. But then he said once they got him in the barn, he stuck his head out the so-called cut window, and he was looking up in the woods like there's what was. He know there's something up there. It was definitely something. This guy said it was something he wasn't used to. He said that could be a bear, but it's something that horse, it wasn't a deer, he said. It was something that horse wasn't used to having any contact with.
So, of course, you know, if someone called us and there was a report they thought they had something in the barn, you know, what we're all about is trying to go out and investigate these things. And I would, you know, I'd have to look, my first thing would be looking for some kind of evidence, footprints, you name it, and go from there. But people could misinterpret some of the things that are happening. So hopefully they maybe would contact us so maybe we could help them maybe determine what really was occurring.
In this area, I heard one, probably about a person that lives about an hour northeast of here, where one was in an old abandoned barn on his property, and he thought that it was using it as a place to stay.
Quite often, abandoned homes. I got one down by McKee, Kentucky. Some boys were playing with BB guns, came up on this abandoned cabin, and there was a Bigfoot in the cabin, and they ran. I get that a lot. So yeah, they're opportunistic. They'll take any place they can, but again, I think they keep moving.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. That's the bigger thing here in Michigan, is old barns, old houses. Up by Cass City, they were hiding out in a barn for a long time. One of the clans was by the Cass River. And yeah, so there's one instance. And then, yeah, just another instance. So many instances where people find them in their barns, so they might be looking for a place to stay overnight or whatever.
From a natural perspective, caves have served many purposes for animals and people alike. For human beings, caves have become makeshift homes, burial sites, places of worship, and locations of scientific discovery. We've also used caves to talk about birth and rebirth, hidden knowledge, and passage to the underworld. And of course, caves are inherently dangerous, concealing mysteries from all but the most brave or foolhardy among us. Whether or not one of those mysteries is the presence of Sasquatch remains to be seen. It's enticing to hope that one day the truth will come to light.
Even this guy. Use the link in the description or the QR code on your screen right now to download June's Journey today. It's on your iOS and Android-enabled devices, as well as on PC. And it runs really great on all of those. I've tried it on all of those devices. It works great. Download June's Journey today and solve a mystery.